Fallen Angel. Clean and wholesome single mother. Second chance romantic suspense. Diamond Dogs Book 1. Written by Anne Malley. Narrated by Nikki Franklin. Chapter 1. Angel Le Blanc flinched at a sharp pop. Bubbles gushed out of a pricey bottle and laughter erupted. Someone whooped. Lord help her. She had to get out of here. Get to the police and back home to Brian. Their pre-dawn goodbye. A necessary ritual since he was barely 3 weeks old. Seemed like forever ago. It's only Champagne Angel, not the second coming. Ken Fisher, the self-made CEO of FE, Fisher Enterprise, scooted his cushioned seat in beside hers. His bloodshot inspection fired the gooseflesh she wore. Calm was impossible once she'd learned the new contract could shut down FE. The entire staff may be locked down in federal prison. Funny, she said to Ken, but I'm just... What could she say? You're overexcited? He hitched up a bushy brow. Yeah. A pallet of undocumented cargo couldn't feel any worse. Split, stamped by untold port authorities, and ripe for the black market. The man penning her in was likely the one setting her up. But even if he wasn't, his closeness, the way he insinuated himself into a person's private space, always set her off. Angel rolled her shoulders. She peered back as if ESPN's Fernando Vina's deadpan announcing had caught her attention on the big screen. Sports fans packed the bar. Bases loaded, never wanted for customers thanks to DC's Washington Nationals. The relic table with players' initials dug into it drew customers when idols weren't popping in. Signed memorabilia on the walls was another draw. Framed photos of Chad the Chief Cordero, Alfonso Soriano, and Ryan Zimmerman decorated the dark green interior. Glasses clanked. Angel returned attention to her coworkers exchanging war stories about the contract from hell. The bar's cigar-friendly policy had Ken smoking like a 5-alarm fire. His leering made her feel like she'd been brought along to get more smokes if he ran out. But FE's principal trade compliance SME didn't run errands. She'd been promoted to dupe, but that happened long ago. It's late, Ken. I've got to go. Her insides were beyond twisted. Really? It's a party. Sure I can't get you something stronger than water? She sighed for lack of words. It doesn't have to be champagne. He lifted his single malt scotch. It was the same spendy brand he kept stocked at the office, but was likely triple the price here. You look like you could use something, he said. A fake smile twitched her lips. That's better. Ash broke off the end of his Padron Presidente, another flashy brand. Stray flakes peppered her lap, but she smiled harder. Great. Silence implies consent, he said, then signaled the waitress. But zipped lips didn't get us in thick with Crescent Circuit. Your work with the Nasiri family was invaluable. A bona fide miracle. Wriggling sideways, Angel slipped her hand beneath the table, avoiding his ringed fingers to clean her skirt. I'm only doing my job. And yet, the privately owned Crescent Circuit, her pet project, had somehow been compromised. Endgame specifics escaped her. Smuggling wasn't her thing. Assuring compliance with government import and export regulations was, and she was good at it. At least, she'd thought so until today. But then, Angel once believed she was a good judge of character. She examined her coworkers. Smiling, silly, open-mouthed. Someone at this table had forged her signature and seal on government documents. Cold smoked over her skin despite the steeping of sweat brought on by summer and confined spaces. If not for Ken calling this stupid shindig, Angel would have a thumb drive packed with evidence. Instead, she had a sketchy download that may provide only enough information to incriminate her. She needed more. Whatever you did, Fisher said, swirling his scotch before downing it, keep it up. He ordered 2 scotches, but Angel muttered ice water to the jersey-clad waitress. She'd never drink again. She needed a clear head now more than ever. Fisher knew something. He must. His emphasis on silence seeped into places even her therapist left alone. She would have quit Effie months ago if Brian's father, the man who raped her, hadn't demanded she maintain her normal routine. If she continued her schedule, behaving as if nothing had happened, nothing would. The animated investor she'd once called a Jabba the Hutt George Soros love child had tagged himself as lucky. But luck wasn't how he rolled. Brian's father had drugged Angel's drink, done as he pleased, then promised far worse if she told anyone. He had demanded that she stop seeing Roham Arshad with no explanations or hesitation, as if the attentive financial advisor she'd been dating would lend her anything other than the support she needed to get through her sick ordeal. Roham had been there during her last brush with terror. She died inside upon receiving Lucky's instruction, but complied. Roham's shift in demeanor toward her was understandable, considering she provided no explanation for the breakup. His compassion-filled eyes had turned cold. Her heart was more than shredded, and so was his, no doubt. But Angel would do whatever it took to keep her baby safe, and her parents by extension. Some may fault Angel for her decision, and silence may imply consent, but implication is all there was. She owned her choices, existing in a backwash of guilt with Brian featuring as the only positive. Keeping her baby had been the best decision she'd ever made. Angel pushed back her water and said her goodbyes. "Don't go yet. This is a celebration." Fisher appeared completely lucid. "You used to enjoy having fun before this whole mom thing, am I right?" She tried to laugh. The pitiful noise died in her throat. Angel's assistant and dear friend Tina leaned across the ravaged plates on the table. Angel wished they were still close, but she sunk further into a professional demeanor ever since Angel began limiting her conversation. "Are you okay?" Tina asked. "Want me to take you back to your car?" The 2 women had stayed late as it was to conduct the biannual audit, driving one vehicle as they often did to out-of-office affairs. "No, but thanks. It's a short walk," Angel said. She had already put in her required appearance. Her going along with a party then leaving early was normal. Brian's father couldn't fault her for that. Angel scooted her chair back with effort. Fisher pinned her arm with a heavy hand, his thick lips pulled back to reveal smoke-stained veneers. "You should be giving thanks, praising the Almighty, not rushing home." Her religious beliefs were no secret, but the way he spoke made a mockery of them. Motherhood, too. "You'll profit the most off Global's new contract with Crescent Circuit. Don't tell me you haven't thought of that." "No," she said, her attempt at casual falling flat. "But you're right, I suppose." "You know I am." Her boss took 2 drags off of his cigar. "I'll bet none of you suspected our Angel got in on Crescent Circuit months ago." She cringed inside. The Nasiris had gifted her with company stock when they'd learned of her pregnancy. If they knew that she'd been raped at their party was a question she didn't dare ask. They hadn't said anything, but Angel couldn't be sure. "Pretty clever," Fisher said with an elbow. "It's not that big a deal, Ken." But somehow, he'd found out about it. Maybe he arranged it. She hated thinking that way, but she did. "And if you heard Crescent is going public, you'd be right." Fisher downed his freshly delivered scotch, then spoke to her in an unnerving hush. "Special connections have their way of paying off long term. It's the work ethic, Ken." She paused to stem the rattle in her voice. "Profiting from hard work is nothing out of the ordinary." Her swift prayer begging for relief resulted in a squeeze from her boss. His fat fingers pressed into her flesh. Thoughts of Brian were the only thing putting a lid on her scream. "Whatever you say, Angel." "I have to go." Dread sluiced her skin, but she tossed back her loose hair as if his words held no meaning. She prayed daily that nobody would know who fathered her child or how. Ken's inspection was unbearable. "I may be rich someday," she said, "but overtime for my sitter is a budget crusher now." She slipped her arm free. Fisher chuckled along with the group. "Be sure to give that baby of yours a kiss from Uncle Ken." Angel nodded instead of crumbling. She grabbed her bag. Kenneth Fisher was not that drunk. He wasn't fond of Brian either. Fisher's words were a threat, a reminder of what she risked. But if she wanted to make it through whatever he had in mind, she had to act now. Be strong. Second guessing had to stop. She would return to the office to complete the download while everyone was here, celebrating. "See you all tomorrow." She shifted away from danger, a burning exhale rattling her lungs. She'd only managed a couple of paces when, "Skipping out early?" a familiar voice asked. Angel jerked her eyes up. Roham Arshad was standing in her way. His black hair was gelled back the way she liked. Spiced aftershave cut through the smoke. Angel was reminded of better times, so distant they seemed impossible. Regret and guilt tasted bitter. There was no help for it, so she swallowed hard and met his sour expression with resolve. "I'm in no mood, Roham." "Never for some, I know." "Let it go. I'm in a hurry." She reined in her tone. Causing talk at the table wasn't part of the plan. But there was no sidestepping Roham's solid block. A throng rushed toward the front of the bar, another suspected celebrity sighting. "Can I congratulate you at least?" The dutiful son of Arshad and Sons held her gaze, but only because she allowed it. "The DOD? Our whole building is alive with talk of the conquest you've made." "I've made nothing of the kind." Her frustration was misdirected, but couldn't be helped. "Why the celebration? Why the interrogation?" She glowered up at him. Roham's brows shifted above dense black lashes. His olive eyes exuded that protective something she'd once found appealing. His penetrating look was an appeal, something beyond his usual coldness. It seemed that way for an instant. The truth lit her tongue. The urge to speak seized her soul. She was in enough trouble, though. Angering Brian's father by picking things up with Roham wasn't worth it. Lucky controlled her from a distance, despite his frivolous nickname. There would be no explaining anyhow. Roham would likely judge her even if he never said a word. Yes, she was raped, but who kept a madman's baby? And why did Angel press for professional success when her gut told her to run? Roham had advised her long ago to avoid whatever unsettled her. He'd tried to protect her, but she hadn't listened. Still watching her, Roham pivoted out of her way, silently pushing back against the crowd. He flourished an arm to forge a path for her, and Angel took it. 3 blocks later, outside the Stanhope Building's garage, Angel stood alone. She'd almost confessed everything to Roham. That's something she couldn't do, even for his sake. But Fisher still knew. He may not know everything about Brian's paternity, but he'd found out about the most recent addition to her stock portfolio. Fisher's words were a threat. A kiss from Uncle Ken? She stumbled onto a storm drain grate, a heel stuck inside the grill. Stooping to free herself in the sketchy light, she caught sight of a cyclist. The guy kept pace with her since she'd left the club. Stopped outside the corner theater across the intersection, he was likely nobody. Nobody concerned with her anyway. The marquee played endless foreign films. The Crackerbox Cinema was a major draw for urban dwellers, but the hooded biker lingered outside. Her skin prickled. Had Fisher sent someone to tail her? Could he work that fast? Maybe it was her. Maybe she'd been followed for weeks and not known it. Either was possible, although she couldn't reconcile why Fisher would do such a thing. His attitude at the party seemed confident. Fisher thought he had her where he wanted her, ready to take a fall. Shivers ran up from her shaky knees. She stuffed her toes back into her shoe, fitting the heel into place. Still mounted, the cyclist studied theatrical posters. Nothing out of the ordinary. She was reading too much into everything. Sweat coated the underside of her neck. Humidity had turned her white camisole into a second skin. Yet, the man with the bike was in a hoodie. Should she plunge ahead or backtrack and lose the guy? The debate pulsed through her brain. If she waited any longer, her sitter may check in with Tina to find out what was keeping her. The sitter and Tina had hit it off recently. Angel hated doubting, but even that innocent association didn't seem innocent anymore. She glanced back, making sure she wasn't being watched, then slipped inside the treed courtyard that separated the Stanhope from the adjacent building. The day had faded hours ago, but her cell phone had light. She checked over her shoulder one more time. The biker was gone. She exhaled in a ragged gasp as she swiped the speed dial on her phone. Le Blanc residence. The normalcy of the sitter's greeting calmed her. Hey, Jenny. No, nothing's wrong. I just wanted you to know I'll be home later than I said. Late. Angel picked back strands of hair from her forehead. And don't worry, there'll be extra in it for you. You don't have to. Mom and Dad took off for the beach house. Jenny liked to stay the night when her folks were gone. I want to. Okay, boss, I won't say no. Just take good care of Brian like always. And don't answer the phone. Or the door. Angel choked down anxiety. Unless it's me. Sure, but what about Tina? Nobody. Fierceness ripped through her. Shocking, but welcome. I'll see you when I get home. Are you sure everything's okay? Jenny asked. Don't worry. I know you'd never answer the door to anyone but me and... Angel pinched the bridge of her nose. I skipped out on a company party. That was true. I get it. You don't want anyone to know you didn't go straight home. They can't know. There was no need to upset Jenny. I'll see you later tonight. Have fun. You deserve it. Jenny's smile came through in a cheery jingle, reminding Angel of the stakes. She needed evidence. No half measures. With the stock and her signature hanging out there, getting a solid nail on the files was a must. Brian's future depended on it. With FE staff at bases loaded, getting the remaining files onto her thumb drive should be easy enough. Angel tucked the phone into her purse. The cyclist had returned. He'd come around the side of the courtyard to the south. He didn't see her. At least, he gave no sign when he stopped at the end of the gallery. He was looking for something, though, or someone. She pressed against the cement. His head swung her way. Gears tripped with a tiny echo as he ventured down the courtyard. The delicate fabric of her outfit snagged. Pitted cement dug into her. Her heels caught again. The grate surrounding a willow tree held her captive. An unseen something brushed her cheek. A leggy spider flashed through imagination, forcing an intake of breath. She wriggled off both shoes. Jerking the strap of her purse, she lengthened it, then slung it over her head and spun around. She braced bare toes inside broken cement, dismissing the sting of pain. Gripping the low wall, she hauled herself upward to survey the scene. Light swelled from the recessed bulbs overhead. The space was mostly vacant. Oil and rust residue from dripping pipes stained the floor. Angel could see her own car from where she crouched. The tan hatchback was parked beside a buttress with the letter F stenciled on it. She couldn't seek that refuge until she had everything. Not that her car was a safe place. Fisher knew which car was hers. If her boss had sent somebody after her, he could have jimmied her car. He could have erased the files too. Why didn't he? Confusion cracked like a hammer. Maybe home with Brian was the safest bet. But how long would that last? Coming up over the wall, she jumped down, falling from a dead hang. Her legs stung. Bicycle wheels spun past the upper ledge leading toward the courtyard. The whirring sound drilled through her bones. Digging inside her purse, she grabbed her keys, threading fingers through the metal bits. It wasn't the best weapon, but she knew how to use it. Thank God her security pro dad taught her a thing or two. Angel knew more than most. She'd tasted evil, and wasn't about to let it happen again. Angel ran toward the elevator and stabbed the center of an illuminated O. Nothing. She punched the button again. The doors glided open. She glanced over her shoulder, then jumped inside, turning around. Heaving gasps racked her lungs. She made it. She took a moment. Craning her head back, she shut her eyes against the light bulb overhead when a soft thud sounded. Glass shattered. She opened her eyes to stinging shards and shadows. "You were warned," a strange voice growled. Angel brought her head forward, leading with a fistful of keys. A hand clamped around her neck. She thrust up her right knee, but only found air. Pressure built in her throat and eyes. All sound was muffled. Her eyes watered. Light bulb remnants stung each bulging orb, but she kept on kicking and clawing. She reached for her attacker's face, but met a mask of knit fabric. The elevator doors came back hard against her shoulders. Cold metal grazed her neck. A gun. Getting close, so close he couldn't aim, was her only option. Teeth gritted, she kept his hands busy, fighting for control as he wrenched her into the garage. His weapon grazed her cheek. He shifted position, his forearm pressing against her mouth. Angel filled her nostrils, then clamped teeth around the man's wrist. She bit without hesitation, whipping her head back and forth until she tasted copper. A yowl split her ear. The gun clattered on the ground. He grabbed a hank of her hair. Suddenly, she was off the ground. Angel slammed an open hand against the man's masked head, then clutched the knit to hold on. Tires squealed. She dropped to the ground in a painful heap. Her nails snagged the knit cloth, but there was no more resistance. No one was there. She dabbed her eyes, using the mask to brush off remnant shards off her sweaty face. Tears flowed, leaving a blistering sting of blurred vision. "Angel!" The shout followed on the tail of a slammed door. She squinted. A figure in a brown suit approached. She scooped her hair, blinking when warm hands gripped her upper arms. A spicy scent pricked her nose. Roham? Maybe. Her head was a whirl and she hardly recognized her own voice. Strong arms collected her up off the filthy cement. "It's over," he said. "What's over?" She wrenched away and scrabbled toward a pillar. "How do you know what's going on?" "I'm here." "Yeah, I got that, but why?" She smeared the damp off her cheeks. Nobody was who he seemed. Fisher was beyond crooked. Lucky hadn't been looking to add to his investment portfolio. And Roham? He had no business here that she knew of. She couldn't afford to be foolish. Her attacker's gun gleamed in the recessed lights beside the idling Hummer. "Answer me." Her words were a whisper. "I followed you." "Why?" "Angel, it's me, Roham. You're all right. I'm not going to hurt you." "Prove it." She dropped to the ground, rolling sideways to grab the gun in the dark. Her hands shook. Adrenaline radiated through her in a sickening pulse. "Tell me why I should believe anything you say." Chapter 2. Roham raised flat hands in the universal stop sign. He needed to defuse this situation. Fast. Angel squared what looked like a 9mm, using her left forearm as a brace. She directed the barrel at his head. Telling her the truth about his undercover work could get him a bullet to the brain. This wasn't the fresh-faced Christian girl who'd led him to believe she was an innocent bystander in Fisher's schemes. She wasn't the cool customer who'd dumped him to have another man's child either. But whoever she was, somebody wanted her dead. Pruning was popular in criminal operations. A person served his purpose, then pop. Having some terrorist's baby was no insurance. Well, she shouted, why should I trust you? A sudden sweat bathed his face. I'm the man you pepper sprayed in the DC Zoo's monkey house. Your friend, remember? I followed you that night too because of Chandler. You let me do a background check and... Why are you in this garage? She snarled over him. I'm CIA. He hoped she'd want to turn state's evidence if she were all he feared. She raised the gun. I don't understand. Fisher Enterprise, your boss, they're under surveillance. You're not an investment counselor? No. Fine. Why should I believe you now? Don't believe me. I've got ID, if you'd like to see it. She took a beat, then jutted her chin. It's inside my jacket. Roham waited for a permissive gesture, then reached slowly and carefully inside his breast pocket. He extracted the wallet, nodded, then tossed it gently her way. Angel kept the gun trained on him as she scooped it up, then jerked open the leather square. Your license says nothing. Lift the flap. Her laugh was sudden and unexpected. Wow, you're not the dutiful son from the 5th floor or a wounded puppy. You hurt me. Because I ruined your scheme to pump me for information for whatever your case is, she said with a sniff. You don't know? I don't trust you, that's what I know. Don't then, but I'll help you now. He edged closer. That's all you need to focus on. All I need? She laughed again, standing on shaky legs. You played me for nearly 2 years. Her cheeks flushed beneath wet eyes. But I thought... I'm sorry. He'd known better than to get involved. She threw his wallet at him. Yeah, me too. You have nothing to be ashamed of. No, I certainly don't. I'm not the enemy. Fisher is, he said over a rising tide of guilt. But why? Angel was a grade A actress if she wasn't completely innocent, and something was off about that pregnancy. Her quivering indignance may be Act 2. We need to get out of here. Now. The pair made an easy target, whatever Angel's sentiment. The sound of tripping gears told him his FBI backup had returned. Murphy must have lost Angel's assailant. But the redhead lost none of her spirit. She shook the gun in her hand. Who is we? Answer me. She cast split-second glances throughout the garage. Roham crouched to retrieve his wallet. You, me, and... Murphy cycled down the sloped drive with his hood up. He disguised himself as a courier when Roham first encountered him. The FBI operative had stolen the tip jar at the Stanhope's in-house cafe in the hopes of matching fingerprints to shaky video surveillance. Who is he? She shouted. More help? Her chin quivered. She shifted position. Roham struck. Her gun was in his hand within seconds. An HK. Angel was in his arms, her midsection flush against his. The scent of her sweet gardenia perfume and a saline waft of fear assaulted him. He's with me. Roham breathed against her hair when she hammered him with clenched fists. It's all right. Is Murphy CIA? She bit out. FBI. We know about North Korea, Crescent Circuit, Global, and the DoD. Maybe some details would get her talking. What can you tell me about spyware? Nothing, she said. Ken Fisher threatened me and my baby. That attack in the elevator was pretty engrossing, too. We sent a team to your house. She looked sideways, frenzied as if his words hadn't registered. My purse? Where's my purse? Oh God, help me. Check the elevator, he shouted to Murphy. Murphy returned with the bag strap clutched in his fist. Got it. Angel slipped an arm free. She lunged for the bag. A muted pop echoed in the garage. Murphy dropped in a noiseless crumble. Blood haloed around his head. Roham regained himself in a flood of fury. Get down, now. Roham yanked Angel to the ground as she snatched the purse. Bullets peppered the cement. Shots pinged off of the idling Hummer. Staying low, Roham opened the passenger door. He shoved Angel inside atop a deep leather seat. He jumped in after her, climbing over her tousled hair, hips, and a receding torso to fill the driver's seat. She shut the door as soon as he cleared it. Buckle up. Roham forced the car into gear and cranked the wheel, his foot flat against the floor. The Hummer shot forward, crushing the bicycle before lurching up the garage ramp. Traffic was light when they hit the street, but driving was still a full-time job. The shape of men on motorcycles formed in the rearview mirrors. Another bullet rang out. 2, 3. Hold on. We'll lose them. Roham took a sharp left and tried not to think of Murphy lying dead in a puddle of blood and grease. Was Angel responsible? Had she brought hell on herself? The Hummer barreled down the main strip past an outdoor cafe. Angel gripped Roham's forearm. Who are they? She asked. I don't know. He used his free hand to adjust the rearview mirror. Angel maintained her hold, a good sign for his team. The Diamond Dogs operation needed information before she lawyered up. Bullets wouldn't be flying forever, and he was determined to get what the mission required. Irrefutable proof of Effie's criminal involvement. How Angel spun that was her problem. She squeezed his fingers. Don't worry, he forced himself to say. We're getting you somewhere safe. Who is we this time? You and me. She jerked back. Don't get any ideas, Arshad. He spun the steering wheel, taking a last-minute right. Motorcycles revved behind. Both riders attempted to compensate. The one on the outside of the turn spilled out, crashing in a spinning heap against oncoming traffic. Roham winced, but kept on driving. The second motorcycle pursued, engine whining, its back wheel making a slicing arc across the yellow-painted lanes. Where are we going? She panted. Nowhere yet. He scanned the road, mapping out the best direction in his mind. We've got to lose this tail. Take me to Brian or I'll fight you with everything I've got. Her words were hot and filled with purpose. She hadn't picked up the HK that lay between them on the console, but she could. She would if it was hers. Roham had only seen her attacker run off in a streak of black. That didn't mean Angel hadn't brought the piece. That didn't make her innocent. But mention of her child melted him, if not on the outside, then inside where it could cause the most damage. Your baby's fine. Roham put faith in the team where he should. I'm making sure. She slouched down, doing something with her purse. My phone. It's not here. Panic lit her voice, contagious and unnerving. Use mine. In the glove box. No good. Angel gripped the dashboard as the Hummer took another rut in the road. My sitter won't answer, for anyone but me. She tried anyway, bouncing beside him despite her seatbelt. No answer. I told you. Bullets popped, but she made another call, her voice amazingly unaffected as she asked the sitter to call back. We'll get you a new phone. The agency will. You'd better. She sifted through the contents of her purse, then turned to dousing him with hostility. The lone motorcycle bore down. The rider fired off shots as they sped past warehouses and gated storage facilities. Angel fell silent, except for her heated breathing. Streetlights flashed yellow up ahead. Roham floored the gas, then took another swinging right. Gripping the dash, Angel maintained her Stonewall offensive. Had her attack been a setup? Was Roham being stupid again? Murphy was dead. Her attacker had disappeared. Whoever Angel was working for may need her in Roham's good graces. His cover may have been blown long ago. He granted himself a swift, sidelong inspection of his passenger as more shots rang out. A sick attraction pulsed beneath his skin. Human instincts were so deceptive, but so was believing he'd be completely immune. He'd admired Angel from the start. He still did. Her coolness under pressure appealed to the agent in him. but her soft, sweeping hair and delicate bone structure that had gotten under his skin demanded dismissal. Bloodied and defiant, she stared him down. Angel Le Blanc was an amazing woman, but he'd see her jailed if she'd taken any willing part in any aspect of this terrorist scheme. "Pray Brian's safe," she snarled. "I hold you responsible." "Your child is safe." Roham engaged the disinterested calm an agent should project. A bullet pegged his back tire. The Hummer fishtailed. Roham let off the gas, driving into the skid until he regained control. Revving the engine, he took aim at an abandoned fireworks pop-up shop. The strip mall behind it was out of business except for a brightly lit laundry at the south end. It was the perfect spot. Angel's stomach seized. There was no time for being sick. The Hummer veered right, then left. They tore past storefronts and streetlights. Motorcycle and rider sped toward them, head-on, weapon drawn. It couldn't end like this. Oh God. Brian. Her heart wept. A reflective helmet and a gun swallowed her attention. The Hummer would plow into him unless Roham got shot first. Angel gagged on empty air, nails scraping the dash, when suddenly the Hummer skidded sideways. Motorcycle and rider crashed into an abandoned storefront. The spectacle filled the small side mirror, burning into her brain. She breathed again, slowly, fingering back mussed hair. Where now? That her heart kept beating was a miracle. Safety. The Hummer wobbled. Sparks flew from the rear rim as Roham raced down the road. "We need new wheels," he declared with an unnerving steadiness. "How about we ditch this happy wagon and get help?" Angel said. Trusting the guy who lied for a living was impossible. Those shooters communicated details up their chain. "We need new wheels, and you need to relax." Angel gripped the leather seat as the Hummer lurched into another side street. "Not happening. This is crazy." They headed deeper toward that side of town even Ken Fisher would avoid for love of his Mercedes Maybach. There are trees on the side streets and plenty of traffic on the throughways. What? The branches will obscure any overhead view of the Hummer, and having other cars on the road is always a plus. So crazy or not, this is as good as it's going to get. Why? There had to be more going on. Why not call for backup? Call your people. If you want my cooperation, you'll have to give me something. We weren't targeted by accident, and we were tracked. How and I don't know yet. His tone was rough and matter-of-fact, cutting her off before she could speak. But the whole who or what is still out there. The what? Drones or a tracker on the Hummer. He swung a look her way. You could be wearing one right now. Or you. Fresh panic ripped through her. She checked her blouse and skirt. For what? She didn't know. The thumb drive she'd managed to slip inside her bra weighed like a lead sinker against her chest. For all I know, you could be a member of this ring of... She couldn't say it. Identifications mean nothing. Yours could be forged. Roham's entire life was a lie, same as her signature and seal on those manifests. It isn't. She braced herself again as Roham slammed on the brakes, just shy of a cluster of cars. People turned to gape. Instinct compelled Angel to eye the gun nestled inside the console, but she wasn't the criminal. She may know how to handle a gun and defend herself. Thanks, Dad. But she was a mother with a need to survive. She'd get home using the means she knew would work. A cab or some good Samaritan had to be out there. Getting shot because Roham's associates misread her intentions wasn't happening. Arming herself in the garage happened in the heat of the moment. At least she hadn't blacked out or frozen up like she used to before she'd begun therapy. So, she asked, staring forward, "What are you going to do?" "Whatever's necessary," Roham answered flatly, turning off the engine. "We need a vehicle." He retrieved her assailant's gun, finalizing her decision not to take it. Roham leaned forward and stuffed the dull gray piece between his shirt and dress pants. His own sidearm was big and black, filling a holster beneath his jacket. That he hadn't pulled his weapon on her was a relief, but Angel still couldn't trust. A neon sign from a nearby bowling alley bathed them both in pink and baby blue glow. Angel steeled herself against a burst of yearning. If only she could believe Roham's assurances about her child, but protecting Brian was her job. Angel had cash and knew the way home. She grabbed her purse. What she needed was a cop. If Roham was CIA, his team wouldn't harm Brian. If Roham wasn't part of law enforcement, Angel needed to get away unless she wanted her son to be an orphan. She followed along as Roham exited the Hummer. There was nothing she could do about her appearance. Bloodied, disheveled, and wearing no shoes may work to her advantage. "Stay behind me," Roham ordered as he exited the car. "Whatever you say." Doing so would make it easier to enact her plan. She slung her purse over her shoulder and followed him. Roham whipped out identification, wooing a frowning brunette. Angel ran. She targeted what looked like a bouncer at the front of the bowling alley. The gorilla was a neutral party, if anything. The grumblings of a bearded man, angry about being tossed out of the lanes, told her that she'd chosen well. "Please, you've got to help me," she said. "What is it?" The sequoia turned on her, eyes popping. "Are you all right?" "No, that guy over there." She jerked her head toward Roham barreling across the parking lot. "I need to get away from him." "Stay here." The bouncer waved over an equally large friend. Angel didn't stay. She swallowed a wad of horror and swung toward the bowling alley's glowing front. There had to be a phone inside. Someone completely unconnected with the Stanhope or FE. People stared, but she reared her shoulders and moved through them. Traffic was good for blending in. "Angel, no," Roham shouted. "You've got to come with me." "No, she doesn't, buddy." The bouncer followed up with a beefy right hook. Angel barely caught sight of the hairy hand. Roham whipped around, yanking her outside after he dodged the assault. "Let her go," another man bellowed. Roham took a hit to the jaw. The impact moved through her, but at least she was free. She threw her arms out to keep her feet beneath her. She'd had enough of bullets and bugs and secret lives. She just wanted to get away, not see Roham hurt. "You're not safe here," Roham took another hit. "You won't get to Brian." Drunken bowlers poured outside, circling Roham. Angel nearly puked. What had she done? Her skin went cold, prickles tingling every inch. What if drones were overhead? The temptation to search the skies tugged her chin, but she shook her head. She'd second guess another time. She made for some parked cars when a hand crashed down on her shoulder, spinning her around. "Need help, huh?" The punk thrown out of the bowling alley assessed her with heavy-lidded eyes. The shuffling crowd pushed them closer to the edge of the building, and Angel tensed. "I'll take you wherever you want to go. Help you clean up, too." "That's very kind, but I'm all right." "You are that," the man agreed, "but it looks like you could use some TLC. "I need a phone." "Sure, come on." He edged her away from the chaos. "My place isn't far, and—" His words faded into a twisted grin. Angel lashed out with finger claws. The stranger howled with pleasure. He clamped steel hands on her upper arms, shaking her with tornado strength, then ripped her purse away. The bag disappeared into the darkness. Pink and blue neon winked off the Hummer in the distance. Roham was audibly occupied, and Angel found herself growing numb. "Let me go." Her scream died as his mouth came down on hers. "I can't until I help you. But we don't have to wait to get to my place." The drunk man mauled her face. Angel wavered. Black waves claimed her consciousness. Her battered mind grasped at the image of her baby boy, but that was no help. Chapter 3. Roham gripped a collared shirt front and plowed a fist into the last of the bowlers, those who wanted to fight. You done? The man shook his head but said nothing. Nobody did. Krav Maga demonstrations did that to people, especially those unfamiliar with the mixed martial arts discipline. Roham let the guy's shirt front go. His thick body hit the ground. But Roham had lost sight of Angel after she'd taken up with some bearded guy. Red and white flashing down the expressway worried him. Sirens whined. Police could be heading for the bowling alley, but he doubted it. Response times weren't that fast. Still, his heart hammered in his chest. He and Angel had been trailed. Police weren't always what they seemed. Roham tasted blood, swiping knuckles over his mouth to stem the source. Angel must be around back. She worked fast, whatever she was up to. But Roham's source may be snuffed if she was with the wrong people. Angel was the wrong people, but she was a ready source of fresh developments. Stalking toward the rear of the bowling alley, he soured himself sour on her baby angle. The mommy card may have worked if she hadn't burned him already, but no more. For all he knew, Angel may have a safe house of her own. A clever agent would have an exit plan. Possibilities ran like an agency training film as he rounded the building. Garbage bins, crates, and an old telephone pole greeted him. The bare light bulb clipped above the bowling alley rear door. It wasn't that bright. The beat-up Chevy parked a few clicks south may have been missed if Roham wasn't looking. He harrowed eyes on the lagging driver's side door. Angel was tucked into the shotgun seat, getting cozy with the driver. She found help fast enough. The double crosser didn't look right, though. She wasn't sneering at Roham, that was for sure. Angel simply stared ahead. She didn't do anything when the guy next to her leaned over. Roham, stifling fury, ran to the car. He peeled the creep off Angel, gripping cheap polyester to spin him around. The guy stumbled, mumbling. Confusion twisted the features, catching passing moon glow. A right cross sent the guy crashing against garbage bins. Disgust pumped through Roham's tensed flesh. Hey man, the guy wiped his mouth. You had yours. Roham clocked him again and again. Blood streamed out the guy's nose. He crumbled onto garbage. But Angel sat in the periphery. She kept silent, held her place. Her blank stare tore him up. Something was wrong. The instinct he battled rose to choke him. Angel needed him. Roham had to get her out of here. He had to know what she knew, what she didn't want to tell him. Police sirens sounded once more, but Roham needed no interrogation. Lifting the creep's keys up from the dead grass beside the Chevy, he hopped inside and shut the door. There was still no reaction from Angel. He leaned across her to fasten her seatbelt when a waft of sweet gardenia assailed him. Guilt, too. Her seemingly sightless eyes, glazed blue in the thin light, pierced him through. He pressed his fingers to the side of her neck. Her pulse beat evenly, but she was weak, just like his defenses. If he still prayed, now would be the time. But he'd given up belief in an almighty anything. Roham needed answers and, judging from Angel's unconscious state, so did she. He started the engine and crept down the alley, taking the first left, under cover of old-growth oaks as sirens wailed. Angel hovered in a state of confusion, with cottonmouth and hideous flashbacks. Attacks blurred together. She was moving, though. City skylines and freeway traffic filled her field of vision. That and a cracked dashboard with strange dials and a gaping glove compartment. The upholstery beneath her stuck to her skin where it didn't scrape. And Roham? She'd seen him in the alley. Angel witnessed what he'd done for her. She suffered his tender glances and protective touch. She tried to turn his way, but her head lolled to the wrong side. She was a life-size toy, subject to some remote control kept out of her reach. There was nothing to be done about it. She breathed deeply as her therapist had instructed. Angel concocted a happy future instead of shaming herself or reliving the events that caused her disability. She'd have to explain herself, though. Her head swam. The bowling alley flashed in her mind. The man with the beard. Her body clenched, trying to fight the image. A breath huffed past her slack lips. Relax, you're okay. Roham's assurance stung. We're on track, getting you to a secure location. Angel's self-induced delusion shattered. She couldn't relax, not until she knew Brian was safe. Charges of espionage lingered like specters hungry to suck what hope remained from her lungs. We talk didn't fool her. Sensation prickled her scalp, shooting down her neck. She swallowed the paste in her mouth, her jaw grinding to a close. Finally able to move her head, she swung slowly toward Roham. His lip was split, but other than that, he looked amazing. The gelled hair he kept meticulously clubbed fell in waves against his jaw. Who was Roham? What did he think of her? Her stomach fisted. Was Brian safe? Was Roham telling the truth? The man was CIA. Squeezing her lips together, she struggled to think. She thanked God that she wasn't dead. The nightmare of assault passed her by. This time. And thankfully, the thumb drive was still in her bra. She may not have all the evidence she wanted, but some was better than nothing, especially if she turned it over to the proper authorities. But no way. Angel refused to give anything away until she had her baby in her arms, asleep, secure. Roham shifted gears. The Chevy revved up an incline with a roar. Her protector, no matter his usefulness, fancied himself in charge. But Angel wasn't about to lose what control she had. She'd keep the thumb drive and her feelings to herself. And Angel felt very deeply. She'd always been drawn to men like Roham, the protective, masculine kind who could be tenderly respectful but fully capable if the situation demanded. Roham was all those things. She wanted none of it now. That's what she told herself because the flesh was weak and fantasies weren't real life. You should eat soon, he said. I'll fix you something as soon as possible. I'm not hungry. She wasn't. Maybe not, but you've been through it tonight. You need your strength. Roham took a decided turn toward DC proper. They merged onto 395 East. The Chevy glided over the dark channel of the Potomac, forking around the man-made island park below. She'd taken Brian there once. A wee thing. He'd slept most of the time. But Angel was determined to regain herself after giving birth. Reclaiming her personal power had been a necessity, whatever threats she was living under. And navigating the city had always intimidated her. It still did. But seeing the cherry blossoms in person was something she'd always promised herself. Something she'd remember. She remembered now. Roham showed up at the park that day. He walked the paths with a leggy brunette in running shorts, a crop top, and a tennis visor. Angel had guessed the woman was Roham's new girlfriend at the time. Now Angel could add undercover operative to the list of potential roles, either that or wife. Roham admitted he wasn't the angry ex in the garage. He could be married. Angel's insides twisted. She rubbed her temples, her hands still heavy, recalling how pleased she'd been that Roham shared her reserve when they dated. He was probably relieved she hadn't pushed things. A married undercover agent faced one less complication with the physical off the table. And yet she and Roham had shared some things. She bit her lips, wishing she could bleach countless stains. She examined the thick fingers gripping the steering wheel. Roham's knuckles looked bloodied and raw, but no line marked his ring finger. It was foolish checking. The dim light of passing street lamps made that kind of detail impossible to pick out. Besides, He was undercover. He'd never had any tan line when they dated. He wouldn't now. Angel squirmed in the filthy bucket seat, wishing she had details to work with. A dossier on him would be welcome, like the one he likely kept on her. "So," she said when he turned his head her way, "you'll fix me something to eat, huh? First thing. Where at? Your parents' home in Georgetown?" She detested his lies and her own. "Or are we going to dine in your secret lair beneath the Washington Monument?" The obelisk beamed in a flood of spotlights outside the windshield. "Stop it. Shall I say sorry? Will that please you? Don't apologize. Cut the attitude." He glanced her way again, one brow arched. "Sir, yes, sir." "It's not like that, Angel. Another fairy story. Okay." She'd grown up with this kind of man, dictatorial and wholly oblivious to his own missteps, but she'd never be the seemingly helpless counterpart her mother was. "I'm just not sure where we're going, and, as you said, I've been through it tonight." His silence angered her. "You should thank me," she said. "You agents are all about gathering intelligence. I'm letting you experience the situation as it is." She examined his stony profile. "How matters are for me? Not what you think. What I think is you're scared, desperate, and not sure who to trust." "Good try," she snapped. He couldn't know she'd experienced all those things long before today. "You don't know anything about my feelings. Brian's father, monster that he was, would have a better idea." Angel was furious with Roham, but she still didn't wish him dead, not by Lucky's hand. A shiver ripped through her at what the scum who'd raped her may do now. "I'm not completely inexperienced, Angel. I get it. You're scared." He gripped her hand, squeezing hard despite her attempt to pull away. "You have every right to be." "What about you?" She shulked down in her seat, put off by the warmth of his words. "Is this just another workday?" The cityscape took life up ahead. "My days are mostly commuting, paperwork, and cultivating useful relationships under false pretenses." She'd done that at the bowling alley, but then she hadn't expected Roham to respond with violence. Angel didn't know what she expected. This nightmare had lasted too long. "Making contacts is part of my job, yes." He released her hand. "When we first met, though, I thought you were cute." "You had no idea I worked at FE?" "Of course I knew, but you are attractive. I'm not sorry for noticing." "Do you think I expect a sorry?" A new strength surged inside her. "Yes." His bald tone slapped her in the face. "If this were happening to anyone else, you wouldn't expect me to grovel. The Angel I came to know would have cheered on whatever it took to defend U.S. interests." He was right, and he knew it. "Ken Fisher is worse than a terrorist," Roham said. "He's a turncoat, a traitor. His attempt to plant spyware in the DoD is a huge deal, well beyond you and me. That's in addition to other dealings that have kept him in booze and far more than you can imagine. More lives are at stake than you can grasp. Whether you realize that or not doesn't matter." "I realize. Believe me." She refused to cow to derogatory insinuations. "I don't need you to lecture me. I don't need anyone to do that. I saw your partner killed." The smell of shock lived on inside her. Her elevator encounter would never die in her mind. And while the thumb drive may exonerate her, that information may be the only means to ensure Brian's safety if Lucky was involved. Lucky must have known Roham was CIA. Why else would he insist they break up? Angel could have admitted to having been raped, but refused to identify her attacker. She didn't know Lucky's real name anyway. But Roham's talk of turncoats made her feel dirty. He believed she was in league with Ken Fisher and his seedy cronies, whoever they may be. A tangle of secrets and endless complications loomed before her, Yet Angel's worst experience resulted in Brian, the delight of her life. Brian was her whole life, if she was being completely honest. Good could be brought out of filth and fury. I've lived danger long enough, she said, for her own benefit. I want no part. Tell me about Fisher. I'm not saying anything until I get my son. She crossed her arms, grasping her shoulders, and even then, my private life is my own. Let Roham think what he would about her catatonic lapse. She owed him nothing. The threats she'd received from Brian's father weren't going away. Ken Fisher may be partly to blame for tonight, but he wasn't the whole of it. You were warned. Angel cast another glance at bloodied knuckles and Roham's determined profile. Say nothing was her only course of action until she had Brian safe. Witness protection may be an option. She needed something. So where are you taking me? She tried for nonchalance. I keep a boat at the Gangplank Marina. Roham drove past a larger-than-life wooden mermaid. It jutted over them as they passed, fixed atop the corner of an old colonial building at the crossroad. Spying pays well. It can. His candor surprised her. So did the splendor of elite vessels moored beneath a festive canopy of red, white, and blue. Roham navigated the short space to the parking lot. He scanned the wharf, pulling the Chevy into his reserved slot. The electric blue Audi and pearl white Escalade on either side made his new ride stand out. It was obvious which of the three didn't belong. At least he recognized both vehicles. One belonged to an ex-army commando. A State Department mucky-muck with a fleet of fancy toys owned the other. Both men were good friends and had boats not far from Roham's slip. But familiar meant nothing. The Stanhope had turned out to be a hotbed. The marina could be too. Although he didn't want to give way to the same paranoia that was making Angel impossible. Not that he blamed her. Whether it was guilt or overload, he couldn't say. She had been through a lot. He hoped some downtime would relax her enough so he could get some answers. He needed Angel working with him. Fed and cleaned up, she may be a different person. He scanned the parking lot and pier, then turned off the engine and hopped out of the car. Whatever he'd witnessed at the bowling alley was more than simple anxiety. Angel was suffering, long before today. He'd have to get her to open up, though. Whatever she held, about the Nasiri family or Brian's father, may break this case. Others, too. The joint task force combining the best of the FBI and CIA with myriad other acronyms had many pressing assignments. Terrorism was a daily affair most ignored because what could happen didn't register, thanks to countless hours of hard and thankless work. But even if none of this were happening with Fisher Enterprises, he'd want to help Angel, back from whatever haunted her. He cared. He couldn't help it. Rounding the car, he reached the passenger side as Angel shoved open the heavy door. She swatted away his offering hand, bracing herself on the door jamb to stand up. Roham squinted at the landscape of bobbing boats one more time. Shadows and dark spaces couldn't be avoided, even with the festive lighting. Private boats equaled private arrangements. Dry storage sheds and portable boarding systems provided endless hiding places for a would-be sniper. Once they boarded his vessel, Roham would have a better chance to defend Angel should the need arise. I take it this means you don't have a cramped apartment in Reston? She slammed the door shut behind her, her eyes barely showing beneath heavy-lashed lids. No, I do have an apartment. She smirked. Right. Look, he curled an index finger beneath her chin. Whatever you feel about me, getting through this is a priority. Getting Brian, you mean? Yes. Her pouty lips dredged desire and guilty feelings. Angel stared at him, accusing him without a word. "We'll get Brian." A catch in his throat roughed up his voice. "He's safe right now, likely sound asleep in his own bed." "Can you guarantee that?" "I'd be contacted if there were any problem." Roham didn't want to contact Murphy's team, not yet. If something had gone wrong, Angel may do something crazy in her present state. He fought for calm himself, one that would communicate itself to Angel minus any platitudes. Rational thoughts would be their salvation, not his desire to tear whoever hurt her apart. Angel's pained blue eyes drew him in deeper. The knife piercing her heart pierced him too. But he needed to think. Whoever was targeting her would use the baby to get to the mother. For now, if the danger had spread to Angel's home, they wouldn't harm the boy. Retribution killings, like those that orphaned Roham, didn't go down with harassing motorcycles and assassination attempts. People died, and that was the end of it. Angel hadn't done anything to warrant someone killing her child. She might be free to return to the beautiful home she'd created for Brian if she turned state's evidence. "You're probably right." She peered up, lips trembling, then slipped a hand in his pocket, whipping out his phone. "But I need to know now." Chapter 4. Roham stuffed the urge to retrieve his phone. 2 men secured a trawler down the main gangplank. A woman walked in the distance. She looked like the realtor plugging the million-plus motor yacht at the end of the pier. They'd all come running if Angel screamed. "That's right," Angel said. She backed up, tugging down the hem of her skirt with her free hand. "We're not alone." "Neither are you. I want what's best for you. Brian, too." At least she wasn't calling the police, giving away their location. If she felt in control holding the phone, so be it. "You're not thinking about my baby. Your focus is the job." "It is, but you're both part of that." "A big part?" "Yes." "You want to call?" He cocked his head. "Do it, but be prepared." "Prepared?" "To have Brian taken into custody and your sitter freaked out. You name it." Roham peered down at Angel. Her shoulders dropped. Her mouth softened with a motherly concern that shamed him for counting on it. Angel may be many things, but he had no doubt that she loved her son. She must. Women didn't have to have babies. She could have handled pregnancy like so many did today, but she hadn't. Did she have feelings for the baby's father? Feelings she'd kept hidden from Roham? He choked on a hot ball of anger. Angel hadn't planned to hurt him, and he hadn't planned on hurting her. That would stop now. Choosing to keep her baby may be what set Angel on the outs with Fisher's friends, but that wouldn't matter to a clear-headed agent. "If you love Brian and you want him safe for good, let me help you. Neither of you will be left alone until the root of this thing is broken up." He moved closer, but kept his hands down. "You said yourself, Fisher threatened you. I need to know why." "You're trying to confuse me. You don't care if Brian's safe at all." "That's not true. He'd never wish anything but the best for a child. Try trusting me a little. Do the same for me and I might. I have. Maybe too much." "This isn't your office," said with a laugh. "I want to know why we're here and not there." "It's not standard procedure for me to take witnesses to my personal residence." "You're right." "You mean suspects." She clutched the phone to her dirty blouse. "You think I'm involved in Fisher's schemes." "You are." His wishing otherwise meant nothing. "No, I'm not involved. I'm the fall guy." "For what?" he asked. An innocent would have spilled everything. Wind gusts played crazy with her hair. The sight of Angel battered and bold messed with his head. "Be straight with me," she said. "Tell me why we're here or I'm gone. I don't care if I have to walk home. She still hadn't called the police. The why eluded him, but she could still change her mind. There may be a leak in my circle. Trust had to begin somewhere. Someone in our organization may have communicated details of Murphy trailing you to the Stanhope. Is that what brought you to the garage? Yes. Murphy called me. You didn't follow me like you said in the garage? No. So you lied, she snickered. I did my job. I'm doing it now. Was making nice with me part of the job? Not for me. I knew you'd blow me off again. But Murphy hoped I could keep a closer eye on you without raising suspicion, and I agreed. That's when the decision came down to send a crew to your house. And you think this leak has hurt Brian? She bumped up against the Chevy. No, I don't think that. He couldn't afford to. So, call your people. Panic stole over her face. If my baby's safe, if he's okay, there's no problem. If your people are watching the house, they should know what's going on. You don't want to call the police anymore? Not if I don't have to. She sought him out beneath damp lashes. I don't have to, do I? No, he said softly. Her trust meant everything. But I need your word that you'll stay calm. What are you afraid of? He took a moment, licked his lips, and said, Brian may have been taken. He could have been snatched before the team ever got to your house. Then what? She demanded in a pitiful wail. Whoever has him would use him as leverage. They wouldn't hurt your baby, but you don't know. Angel handed him the phone. Call your people. I'm not in a position to negotiate with anyone, but if there's a leak and you call, it'll seem normal. Please, do it. Roham dialed. Murphy's subordinate answered. Angel leaned close, but the volume was low. A distant horn blasted across the water. Once, twice. Plugging one ear, Roham listened closer when the agent on the other end confirmed the complication he dreaded. You're keeping up the watch on the house? Good. He stared out at the water. Update me with any changes. Angel dug fingers into his shoulder. What is it? The sitter and Brian, they're gone. Roham caught her scream in his hand, clapping a palm to her mouth while bracing her arm with the other. Brian needs you to stay calm, to think, he said. That seemed to reach her. Her muscles relaxed as another blast whipped off the water. Rattling boarding bells sounded on countless boats. Roham looked down at her. The wild strain in her eyes had subsided, but the hurt remained, leaving great pools of piercing blue. She did love her child, deeply. He ached to hold her. Roham remembered a time when she'd let him, but he couldn't risk Angel reacting like she had at the bowling alley. He needed her alert and engaged. Whatever was trapped in her mind needed release. Are you okay? He asked. She nodded yes, and he removed his hand. Why? Why did your teams go inside the house if they were only supposed to watch? Her words eked out between gulps. What happened? Don't keep anything back. The FBI authorized a raid when word came down that Murphy was dead. Do you know where my baby is? Jenny? Did someone take them? Oh, God, help me. She clutched a fist to her stomach, teetering forward. There was no sign of struggle, nothing out of place at your home. I'm not following. Is it possible your sitter took Brian somewhere? The doctor, maybe. He longed for some magic formula to take Angel's pain away. Maybe Brian spiked a fever. I wouldn't know. She leaned against the Chevy and hugged her shoulders. I can't even call to check. She didn't have the means to receive a ransom demand, or offer an exchange, he reasoned. I'm sorry too, but my office is out for now. Her eyes narrowed. What else do you know? Fisher insisted you go to that party, Roham said. She was interrogating him, but she wasn't bolting, so he'd tell her whatever he could. He practically forced you. That was another plus in her favor. He did. Her nostrils flared. He made us all go. Why? What else happened? The FBI had a bug in the office suites, but there were gaps. Audio without context left too much guessing. Murphy's death proved that. Did Fisher need the office empty? Is Tina working for you? She asked. The blonde secretary? No. Why do you ask? Roham fell short of touching her. It could be important. It could. Angel's shuttered expression wove a link of trust between them. Roham couldn't be certain that's what she felt, but the hitch in her voice indicated change. A shift in strong winds spurred him to finger the hair away from her lips. She accepted his gesture, but gulped hard. Tina has developed a friendship with my sitter, Jenny. Nothing out of the ordinary, Angel said. At least I didn't think it was. Until today. I can't trust my team any more than you can. We're a team now. Roham touched her tangled hair. Believe that. I want to. Let's get cleaned up and get something to eat. I can't think seeing you like this. Can you really get me another cell phone? She asked. One with my number? I said I would and I will. His words drowned in the whir of a motorbike turning up the pier. The single headlamp was blinding. Get back to the car. I'm not going anywhere. Then take it. He flipped back his jacket. Angel grabbed the HK. She knew how to handle a weapon. She could help fend off whatever was coming. She could make her own choices, too. Roham had made his. He had to trust her for the moment, but he'd accepted the consequences. He cut her a look. Take cover, he said. There's a dry storage beneath the boarding stairs. Stay behind me. Roham may be ready to lay down his life, but he wasn't prepared for her to do as much. Angel scrambled behind white-painted stairs. Wind thundered as she hunkered down with her bare legs bent. The pitted dock scratched her knees, but she was hidden. The slats between the steps provided the perfect vantage point to tag whoever was on that bike, if they posed a threat. Only if they were a legitimate target would she pull the trigger. She ached for Brian, but cold metal filled her hands. Fresh fear pumped through her alongside gratitude for every class she'd been forced to take growing up. Please, God. She didn't want to hurt anyone. Murphy still dropped dead in front of her. She didn't need to shut her eyes to see it. The finality of death clung to her like filthy smoke. She gritted her teeth as an engine whined. Only point if you mean to kill. Her father's words returned. They no longer frightened her, but served as a warning of what could happen. What could have happened. The man she'd set in her crosshairs crouched beyond the stairs now. He'd placed himself in harm's way to give Angel the advantage, to protect her. And for a moment, despite danger, she didn't feel alone. The motorbike's light shone through the stair slats. Angel raised a hand. Her eyes stung. She dragged her mouth across her bare shoulder and forced herself to exhale. The cycle stopped. Its light dimmed. Roham lowered his weapon as a man and a woman got off the motorbike. Recognition lit. The brunette from the park. All legs and sporty good looks. The leather-clad rider took off her helmet. She whipped back a length of glistening black hair. The man with her appeared older, but not old. Silver streaked his temples. His shoes, slacks, and striped polo were a sophisticated casual. Costly casual. He'd stepped right out of Brooks Brothers' catalog, but something about him struck a chord. Angel held her position, peering out from behind the stairs. The woman stared Angel's way. Her pretty face registered as a curious squint. It's all right, Angel. Roham's voice steadied her as he greeted the pair. Come out. She complied but kept a solid grip on the gun. You won't need that. Roham reached out. Angel flexed fingers around the handle. Friends? She didn't even trust Roham completely. He met her tension with an unnerving ease, his shoulders slack, his lips falling short of a smile. Yes. We're colleagues, the woman clarified. She put her hand out to shake Angel's. Angel gave Roham the weapon, then greeted the woman. I take it you already know who I am? She didn't want the gun in her hand, not if the situation didn't warrant it. Angel Le Blanc, yes. I've been briefed. Celia Ellis. She cleared her throat. CIA. It's good to meet you. I prefer having names for faces, Angel said, explaining further at Miss Ellis's perplexed look. East Potomac Park. Sorry about that. It's okay. A tug of pleasure girded Angel's spine. You were doing your job. But could I see some ID? Checking after the fact seemed absurd, but she didn't care. Agents don't carry identification as a rule, not the kind you're looking for. The woman eyed Roham with obvious displeasure. I don't understand. Angel glanced over at Roham. I broke protocol. Angel snorted. Good thing, otherwise I might have shot you. I'm glad you didn't, Celia said. Roham has his moments, but he's one of the good guys. She supplied a driver's license confirming her name. That's right, Celia. The silver fox chuckled. Roham's a straight shooter, not like us dirty dog political types over at the State Department. He introduced himself as Dexter P. Driscoll. The name fit the face and the identification he produced without being asked. Angel recognized him now. The local news covered the goings-on at Capitol Hill, and FE staff, despite having a private holding, had to stay on top of who was enacting what changes in the political arena. Policies shifted with administrations. Hires and fires were often the prelude to accepted practice turning taboo, or vice versa. The statesman tucked his wallet back in his back pocket. His compassionate assessment spurred relaxation, much like Roham's growing smile. I'm sorry we had to meet under such circumstances, Dex said. Don't apologize, Dex. We need your help. Roham gestured that they all head on board. Angel fell in beside Roham without a word. She took a beat to put the day's events in order. Listening would help, but she had to acknowledge the break's intention. She had to gain strength where she could, like her therapist told her to do on those days when hiding seemed the only way to cope. Water lapped against boats, and those pylons hidden beneath the dock. The sound was soothing, and so was the increasing wind. The thumb drive behind her blouse gave her strength. As much as Angel wanted to trust Roham with everything, she couldn't. Fisher may not have anything to do with Brian and Jenny's disappearance, but until Angel knew if there was a connection between her boss and Lucky, she needed to keep the thumb drive to herself. Whatever was needed to secure Brian's return, she'd do. What brought you to Roham's boat? She asked. Celia and Dex behaved like a couple despite the age gap. Driscoll smiled at her. We knew something was up as soon as Celia and I spotted that rattle can in Roham's space. We thought we'd be rousting some yahoos off the Amal. Angel savored the name, having only seen the bow of Roham's place. Our buddy here is not supposed to be staying on the boat, Celia muttered. Angel licked her lips. Neither am I, right? The brunette's smile dimmed. No, you're not. Chapter 5. Roham flicked on the lights inside the Amal's main galley. His muscles loosened, not something he typically noticed. Regular gym visits worked off tension for the most part, but Angel's being here had its effect. It went far beyond her being in danger. He scanned the interior, something he always did, but any more surprises and he'd lose it. Nothing looked amiss. Warm wood still lent a snug feel to the familiar spaces. His mother's oriental carpets, cream and crimson, imported from his parents' village, lined the galleyway. Plantation blinds shielded the windows, The brass relief plates hanging on the wall picked up the gold tones on the custom cabinets his father insisted on, while an ornate clock chimed the hour, as if today were any other. The Amal, Hope, was to be the Arshad's home away from home, a refuge. It was for Roham. The motor yacht was something to enjoy when he wasn't working. He always was, though. Tasked with some assignment pulling at him. That's how it seemed as he breathed deeply the scent of oud, the musky, nutty fragrance drawn from East Indian agar wood, mixed with the fulsome scent of rose. His parents' preferred scents seeped into the Amal decades ago. It didn't hurt that Roham had broken a bottle, ruining the gift exchange his parents had planned as part of their wedding anniversary. He'd forgotten which one it was. He remembered crying, though, his eyes stinging as his father swiftly explained to his chuckling mother. Roham could still hear the sound, at least when he was here. The trace remnants, sense and memory, hung like an echo of what mattered, and what Roham could never have. His parents were people of peace, not vengeance. But there was a time for all things, and some were not as blessed as others. He excused himself, then quickly inspected the remaining rooms, returning to the galley once he deemed all was well. The sway of the tides below lent him comfort. The memories did too, even though some were more painful than he'd ever admit. Pain gave a man purpose, though. He picked up a skeletonized fern off the galley table, depositing it into the garbage bin with a thud. Friends never watered as promised, in this case, Sela, but such was the life he'd chosen. At least a fish wasn't floating dead at the top of the tank this time. A slow-release feeder could only last so long. His sister, Gilad, must have dropped off a replacement. Feeder or fish, it didn't matter. Roham was pleasantly surprised considering she'd begun seeing someone. At least that's what he guessed. Shared lunches and dinner or drinks barely existed anymore, but Gilad had a life she intended to live. An active one that whittled that spare time she used to have for him to nothing. Roham lifted the tank lid and peeked inside. The no-name goldfish, the latest in a countless series, swam through dirty water. Its fantail agitated the glut of overgrown Java moss. Red gravel swirled up as his new shipmate made the most of a castle structure to hide, one bugged eye showing behind a slit in the ceramic battlement. Roham had done the same these past 2 years, but this case was coming to a close. He hoped so for Angel's sake. His heart squeezed in his chest as he lowered the tank lid. Angel had filed in beside him when they'd boarded, but stood near Dex and Sela now. Roham turned to find 3 pairs of eyes trained his way. He thought of Sela and Dex as family. They were to a degree, but he didn't dare classify Angel. The woman took him by siege, forcing him to thoughts of settling down and doing whatever he never wanted, embracing his own need. Too bad that didn't encompass giving him answers. Trust was the key. Our first priority, he said, determined not to lose what ground he'd gained, is Miss Le Blanc. She's a potential material witness in need of a new phone. Not Roham's personal angst. That's right, Angel turned to Sela, then Dex. She strained the tension from her voice, but it was visible in the lines on her forehead to anyone who knew her. My child is missing. The statesman touched her hand. I'm so sorry. Roham? A search of her house found it deserted, Roham supplied. He slipped into the kitchenette and filled the copper kettle that had been set on the stove. Angel needed something. The sitter, Jenny. She's with the child. He was still a host, no matter the circumstances. You don't know they're together, Angel said. You're guessing. Hoping, maybe. Hope is good, Dexter peered over at Roham.
Have some tea, Sela suggested. We'll work this thing. I don't want tea. Angel's growl rooted everyone to the floorboards. Her mouth quivered as she gripped her arms, holding tight as if she feared falling. This thing may be a typical case for you, but my child, she cleared her throat. I'm staying right here. Dex reached out to comfort her once more, but she yanked her shoulder away. Her gaze burned Sela to the ground. Roham met Dex's worried look. If you're a witness to something, and I'm not even going to ask what it was you saw, whoever has your baby, if someone has him, they won't harm him. Dex's assertion filled the cabin as he took a seat on a cushioned bench. Doing so would be counterproductive. While you're alive and able to do, or not do, whatever it is they want, your baby will be safe. He's right, Roham said. Whoever's behind this needs to believe they can run you. Well, I don't plan on dying soon, or helping terrorists, Angel flicked her bangs to one side. But I'm getting my baby back. Roham dipped his head, fixing her with all the surety in his heart. We'll get Brian back, safe and healthy. Sela, could you help with the first aid kit? Dex and I will get on that phone. You won't lose any time, he said when Angel paled. She still didn't seem herself, even considering all that had happened. Seeing her all bloodied up and worried did a number on him. She may look tough and act tougher, but Roham knew better. Angel wasn't involved in any criminal activity. Not knowingly. Anyone who'd go to such lengths would not willingly put their child at risk. And she knew the risks. Everything she'd done since the garage proved that. Her sudden pregnancy was beginning to piece together, too. Assault fit what facts he had. When he dated Angel, she had been happy, carefree, and forthcoming. Angel at the bowling alley was a shadow of her former self. Her break with reality translated to trauma. He should have guessed. In hindsight, Angel was right. The danger Brian faced was his fault in part. He should have warned her. He should have thought better of her, not viewed Angel through the lens of suspicion his job demanded. There was more, though. Something holding her back. The realization wounded him as he took in her crazy hair and skewed skirt, but time and patience would heal whatever was wounding her. Clean up, please. He tipped his head toward the hall. Fresh towels are under the vanity. The med kit. Got it. Sela handed Angel the white plastic box, eyeing him over her shoulder. Thanks, Angel spoke softly. It's going to be okay, Roham assured. Take some time. We'll get to work out here. I'll call the team again and see if anyone's shown up at the house. Why not set up a phantom phone at the office? Sela mouthed over Angel's head. Intelligence technology could make any phone appear to be another. The person on the receiving end would believe they were picking up for someone they knew. What Angel needed to believe right now is that Roham trusted her with whatever information he had. He didn't want any secrets if he could avoid it, and Sela's suggestion provided the perfect means to demonstrate his commitment to keeping Angel in the loop. There's no need to whisper, he told Sela. I'm not taking Angel downtown. Not yet, anyway. A trembling smile claimed Angel's lips before she turned toward his partner. There's a leak. Murphy's dead, so Roham can't take me to the office. Sela gaped. Murphy's dead? I'm sorry, Angel said. Okay, I get what you're saying. Sela tucked her chin. The office is out, but Angel is under my protection. She's my witness. His authoritative tone turned heads, but Sela wouldn't hesitate to pull rank if their roles were reversed. If you don't agree, he left off the too bad. It wasn't the best attitude for his career, but ladder climbing never motivated him. Okay, boss. The FBI isn't going to be happy, so I'm glad it's not my call. It's not, but there's nothing wrong with checking protocols. Go find something appropriate for Angel to wear in the blue room if you wouldn't mind. His sister kept things on board, but his rifling through them still didn't seem right. Sela didn't mind, though, not being tasked or letting Roham paint outside the lines if that's what it took to nail this case. He could be giving her a hard time about dating Dex, but he'd never go there. You said you needed my help? Dex spoke in a normal voice. Still in the kitchen, Roham poured Angel a steaming mug, adding 2 bags of the vanilla chai he'd stocked because she'd mentioned preferring it. That had been a long time ago. Ages, it seemed. Angel took the offering, their eyes meeting before she silently made her way down the hall. Roham waited for the bathroom latch to click. Can you do a quick turn on a replacement phone? He asked Dex. The State Department may not be officially linked with the Diamond Dogs, but Dex had clearly called himself a dirty dog when he'd introduced himself to Angel. Dex's choice of words could have been a message for Roham. They could be nothing. Anything was possible. Compartmentalized units were like that, each group or individual focusing on their task, sending results up the chain without glancing sideways. An agent could be working in tandem with his greengrocer and not know it. Dex had his finger in a good many pies, though. A man didn't rise in the ranks without knowing where the best bones were hidden. A White House clearance, which Dex held, granted him special access without having to be read onto specific programs. Roham didn't envy Dex the position, but was grateful for the resources his friend presented. And Dex, if he was connected with Diamond Dogs, now knew this current operation was potentially compromised. Well, Roham prodded. Dex scratched his neck. Sure, I can get your Angel a phone. No questions? Do I want you loading me with the same when I come to you? The statesman grinned as Roham shook his head in the negative. Back scratching was a given. I will, too. I look forward to it. The sound of a pulsing shower tripped down the hallway, drawing Roham's attention. So long as we're clear, it's all good. Dex's words were an unseen signature on a binding oath. But then, I'd be inclined to help anyone who's got you so obviously wrapped. Please, Roham withheld questioning Dex, who had supposedly sworn off his motorbike. Nobody's blaming you. This Angel Le Blanc is quite lovely, but tough. An excellent combination, I've learned. Roham swung back around, sticking his friend with a predatory look. Heat he couldn't check set his nerves on alert, and they both knew it. Her child is missing, Dex. She's a material witness, and she's evaded death at least 3 times tonight. His attempts to rein in his voice was pure farce. Stand down, friend. I'm aware, not blind. You're not interested either, right? I'm always intrigued by compelling prospects, Roham, and Miss Le Blanc is that, he said flatly. But you can relax. Sela's putting me through my paces, and dating younger, while delightful in the extreme, has its downside. Downside? Sela returned to the galley with a bundle, her lips puckered like her brows. Nothing. Dex stood and kissed the brunette. Give that to Roham's witness, and let's get out of here. We've got work to do. Roham jotted Angel's full name, address, and the telephone number he had memorized on a sheet of notepaper. Boxy letters of blue-black ink filled the page, including a short briefing outlining the situation for his superiors. He had no intention of going rogue. Sela returned to the galley. Her arms were empty, but her wide eyes held a trove of unspoken questions. Dex would take the hit as soon as they left the Amal. Younger or older, Sela was a firecracker. Leave the phone in the drop, Dex, Roham said. Check. The older man had his own boarding stairs, with similar arrangements for deliveries. I'll get something to fill up that fridge. I've been a little busy at the marina, Seela said by way of apology for the dead fern. All's forgiven if we can get on this ASAP and get that baby. Seela canted a black brow. Sounds personal, boss. It is. Angel cranked off the shower taps. She squeezed the excess water out of her hair and twisted a plush purple towel around her tender flesh. Clean felt great. Her muscles exalted, even if her heart refused to join in. How could it, with Brian and Jenny's whereabouts unknown? She died when Roham told her the house was deserted, with no sign of a struggle. Nothing to give them a clue about where her baby was. That Angel could walk around and function was a mystery. She stepped out of the shower and onto a patterned carpet that matched the runner draped over the toilet tank. Her mug of chai tea sat there untouched. Its vanilla scent filled the steamy bathroom, taunting her. She'd tried but couldn't bring herself to drink it. The last time she had taken a drink from someone other than a waiter or waitress, she'd been raped. Not that Roham had those intentions. He didn't. Fear still snaked over her like a hissing reminder of her fall. Warm water coupled with Roham's kind treatment morphed into potential lures in her mind. She had to stay strong, clear-headed and independent. Roham was not the enemy. She wouldn't allow herself to think of him as the sweet guy she'd dated either. He may be kind and encouraging, going out of his way to make her feel like part of his team, but he was also a professional. He had a job to do. She still had heartburn over his lies. His teasing her after the breakup, understandable as that may be, would always be part of record. When this case ended, however it ended, he would move on. Angel would be left to manage the realities she dealt with every day since her assault, securing Brian's future. Whatever that required, her baby would always be job one with her. At least there'd been no crime scene at her house. Relief of a sort pumped through her, and yet Jenny and Brian were still missing. Ken Fisher's threats still remained. Angel hadn't imagined anything. But would he hurt her boy? Roham didn't think so. Dex Driscoll didn't either. Doing so would be counterproductive, while you're alive, and able to do or not do whatever it is they want. The assurance came back to her along with the shame of having lost it out in the galley. Yes, she was under duress, but there was no call to be unkind. Whoever had her baby wanted her to be so strung out that she would do something crazy. They wanted her 6 feet under with no pulse. But why? She swiped a palm across the steamy mirror to assess the damage on her face. Thankfully, no glass had gotten in her eyes. No shards stuck anyway. Her eyelids were scratched, though. Her left brow bone sported a nasty split above a flowering bruise. She had plenty more beneath the towel. And Ken Fisher apparently had plenty of help to carry out his threats. The image of that motorcycle assassin bearing down on the Hummer would never be expunged. She still wasn't convinced that Brian's father was behind everything, despite her elevator encounter. He could be reacting. He could believe she'd done something she shouldn't. What, though? Angel made use of the medical kit, dabbing antibiotic cream where it was needed. She wrung out the clothes she had left soaking in the sink, then hung them on the pull-cord laundry line over the tub. Today had been nothing of business as usual. That was Ken Fisher's fault, though, not hers. But what did that matter? Lucky was a maniac. She knew that better than anyone. Angel blew tension out with a trio of pointed exhales. She toweled off completely, then slipped into the caftan Seela Ellis had dropped off. Her wet hair was easily wrapped Turkish style with the damp towel. At least she didn't need to feel guilty. Not about Roham being married. The dead fern screamed single, and Seela was obviously into Dexter. The availability of beautiful clothes and this breathable cotton was that. Angel chose not to contemplate. She wouldn't debate her decision to keep the thumb drive hidden atop the door molding either. A quick glance upward told her the thing would stay put. The dust she'd found indicated that Roham wasn't a frequent visitor. He likely didn't pay much attention to cleaning, not while being undercover, and split between two homes. She might wonder what it was like managing a secret life, but then Angel knew already. She hated it. But whatever was on that drive would stay secret until she had Brian's safe in her arms. Safe so she wouldn't be cutting her own throat by further angering Brian's father if it should come out that he was involved. She caught herself mid-thought, realizing she was doing exactly what she'd said she wouldn't, second-guessing her logic. Withholding information from Roham didn't seem above board at this juncture, though. Not after what they'd shared. But once she had her baby safe, she'd give Roham the thumb drive. Who knew? God willing, the end of this case may equal the end of her ongoing nightmare. In the meantime, that thumb drive could be her only leverage along with the details of who fathered Brian. Not that she had many to give, but Roham would be asking questions, probing wounds that were far more painful than any gash on her forehead. Another check in the mirror showed taut features. All sign of worry was alleviated by the tug of the thirsty purple towel. She had to stay strong until Brian was safe, and putting on a good show helped. Opening the door, she stepped outside, receiving an immediate test of her resolve. Chapter 6. That's better. Roham ran a hand across one stubbly cheek as he stood in the cramped passage outside the bathroom. You look refreshed. He kept amazing to himself. The cut on Angel's brow bone gleamed with salve, reminding him of their exploits. Her performance still shocked him. Angel packed a mean dose of ready and able, with or without firearms. Dex would hire her in a clique for the State Department's undercover operations. But Roham preferred her right here. Desire crashed home at the sight of her damp clothes, hung out on the pull line over the tub. Call him wrapped. Roham wanted Angel. The simple truth as she turned to collect a comb from the washstand punched harder than any bowling alley uppercut. He needed Angel to be here, making use of the yacht like she was family. His family. Roham wanted her to be part of his life. A real life. Not the clandestine coming and going that amounted to no shared memories, no loving the moment, and no future. His job, however, was to secure her future by getting close enough so she would tell him what she knew. Otherwise, they may all end up dead. You were right, Roham. I needed some space and, she said, slipping the comb into a pocket, you're getting low on antibiotic cream. She tapped a finger against the corner of her mouth. Looks like you could use some. I'll get more, but that'll be long after this is over. He leaned in to pluck up the med kit, then stowed it in the wicker cupboard in the hall. When this is over. The proposed time frame forced him to think ahead. He could well imagine the thoughts churning behind her deceptively smooth brow. Angel probably believed he didn't care beyond this case. He told her as much. He was the wounded suitor, though. Angel hurt him long before she dumped him. She shattered that meticulously crafted shell that kept his heart beating and little else for over 30 years. But what was he supposed to say? That he lied in the Stanhope garage because he thought she was a terrorist? That the longing she stirred practically unmanned him? Both were his problem, and he'd deal with them alone. Besides, making declarations equated to making decisions, and he wasn't ready for that. He grinned, taking small pleasure in the odd look she gave him. There's strong coffee if you want some. They could both use it. Coffee? Her voice lifted. He spied her full mug on the toilet tank, untouched from what he could see. You didn't care for your tea. I prioritized. He looked back at her. No sign of distrust lingered on her upturned face. Dex would definitely hire her. That chai's probably cold by now. Sorry. He shrugged. Have coffee instead. More caffeine. She would have to drink something eventually. He scooted past her to collect the mug when a swell beneath the boat rocked them both. We're going to need it. Another roll of water set the Amal dipping, then climbing. Angel didn't seek any help to steady herself, and Roham wouldn't offer. She wanted space. He needed it. A tight smile moved her lips before she turned, bracing flattened hands against either side of the door jamb. He caught the cool glare she shot heavenward. Boundary setting didn't require a gun. When the boat steadied, she adjusted the towel on her head and led the way back to the galley. There'd be no accidental hugs, no excuse for him to indulge fantasy. He couldn't afford to be wrapped, much as he may like it. Angel would likely tell him so if he dared ask her. The couple reached the galley and Roham tipped his head toward a cushioned bench. Have a seat. Sela's bringing groceries and your new phone is coming too. Angel sat. She scooted deeper into the seat, though not far enough to invite company. You work fast. Her pale hands managed the generous folds covering her slim legs. I meant what I said. The same applied to the feelings he shared before they broke up, but it was better Angel didn't know that. Roham had no call to hurt her again by drawing her into a relationship, even if he couldn't identify. His thinking of home and family didn't mean he should have one. I called hospitals while you were showering. No sign of Brian. There's been no change at your house either. The sooner Dex came through with that replacement phone, the better. She strained around, asking, Did you call the Redfern clinic? Redfern? No, I don't think so. He dashed her tea down the drain, then set the empty mug on the patterned plastic bumper lining the stainless steel sink. He'd wash up later. I contacted every facility within a 10-mile radius. Redfern's out of the way, but the staff there is kind and, well, call them. Roham set the fresh mugs he'd plucked from the cupboard down. He fished his phone out of his shirt pocket and held it out. Hope flickered across Angel's beleaguered features. The temptation to ask God to cut them a break flashed through his thoughts. It was a fleeting thing, barely worth noting. He'd learned since childhood that breaks were fewer and farther between than people deserved, especially good people. And a religious attitude was like asking for abuse, tagging yourself as a victim with no hope for real justice. The latter is what he wanted for Angel, even if he never got his. He could give her that much. Angel forced a deep breath, her mouth pasty. Nerves hip-hopped beneath her skin as she lifted Roham's phone from his grip. She contacted information, asking for Redfern Clinic's number after misdialing the first 2 times. Roham's talk of hospitals unsettled her. Jenny might have taken Brian to one of the bigger facilities if the circumstance warranted. They didn't, apparently. Angel should be glad. She was, although a lesser problem might be resolved at the clinic. She prayed for a little problem, something manageable, and waited while the operator connected her. An active engagement to find Brian was far better than a passive stance that would leave her subject to Roham's interrogation. The beeps on the other end of the phone seemed to take forever. She tried not to look at Roham or to appear too jangled. Roham was a caring guy. She didn't need to incite undue sympathy by wearing her fears like a red flag. They both knew the situation. Thankfully, Roham busied himself combing through cupboards. His clubbed black hair rode the midline between broad shoulders as he swung from one bay to the next. His economy of movement belied the pretense of taking inventory. Too bad she couldn't catalog the space behind those probing eyes. What was he thinking? He'd practically called her a terrorist at the Stanhope. He said he had no personal interest in her. He had a job to do. End of story. Angel had accepted his explanations, despite the sour pill of being duped. The way he'd looked at her in the hallway said he was fooling himself. And while ego took flight, she forced herself to ignore the thrill. Neither of them could afford distractions. Roham did have a job, a top priority as far as Angel was concerned. And, in light of her ongoing issues, she didn't know if she would ever be able to have a romantic relationship, even if Roham set duty aside. The creep at the bowling alley reminded her exactly what she was: damaged goods. Not because she was physically violated, but because she seemed incapable of moving past it. Angel licked dry lips and prayed to God for calm. She jumped anyway when Redfern's standard greeting interrupted the ringing. Yes? Good evening to you too. This is Angel Le Blanc. She listened. That's right, Brian's mom. The receptionist sounded like the one who'd been so supportive when Angel had nearly lost it over a rash. The simple case of impetigo that peppered her baby's otherwise smooth skin seemed like the end of the world. She had zero practical experience with infants before Brian was born. The normal routine of babysitting was denied her as most of the mothers, what few there were at embassy locales, engaged professional nannies. The thought of such work never appealed to Angel. Funny, how becoming a mother changed everything. I know this sounds foolish, but I'm calling to check if my sitter is there with Brian. I lost my phone and I'm out. She stopped short, her throat clogged with hot tears she couldn't shed. You're out of town? Yes. Angel pinned her hopes on normal problems. I'm worried and I can't get back yet. I've called the house and there's no answer. She sought Roham out despite herself. She took odd assurance in his easy maneuvering in the kitchen. The boat rocked, but he managed to pour coffee without a hitch. My shift started 10 minutes ago, so I can't say right off, the receptionist continued. Another call burred in the background. May I put you on hold? Sure. Angel rubbed her nape, working fingers up beneath the damp towel. Roham lifted a box of cookies, but she shook her head, frowning as he placed a hot mug in front of her. We have to update Jenny's parents, she said. I'm not sure how your agency feels, but we can't leave them hanging. The receptionist returned, full of apologies. I'm sorry that took so long, but Brian hasn't been here. Good news when you think about it. Great, Angel's voice faltered. But are you sure? Did you check with everyone? If shifts changed, Brian's subject to someone who only viewed him as a means to an end was unthinkable. You could have missed something. Jenny could be driving back to the house even now. Fear flared through Angel's veins, seizing her stomach. The peaceful neighborhood she'd intentionally sought out for its lazy atmosphere wasn't safe. I checked the system. If your baby came in, his information would be in the computer. It isn't. Angel slumped against the bench. Thanks. I appreciate the help. She should. Don't worry. Hope radiated over the airwaves. There's likely a message explaining everything waiting for you. The message was trust me. Angel had gotten that call countless times. God would supply. So would Roham, apparently. Picking up her coffee, he took a swift drink, then whispered, Delicious, before placing a plate of cookies in front of her. Is there anything else, Miss LeBlanc? The receptionist lingered, understanding as always. No, thank you. The receptionist cut the line as Angel held on. Dead air seemed better than an alternative filled with speculation. But she had to move forward. She glanced up. Roham chewed his lower lip, green eyes seeking her out. She exchanged his phone for the warm mug, wrapping fingers around the brightly glazed ceramic. Warmth seeped into her hands. Roham's stare, focused but not unkind, heated her too. Angel concentrated on the coffee. She took a drink. The liquid soothed and stimulated at the same time. The boat rocked, and she shut her eyes, swallowing as wind rattled the rigging outside. "What exactly do you know about Ken Fisher's business?" Roham asked. "Not a whole lot. I'm a compliance SME." She shrugged. "I make sure everything in country or out is shipped according to international law, that restrictions are duly enforced." Angel pressed her lips together as Roham took the seat opposite, guzzling coffee. He gobbled the cookie, making a yummy sound. To get her to join in? Relax? Whatever his reasons, her stomach remained silent. She couldn't eat. She traced a vine pattern on the table. The thin gold line wove back in on itself, bringing Angel back to where she stared. "Considering you knew about Fisher's dealings with North Korea, and I didn't, maybe you should be briefing me." "You unearthed what trained terrorists didn't want you to find, Angel. You're good at your job." "That's debatable," she said as he took another cookie. "If I'd pushed out today's audit, something I should have done last week, I'd be in the dark right now." She glanced at him, wishing again that she could read behind his eyes. "You'd be down at bases loaded, fending off Fisher." "I'd be dead," she qualified. Let's be honest. She couldn't imagine Fisher showing mercy towards her or her child once he had what he wanted. "Whatever motivated my boss to get into this deal may be done. Someone else to wish her well." She reached for her coffee when the boat dipped. She gripped the table and searched the room, anxious to find some anchor beyond Roham's broad shoulders and his solicitous cookie invitations. He hadn't touched her, but he wanted to, she could tell, especially when he sat back and crossed his arms. He behaved much the same when they dated, respectful, deferential. The crumbs collected at the corner of his mouth disappeared with a quick lick. Her smile came without warning. This was what he wanted. A relaxed subject, easier to probe, more inclined to slip up. Roham probably knew all about her stock in Crescent Circuit. She couldn't ask, though. Mention of stock options would put her top of the list of motivated suspects. A laugh seemed appropriate, but managing one was beyond her. There'd be no release of tension until she had her baby, and a clear signal that this nightmare was over. One sign she couldn't ignore stared her straight in the face. A cross-shaped shadow on the wall hinted at a man who didn't have faith. It wasn't a leap. There'd been a cross on the wall opposite the galley, hung squarely above the Amal's entrance. The shadow was likely created by years of sunlight streaming through the windows when the blinds were opened. Angel should key on that. Her situation was grave, but Roham wasn't having an easy time. He had his own life, his own demons. The Amal seemed perfectly preserved in every way, the interior of the cabin exuding a different time and place, like some of the embassy housing she'd known as a child. The empty place where the cross had been baited her. There was no telling when he'd made the change, or what moved him to do so. He hadn't been overtly religious when they dated, but he wasn't anti-God by any means. And yet the empty place remained. His shift in sentiments, if it was Roham who had removed the item, could be her fault. It could have nothing to do with her, though. This boat could belong to the CIA for all she knew. Roham's new identity just as false as the last one. She hated to think it, but she couldn't help it. Maybe because she was hiding things. She bit her lower lip, harder than intended, and winced at the pain. "Want a refill?" Roham asked. She nodded, saying, "It's possible, now that the link between this shadow microchip supplier, you know about that?" "I'm guessing. Crescent Circuit's supplier is based in Hong Kong, so whatever you're investigating must have something to do with them." She had to give him information to fill the void. No other components outside the United States go into their motherboards. You have no connection to PC Global? Fisher Enterprise isn't involved with anything outside shipping Crescent Circuit's motherboards to them. That was the truth as she knew it. Roham could be testing her, pretending he didn't know things so she'd trip herself up. But that was the guilt talking, so she added, I don't know anything beyond what you told me at the Stanhope garage. Roham's words had confirmed what she'd discovered. So why would Fisher threaten you? Angel squirmed inside, the absent cross calling her out as the faithless one. Maybe he was covering his bases just in case. Maybe he got off on scaring me, she said. The guy always did creep me out. That was true. Okay. Roham seemed to accept her answer. You know, if whatever was supposed to be done is done, it's possible he's out of the country. Nets are up at Dulles and Reagan National, all the private airports. I made sure before I called hospitals. An APB has been released with his description, alerting law enforcement up and down the eastern seaboard. He won't be going far if that's his plan. Roham brought the coffee pot to the table, refreshing her cup before settling it atop a brightly colored hot pad and sitting back down. Now, what can you tell me about his foreign contacts? Names, countries. You don't know? She doubted. My job is information gathering. Roham cocked his head, giving her a view of his ponytail and that smirk she'd come to appreciate back in the day. I'm not so green to think that what I've gathered constitutes the whole. I didn't mean anything, Roham. I'm sorry. You're obviously very good at your job. The thumb drive consumed her mind. The CIA isn't the same as the FBI. We concern ourselves with foreign entities, not American citizens. My interest in you, with regard to the job, was based solely in gathering intel on those people Fisher socialized with. The ones who might want in on importing without being officially in on importing, she interrupted. She didn't miss Roham's clarifying his interests with regard to the job. He narrowed his eyes. The first man outed is rarely the highest. Angel forced a sorry excuse for a smile. Roham's stare was wholly competent, yet replete with compassion that pummeled her resolve. The urge to speak pulsed through her with every beat of her heart, but she didn't dare, not until Brian was safe in her arms, whole and healthy. We're hunting big game, Angel, not functionaries. She raised her hand. I'm a functionary. You're a smart, capable person. Muscles leapt along his jaw, able to discern the benefits of discretion. What he left unsaid drilled down to her soul. Roham knew that she'd been drugged and assaulted. He must. She hadn't asked him to taste test her coffee. He'd seen her seize up at the bowling alley, too. The truth, the whole truth, lay ready on her lips. She could tell him right now and be done. But if Lucky was involved and offered a trade, her baby for that thumb drive, Angel would take it. God help her. She would take that deal and count herself blessed. She took another drink, reveling in the rush of caffeine and the legitimate excuse to busy herself with something other than those eyes. She hoped Roham couldn't read hers. Is there anyone else? Anyone besides those involved in Fisher's trafficking who'd want to hurt you? Roham swallowed visibly. Now or in the past? You know that answer. I suspect, he said, navigating her discomfort with a lowering of lashes. Your pregnancy was unexpected, but suspicions can be wrong. They can be, but you're right in guessing I didn't plan on having Brian. Her throat closed, emotion hot and prickly. Getting raped wasn't the half of it. The temptation to rid herself of the problem pregnancy haunted her still. Desperation knifed her conscience, despite her having done the right thing. The only thing for her. But the realities of what crossed her mind could never be forgotten. If anything, The trial lived to teach her to be on guard, even against herself. Giving Brian away, the other alternative, had been impossible once she'd felt him move inside her. He was her child, her flesh. Lucky's delighting in the outcome had nothing to do with it. She didn't expect anyone else to understand, but Roham had the civility not to go into details about her rape. Relief thrummed through her veins, but he still wanted a name. Someone he could go after. He peered back at her. The air between them thickened, but not from any coming storm or lingering fragrance. "I admire your guts, your strength," Roham said. His words stirred her, but she fought the burn in her eyes. "Your willingness to live your beliefs is something, well, that took more grit than I gave you credit for. You're not what you seemed, Angel. Nobody is." She learned that before working at Fisher Enterprises. Her parents had been devastated when she'd broken things off with the Ivy Leaguer that they prayed she would marry. His drug dabbling was deemed a stage. He'd outgrow bad habits with Angel as a stabling influence. She could chuckle over her mother's complete disconnects, but not today. Angel had thought Roham was an investment counselor, a dutiful son and safe prospect for sharing her life. She'd come to believe that Lucky was merely intrigued by the ins and outs of international trade, looking to drop a load of cash into the next best investment. So, what's next? She needed Roham off the track he'd chosen. Guilty feelings aside, she didn't want him delving deeper. "Maybe I should go home and wait." "You'd be a target, easy to pick off." Roham reached out, his fingers falling short of hers. "Brian wouldn't be needed as insurance." "What you say makes sense, but I can't believe it. Brian isn't being held by some terrorist." Angel grasped at the straw thrown by the Redfern receptionist. "There could be a message explaining everything. Jenny could have written me a note. I could be worrying over nothing." Roham stood, gripping his gun. "Groceries are here." Roham moved his hand away from the Sigsar 9mm still holstered high against his left side. "Phone, too. If there were any ransom demands, they'd soon know." "Already?" "There's a tech hive at the State Department. Things get done, but I don't doubt Dexter greased the machine for you." He smiled at the confused look Angel threw him. He has a weakness for assertive women. Angel took the compliment, a blush staining her ashen cheeks. Too bad she wouldn't take his advice and spill what she knew. She was hiding something that could get her and her baby killed. The way her eyes pulled slightly to the left and downward was a common tell for deception. She may change her attitude once she called her sitter, if the girl was alive to answer. Roham pushed the cookie plate toward Angel. "Stay here. I'll bring everything in." He didn't want her outside. "You can watch me through the window." Angel stood. "I am not watching anybody." She unwound the towel on her head, dropped it on the bench and sidestepped him. The smell of his own shampoo wafted up from her tousled hair as she raked it back, heading out to the drop box. By the time Roham caught up, she'd hefted up the lid, whipping out the phone and turning on the juice. She touched in her number. Roham emptied the lockbox. His heart ached for her. His senses shifted into high alert as wind powered past them both. The paper lanterns along the main pier, most of them gone out, danced crazily. Angel's pleas for Jenny to pick up danced too. "Stay where I can see you," Roham called, as Angel edged portside. With clouds overhead, the dark closed in. People, for the most part, would be battening down. Gangplank Marina wasn't Virginia Beach, and summer break. Normal life was a part of every day here, and a storm was coming. The weather everyone expected to blow out over the Atlantic must have changed course. He didn't need Angel falling overboard. Roham put down the bags and went to collect her. It's not safe out here. Angel didn't move. She didn't speak. What is it? There's no answer from Jenny. I called, but she doesn't pick up. A shaft of light from the new cell lit her worried features. There's a message, though. 2, actually. What do they say? She handed him the phone. Roham listened, expecting the worst from Angel's blank stare. Jenny has headed to her parents' place on Colonial Beach. That's good news. That's really good news. A target in transit was harder to pin, but Roham engaged positive talk to calm Angel. The intelligence behind this terror operation may well have a handle on Brian's destination. Jenny may be facing the same trials Angel and he had, but saying as much to a bereft mother wouldn't help matters. There was another message. Roham looked at Angel. She nodded, giving him the okay to listen. His adrenaline spiked, just looking at her. She was terrified, not relieved, not hopeful. Roham thumbed the play arrow and brought the device flush against his cheek.
Chapter 7. Stupid woman. You'll get all I promised and more, the recording said while Roham boiled. He steeled himself and asked, Do you know who this is, Angel? Yes, the words eked out. He took a beat, biting a spike of rage. Angel didn't need to see how furious he was. Not at her, but at whoever did this to her. He needed to be calm. Calming. So he said, You're safe. Brian's safe, despite the fire pumping through him. You heard what he said. I'm not going to let anyone hurt you. Never again. Roham knew that was true, even if she wanted nothing to do with him. But please, tell me. Angel shook her head. She still didn't cry. You can trust me, he said. I want to. I don't want to be difficult. She peered at him straight up. The tremors racking her were harder to take than a bullet. But I trust him, too. He means every word he says, Roham. He being Brian's father? The wind sounded, deck bells ringing in the distance. What has he said, Angel? What has this monster promised that you can't even name him? I need to know. Roham brought her close, gently, seeking permission without speaking. She shivered for the longest time, her breathing ragged, and then finally, with a sob, she leaned into his chest. Her curves melted against him. His heart burst as he scanned the harbor above her head, searching out potential threats. He touched the damp strands of her hair. Angel sighed, burrowing her head deeper against him. Guilt twisted his gut. All the things he'd said and thought after she'd put an end to their relationship rushed back. Every taunt, every cool glance he'd cast her way transformed to thorns piercing his heart. They'd already pierced hers. His hands trembled slightly. He didn't deserve the honor of shielding her, not even for this passing moment. And yet here she was, real and warm. The beat of her heart bore testament that forgiveness was possible. Forgiving himself was another matter. Who's Brian's father, Angel? Tell me. It'll be okay. He called himself lucky. A sad laugh broke her words, but that's a joke. She cried harder as Roham smoothed her hair, willing her to feel the contrition in his heart. My baby's father is a face in the dark, a filthy voice filled with hate. I'll run the name anyway. You never know. Birds, squirrels, so many animals. I couldn't identify some. They'd come special delivery. They were all dead, but always fresh. She glanced up. He's going to do that to Brian, Roham, to my baby, who's done nothing but get me through this hell. That's not happening. Put that from your mind. You're here now. He firmed his grip, seeking her out despite the darkness. With me. You're with me. Roham couldn't afford to think about Angel's nightmare. He'd hoped for a description of her attacker and a name, a real one. He needed a clear head to keep her safe, not a mad-on that focused fully on his shortcomings. He cradled Angel's head against his chest and drew his chin back and forth across her damp crown. Wind gusted around them. Rough weather was coming, but it was nothing compared to the horror that he should have saved Angel from. His parents' death and Angel's persecution took shape in a manifestation of evil, the same he'd sworn to fight. His work was personal. It always had been. That's why I ended things with you. He made me do it, she continued. That's why I stayed at FE. Ken Fisher disgusts me, but I couldn't leave. I couldn't speak. I didn't ask for any of this. Victims rarely do, but it's going to be all right. I want to believe you. God knows I need to, if only for Brian's sake. She pushed away, wiping a sleeve over her nose. But I know what that man is capable of. He'll do everything he's promised. He can try, and that's all. Roham focused on Angel and the threat facing them both. They still presented a target. The reason for their breakup was curious, too. He may not know the real name of Brian's father, but the man who threatened Angel on the phone sounded familiar. The accent. The sounds of Al-Ahmadi soaked into Roham from his earliest days, along with oud and roses. He didn't speak like they did. Neither did his sister. Both were born and raised in the United States, and yet the last time Roham had heard those notes was when his mother and father had bid him goodbye, promising him a peaceful future. Come on, he whispered. Let's get back inside. Take me to him, to Brian. I will. He owed her that. Roham led her back to the cabin, inspecting the pier one last time before he collected the grocery bags and followed Angel inside. He needed to know all she could tell him about the man who'd raped her. He placed the bags on the galley counter and set about stowing the items. It was possible that the power behind his parents' killing was active again, not only seeking Angel's life, but that of many more. Terrorist sympathizers could hide anywhere. Exploiting that sympathy and the fear it produced was often the means used to remove one's enemies, and from a completely different battle. Maybe the same faction that made him an orphan wanted to regain control in the region. This venture into cyber terror through Fisher's import-export company may be the means to make connections. Powerful connections. Where did Angel fit in? Roham glanced over at her, sitting at the table, draining the rest of her coffee. She'd been through more than any field agent on their worst day. The stress she'd borne for a year and more was incalculable. His smile widened when she turned his way. Angel was a functionary, like she said. Her signature was forgeable, so why target her? Even the assault that ended in Brian's birth didn't make sense. Why stop at rape? Why not murder when the woman posed a liability? Angel had to serve some other purpose. The guy obviously knew she could identify him. Roham couldn't help believing whoever made that threat on Angel's phone was linked with Fisher's plotting. A double cross? Angel could be the unwitting link, her baby the pressure needed to force compliance. That could be wishful thinking on his part. The guilty party could be some demented obsessive with a fixation on red hair and blue eyes. Flooded from the aftermath of weeping and shuttered by damp lashes, her eyes seemed bluer, not darker, but deeper. Roham longed to know her secrets. He knew, given time, she'd discover his. Maybe that's what scared him. Brian's safe for now, he said, when she caught him looking her way again. So let's take care of you. Someone had to try. Angel collected her mug and the discarded towel. Brian's safety is all I need. I'll do everything I can. Roham swallowed guilt. What about Sela, Dex, your people? You're my people, Angel. You and Brian. The words girded him. I'll put my life between you and whatever threat comes along. That's my promise. He wouldn't burden her with theories. Now you have to rest. Brian needs you at your best, and so do I. Sorry, but there won't be any resting. Angel's mind fixed on the thumb drive still hidden in the washroom. Make another pot of coffee. I'll cook up something to eat. She trusted Roham, but that thumb drive might be her only means to get her baby back. Tears had dried up, finally. Swiping dry eyes, she couldn't believe she'd told him anything. Roham had guessed the largest part, but relief coursed through Angel just the same. Her therapist predicted this day would come, although nothing had happened the way Angel imagined. Being pushed through a sieve of fear isn't what she wanted. Providence designed otherwise. She had to trust that, she supposed, her instincts included, moving forward. Roham would understand about the thumb drive when her choice to withhold information finally came out. The idea of giving Brian's father any quarter still didn't seem right. It wasn't right. But Brian deserved every advantage. Roham's labeling her a victim helped her to see that. Angel hadn't asked for the circumstances sucking her under, but thinking like a victim wouldn't help. She needed to function. Roham needed to operate with some sense of normalcy, too. She didn't need him downgraded to the level of a vengeful animal, something that could happen if she indulged too long as the injured woman. Thinking that way turned every cell inside her to acid. Her host stared as if she'd grown a second head. "You are not cooking for me," he said, as if that would expel whatever demon haunted her. "Why not? An iron skillet is a powerful weapon. You need rest. I need my son and something to do. I can't operate this boat. You can." She rounded the kitchen counter and took the frying pan from Roham's grip. Setting it on the stovetop, she freed the carton of eggs from the plastic grocery bag. A basket of tomatoes and another with sliced mushrooms already sat on the counter. "I need a cutting board," she said. Her tone was gruff, but she didn't care. Roham lifted his hands overhead as she bustled beside him. "Looks like you need space to work, too." "I can do this, Roham." She narrowed her eyes on his. "I'm not broken." "I see that." He retrieved the cutting board, leaning forward to slip it on the counter in front of her. Angel ducked back before he could get too close. His dress shirt was still damp from her tears. His broad shoulders, clubbed black hair, and that spiced fragrance he'd preferred, the same she preferred on him, took effect. A coiling snake that would bite the both of them if she let it. But nothing was the same between them. It couldn't be. The loaded holster cinching Roham's waist wasn't the problem either. He bothered her. His very presence. Looking at him was too much. Heat and shame and an unwelcome queasiness made her teeth sweat. He must know she took more than comfort in his arms. Those blue-ringed, olive eyes pleaded beneath their thick fringe of inky lashes. Roham wasn't going to judge her or hurt her or anything else. He only wanted to help, and she knew it. But she shook her head. More for herself than for him. Giving into feelings isn't what she needed. Strength wasn't found leaning on a pillar, no matter how inviting. But resisting the urge to shrink against him or anyone else was character building. Brian deserved a woman of strength, if only to protect him from a world that was far more lurid than she'd ever wanted to know. "You good with me in your kitchen?" She took a knife from the block, then selected a tomato. "I'll learn." "Good." She started cutting faster, getting into the rhythm when, "Ouch!" she mumbled more than beneath her breath. A bright red bubble of blood welled to the surface of her fingertip. Roham withheld the brow she knew he was dying to lift. "The food will be ready quicker if we work together," he said. "Together? You watch. I work my magic." "I can cook," she railed, more at herself. "Show me another time." He tossed a towel her way. She sucked her finger instead. "Wrangling a date now? Really?" "Scoff if you'd like. I've seen you hurt enough for one day. And I'm running low on antibiotic cream, remember?" She gave him the knife. "Fine." Try calling Jenny again and change those clothes. Much as I like seeing you in that kaftan, a pair of jeans and tennis shoes would be more appropriate. And I can taste test whatever you like, if that's what's rolling through your head." "I'm sorry." She hung her head. "Don't be. We'll be at Colonial Beach before you know it." The tomatoes yielded to Roham's blade, slices mounting like steps on the cutting board. "The blue room is yours." "Where I'll find clothes?" "My sister Jalad's clothes, yes. I doubt she'll mind if you borrow whatever suits you." "No?" "No. Women's clothes in the laundry basket will prove I'm not the freakish bachelor she insists needs counseling." "You're not?" "You're here, so no." Angel took his words in stride. She tried to mellow when he grinned, attacking a bunch of green onions like some master chef. His tease doused some of the heat moving through her while raising other issues. Angel had been shredded by envy since having to dump him. She needn't be anymore, not if she chose to welcome the return of Roham's affections. He hadn't said that precisely, but neither of them was stupid. She'd be stupid to remain in his presence, cooking together as if they were a couple. Strong women needed space, somewhere besides cramped bathrooms, and this blue room was it. Angel sucked harder on her finger. "Thank Jalad the next time you see her." "I don't see her very often, what with my work and—" "Something wrong?" she muttered, beneath a resurgence of doubt. Much as Angel wanted to believe, Roham never mentioned a sister in his cover story. The fake firm had been dubbed Arshad and Sons. Was the CIA agent on to Plan B? Had Angel left herself wide open for continued deception? A shadowed reminder of a missing cross lingered on the galley wall. She wove her arms together against another imagined assault. "Well," Angel waited, "is there something else?" "No." Roham's wry smile was anything but humorous. "My sister has her own life." "Don't we all?" "You sound too much like her, but yes. Jalad is all grown up." "That's good, no?" "Different," he said. Roham chopped with a vengeance. "I'm not sure what she's up to." "That sounds more than fair." Angel popped a cube of onion in her mouth. She liked knowing Roham's protective instinct wasn't limited to her, if what he said was true. "Fair enough," he admitted, "but I owe her." "For not wanting you to wallow away in singlehood?" "No, she replaced my fish," Roham said. "Sela only agreed to water the plants." "Plant?" Angel qualified. "I saw no other casualty of your secret life." "You wouldn't." Angel snuck a slice of tomato off the cutting board. "Why is that?" Roham slid her a look that sent tiny shocks shooting up her spine. "I'm a one-fern man, Miss Le Blanc." "And I prefer working on one problem at a time." "Good thinking," he said with a whack. "I'm assuming Brian's father didn't mention his real name when you met him at—" "We met at the Nasiri's fundraiser." Angel ate the tomato, but it lost its savor before she swallowed. We were together once." "Only once?" "Yes." Angel blamed herself for the awkward exchange. She'd chosen to stay in the kitchen. The event was an entree for potential investors. Before the company went public, but there were many influential people present. One who preferred importing without reporting. He set down the knife, then took a bowl from under the kitchen counter, a beautiful ceramic with a floral design. He cracked an egg with a one-handed snap, and another, until the carton was half full. "Do you think you'd be able to identify Brian's father?" he asked. She stared down at the counter. "Yes." "Good." He whisked eggs. "As soon as we can arrange it, I'd like you to review photos." "Sure," she said with false bravado. Recollections already menaced her. Lucky and his colorful cast of dismembered animal parts would always be there, however. The Amal rocked beneath her, while a rush of coppery-tasting adrenaline nearly made her retch. Sit down if you're going to stay, Roham instructed. No, I need to change. This victimhood scenario would end. Pulling the comb from her pocket, she forced a natural expression. She recalled the reality that she was willfully withholding information from U.S. authorities to facilitate her own ends by keeping the thumb drive to herself. But Brian was Angel's only end. This mess on my head needs attention. You've had enough for the moment. Angel gasped upon entering the sanctuary she so desperately needed. The Peacock Room would be a better name. Richly colored photographs, the Taj Mahal, the Acropolis, Petra, and other exciting destinations crowded the powdery matte walls. Each was framed by an iridescent stencil, a sequined beanbag chair slumped in one corner, and a white wicker headboard featuring woven paisleys backed the bed. The quilt, embroidered with long-tailed birds and stuffed with down, called to Angel like a siren song she'd never heard. It was no wonder Roham worried. This Jalad knew what she was about. Angel's bones ached to sprawl atop straight-up luxury. The not-so-subtle waft of jasmine piqued her senses, but relaxation would have to wait. Her chest tightened as she squeezed fingers around the thumb drive in her pocket. She hated keeping secrets. Angel detested putting off giving Roham a full account of the undisputed villain in this whole scenario. But he didn't know Lucky. Roham didn't have anything to lose if he was wrong either. She scanned the room, looking for a new hiding place. Drawers would be too simple if Roham came looking. She grimaced at the perimeter where walls met ceiling. There was no crown molding or ledges to be had. There was no assurance that Roham would invade the blue room either, but she couldn't help fearing he would. A woman had to watch out. Men were predators, her father said, looking to score, eager to get something for nothing. The incidents with Lucky only made things worse. Her stomach knotted, her lips curling to a taut and painful pose. She tossed her phone on the bed, only to have it slide off the other edge. But when she rounded the mattress and knelt to retrieve it, the perfect place hit her, under the mattress. Bed frames had ledges, inconspicuous and perfect. Putting her phone on the bed, she flicked up the spread. She ran fingers along the underside of the mattress, smiling when she found a break in the factory webbing. She tucked the thumb drive up inside, setting it back on the wooden ledge. An assortment of shoes lay under the bed, another treasure trove for Angel to choose from. She reached deep for a pair of black Keds to put on after she found clothes. Setting them at the foot of the bed, she stood up, letting the bedspread fall back. Another call to Jenny went to voicemail. The boat rocked without mercy. Cursing the storm, Angel rubbed her forehead. She'd try the babysitter again later. Angel needed rest and food, but more worry over Brian consumed her. Angel still couldn't help wondering if Sela had selected the gargantuan purple caftan on purpose. The grinning brunette seemed happy enough with Dexter Driscoll, but who could say? The sleek female agent may want her broody partner to find someone just like Jalad apparently did. Jealousy aside, Angel wanted Roham to be happy too, whoever he pursued. So long as it wasn't her. Her heart might hope, and it did with every green beat, but Angel's brain knew better. Happily ever after never came when it competed with a man's career ambition. To be fair, Roham's ambition was justice, but his focus would always be on doing right by his country, not a woman, not any woman. That's why he wasn't married or dating or whatever. He wasn't pining after her or anyone else. A routine of meetings that ended at 5 o'clock with weekends off would kill him. She'd seen her father struggle. She could hear her mother harp. The arguments of a couple at cross purposes still lingered. That wouldn't happen to Brian. If and when Angel married, she'd choose dull and reliable.
She crossed the room and slid open one drawer, then another. A boat-neck summer sweater, striped horizontally in black and white, would do. So would the black capris. Angel changed, then tucked both feet into the shoes that pinched her toes. She was a little bigger than Roham's sister. Everything from shoulders to shoes wore tighter than Angel preferred, but not too much. She checked the bureau for some hair items. A clip or scrunchie would be awesome. Her long bangs were great when styled, but not so much without product. Roham's sister sure liked scarves. 1, 2, 3. Angel shuffled them out of the way. She found what she was looking for, a purple scrunchie, and something else that made her swallow.
Chapter 8. The outline on the galley wall flashed to Angel's mind. It was a match for the veiled wood she lifted from the drawer. She held the cross in one hand and plucked back the gauzy material shrouding it. The crucifix must be at least 100 years old. She leaned close, squinting at the intricate scrollwork. An inlay of blue, green, and red gems embedded in the clover-style ends was unlike anything she'd ever seen. The ivory corpus, its face crafted to convey pain, was stained in the creases. The darkening effect added a character that struck her. This was no relic table at a sports bar. This was an heirloom. A family treasure? Yet it lay hidden away. Why? Angel worried her lower lip, drawing the flesh between her teeth. Roham obviously honored the connection with family. He revered the connection to his sister anyway. But maybe that was all. Angel had her own struggles in that department, despite faith and the best of intentions. She returned the cross to its resting place, then offered a quick prayer for grace. An almost comical awareness of her own deficiency surfaced as she examined what else lay beneath Jalad's scarf collection. How long had it been? Angel didn't want to, but she plucked up Jalad's Bible. Her tongue swelled, suddenly out of place. She'd felt the same growing up, attempting to quiet her conscience by steering clear. Faith was easy when one said they believed, but facing what that meant in the written word didn't always translate. One's actions were one's own, and thoughts were often far from faith. Life demanded a pragmatism that religion too often branded bad. The choice to keep her baby and raise him without regard to his disgusting parentage had taken everything Angel had: prayer, faith, and the renewal of what that faith demanded nearly killed her. The idea of revisiting all that she lacked with regard to turning the other cheek was far from appealing. But she sat on the edge of the bed anyway and opened the leather-bound volume. She marveled at the photos and prayer cards stuffed haphazardly between the pages. A green and gold tassel, a delicate lace handkerchief, and countless other personal items that increased Angel's discomfort, piqued curiosity. The word challenged her. God baited the strong woman she insisted that she wanted to be. Whatever God wanted her to hear at this moment, she should be able to take it, or leave it. She said as much in her heart. That mirthless laugh bubbled up again, and she let it out. A little wisdom may reset her to the right channel, instead of mooning over a CIA fantasy man. The heady scent of food working its way into the room tempted her more than Roham's spicy cologne, and that wasn't good. She flipped pages, managing a glut of photos and reading what showed itself first. Roham's call to dinner broke the silence, but Angel's mind lingered. And we know that to them that love God, all things work together unto good, to such as, and according to his purpose, are called to be saints. The words were arranged a little differently than what she was used to in this Bible, but the meaning stuck. His purpose is what mattered. God's purpose. Her skin tingled. She'd kept her baby, loved him, and protected him. God had rewarded her with the purest love of her life. He hadn't willed Angel's assault, but drew the good out of it. She'd never questioned that after Brian's birth. A lonesomeness she'd never acknowledged disappeared when his first cry pierced her ears. And yet the passage challenged her. Was she accepting all that God provided? She didn't need to smell food to think of Roham. Roham, who swore he'd take her to Brian. The man who'd courted her under false pretenses, swore to keep her Brian safe. Her muscles tensed. Her reasons for resisting attraction shot up like so many tears choking her out. No, she said to herself. She'd risked enough. Reservations natural. All things included her doubts. She was reading too much into reading too much. The lingering of dead animals and breathy promises drilled down to her core. A childhood of unhappiness on the highest volume planted new seeds of terror where Roham's assurance had torn them out. Roham may be a wonderful man, but not everyone was. God helped those who helped themselves. She stood up. The photo of a happy couple in tribal dress that led Angel to what she'd read tumbled onto the floor. Others fell too. Angel shut the Bible. She returned it to the dresser drawer, then bent to retrieve what had fallen. The woman in the tribal photo looked like Roham. Her sharply winged brows and serious mouth were both his. Angel replaced the picture. That Roham's sister would keep a Bible in her room and preserve that which her brother apparently couldn't tolerate spoke to Angel's heart. Had Roham planned to introduce Angel to his sister? Would Angel and he still be together if she hadn't been raped? Would Angel know more about Roham's true identity? A man shared things with his wife. Roham must share something with the little girl featured in the next picture she picked up. The gap-toothed grin of a dark-haired girl, some 8 years old, made Angel think he did. Angel breathed in the scent of warm food, acknowledging her feelings. Roham was a good man, despite the lies his job demanded. Fixing her heart on him had come easy, likely because she wasn't used to doing as much. Everything seemed new and different and possible, even with her trust issues, in the aftermath of God's word. It had broken her to let Roham go. The threats from Brian's father made it easier, though. Angel put the remaining photos in the drawer and covered them up. She couldn't love Roham, even if he was some 9-to-5 executive, even if he were a barista. She couldn't consign him to the torturous mess she'd invited by downing that tainted drink Lucky gave her. What kind of a wife would she be when her response to affection was a roulette wheel of catatonic lapses and snarling distrust? The moment they'd shared on deck was a moment. Envy was a sin, and she couldn't even trust her parents with the truth about their grandson's parentage. Get it while it's hot, Roham's voice rang out. Roham pushed away from the table. He tamped down satisfaction brought on by the omelets he'd made. Fresh fruit juice and the toasted nut bread he'd discovered in the last of Sela's grocery offerings were the perfect complement. Watching Angel scrape melted cheese off her plate was pretty good, too. Cooking for her pleased him. He enjoyed providing. Should I make you another one? He asked. Not for me. Thanks. A sheepish grin stole over her face when he insisted that she take the last square of toast. This should do it. Her hearty appetite, indulged without his taste testing, surprised him. She should be ravenous, though. She was certainly hungry to know about his family. How many members were there? Did he have uncles? Cousins? Did he keep in touch? She seemed intent on interrogating him. His instinct rebelled, his muscles still drawing down. Roham wasn't used to answering about anything, but he indulged her. He'd kept to himself for the most part throughout his adult years. A mistake, maybe, but Angel gave him good reason to open up. His job required it. She needed to know that he trusted her before she'd relax, so he tried to accommodate. Jalad would be happy he'd made such a leap in owning his repressed feelings. Roham swallowed, his gaze rising to the empty space over the galley entrance. Repressed or rejected, it made no difference. Some things just were, and must be accepted. And while he'd been honest with Angel, saying his parents had died in a spate of violence overseas, he'd refrained from loading her down with another tale of fear. Mention of his parents' political affiliations would serve no purpose. His lack of faith wouldn't either. There would be time enough to let Angel know if Brian's father proved to be one of the regional power brokers Roham suspected. The Diamond Dogs investigated all matter of terror, foreign and domestic. Underground networks were often utilized by whoever could pay the most. Some may believe there was honor among thieves, but a lack of scruples is what underscored most exchanges. Lucky could be linked to a great many things. There could be no connection outside his sick fixation. Roham swallowed hard. He forced himself not to think about Angel needing him when he should have been there for her. A clear head is what she needed now. FE had been gutted, computers and files gone, according to the notes Sela included with the bread. Without Angel's corroborating testimony, whoever was behind this might not get caught. 2 years of work wasted. Roham turned back to the table. He wiped his mouth with a napkin and peered at his red-headed guest. Ken Fisher threatened her for a reason. "I'll handle this," Angel insisted when he began clearing. Roham didn't argue. "We'll get underway in a few minutes. I've got to make a ready check." He knew all the typical last-minute gear was loaded. It always was. But fender and dock lines needed tending. And checking the bilge plug was a must before every trip. A leftover from his father's lectures, intended to prevent avoidable disasters, floated through memory. Too bad Roham hadn't recognized the love behind the unwavering instruction and stopped grousing before it was too late. "Maybe there's something on your fax," Angel called out. "I'll check in a minute," Roham shouted back from below decks. The suspect pictures he'd requested should be here. Maybe that's what had Angel regressing. She couldn't be delighted at the prospect of seeing the face she likely never wanted to see again. "I'll give Dex a call if they don't show up soon. In the meantime, whenever you'd like, feel free to use the laptop in the master cabin." The familiar action might help Angel, even though no update from Jenny was likely. The girl was probably still on the road, phone service interrupted by weather. The Amal had done its share of rocking during dinner, but the worst of it was still to the south, according to the weather updates. The soft rock channel he'd tuned in on the radio burred in the background, providing him and Angel some distraction, even if she wanted none. They would meet up with whatever nature had coming once they reached Colonial Beach. With the engine in fine order and the tank fully gassed, Roham climbed the stairs, trekking from stern to bow. He took the few steps up to the helm and checked the battery with a quick turn on the key that still sported the knotted black fob his mother had hand-woven. Angel busied herself below, her swift transformation of the kitchen visible through the slim portal. "You see," she said, "I need to be busy." How she knew he was looking down at her, he didn't know, but he didn't care. He couldn't take his eyes off her since she'd boarded. It could be that his attraction made her uncomfortable. He'd dreamed of her being here so often it hurt. But just because he viewed their past with certain nostalgia didn't mean she did. "You'll be busy rocking your baby in no time." Roham made another dash across the boat. He slipped into his stateroom, changing his clothes, in favor of jeans, t-shirt, deck shoes, and a light windbreaker that masked his weapon and holster. Nothing had come through on the fax. He passed Angel a final time, resisting the urge to kiss her as she wiped the dining area down with a wet washcloth. "Go relax. 3 hours and we're there." 3 hours and Angel would be one step closer to picking up the life she wanted. the same that didn't include him. Whatever else she may be withholding, she'd spill if she had her baby, he had no doubt. Angel had been a coward, and she knew it, but no more. The kitchen clean, her belly full, she took careful steps toward the blue room after stopping to retrieve Roham's laptop. Her insides lurched as the boat bobbed, but she shook her head and breathed deeply to ride the swell of nausea making her mouth water. It wasn't the weather outside making her sick. Her stalling couldn't be dismissed. She set the laptop on the dresser and opened it up. She didn't know what she hoped to find in her email. A ransom demand? An apology? Since she'd opened up to Roham, she understood far more than she'd gleaned in therapy. That wasn't her therapist's fault either. Angel owned her unwillingness to trust, or rather her foolishness in delivering what little she could muster to the wrong person, a rapist. Thinking about it, being cowed and terrorized made her want to vomit. But giving the thumb drive to Roham didn't sit right either. A constant diet of fear had dulled her senses. The talk of terror that led to the death of Roham's parents scared her all over again. There were no easy answers. She didn't want to let go of her power, what small control she felt she had. The thumb drive she secreted out of the office that day may not be complete, but it was hers. It was something. But if she didn't give it to Roham now, she couldn't help believing her lack of faith would come back to hurt her. She turned toward the bed, not bothering to close the computer lid, and knelt to feel under the frame. Nothing. She moved her fingers down rough wood. Splinters pricked her skin. The webbing caught against the side of her hand. Nothing. She gulped air. The drive must have shifted, moved in the wakes. Peeling off the bed covers, she hefted up the mattress. Her bruised muscles quivered, but she forced them to work. The mattress skidded off the frame with a thud. Angel took advantage of a lull and crossed quickly to the other side of the bed. She tipped the mattress against the chest of drawers, ignoring the pain shooting through her toe when the frame shifted against her foot, and tore off the webbing in 2 yanks. Nothing. She scanned the floorboards. Her scalp tingled. The drive was gone. Alone again. Ready checks done, Roham flicked on the Amal's forward lights. Pleasure tagged him being at the helm, in control. He powered up the gas and drew the craft downriver, cleaving as close to the shoreline as possible once he'd cleared the marina. The wind would break on the trees lining the waterfront, taking some of the strain that might otherwise make it impossible to steer. He could head out into deeper waters once the storm let up. Weather reports were rapidly changing. The hurricane, losing its punch as it cut into land, still packed steady rains and wind. He welcomed the change to make it to Colonial Beach. Not the best of ideas during heavy weather, but they would get there. He'd navigated rough waters before, and with Angel's desperate pleas still ringing in his brain, forcing his heart to beat with something far beyond simple function, he had to try. His hands absorbed the drag on the wheel. The shuddering effect of hidden currents on the rudder below was a sensation he always liked. This was where he preferred to be, up ahead, cutting through the darkness that was so much like life it brought a smile to his lips. He would get Angel to her baby and then shuttle them both to a safe house. Angel would talk then. She would have no reason to withhold. She was scared and had every right to be, especially being a mother. She had to know something, though. Ken Fisher wouldn't expose himself like that, making threats, unless he had reason. Roham delighted, knowing that Angel frightened the man. A single mom threatening the success of operations that had effects far beyond what even Ken Fisher could fathom moved him. Fisher was a Class A creep, but he hadn't inherited FE like some rich bumbler born into privilege. He'd clawed his way to the top of international trade, cutting any number of deals that, if exposed, may reveal far more than what Roham sought. A person didn't cross over to terrorism and selling out one's country overnight. They grew into the position. Much like Angel grew into believing that isolation would protect her. Roham dismissed his own issues in that department and focused on Angel. He had no doubt she'd reveal what guilty parties she could once she felt safe to speak. And even if they didn't get locked away, the criminals would be brought to the wisdom of naming names. Again, there was no honor among thieves in his experience, only expediency. He drove the yacht deeper downriver, energized by the power of the wakes. The hypnotic view of water and sky shattered at the click of a cocking gun. His skin lit. Roham edged around slowly. He reached carefully for his sig-sauer when Angel appeared. The lamp he'd left on in the lounge winked through the galley and silhouetted her petite frame. Angel? His grip relaxed before it found his gun. What are you doing? There's someone on the boat. Where? I don't know. She cast a glance over her shoulder, then turned back to hit him with horror-filled eyes. But we're not alone. Did you get another call? No, but there's something missing from my room. Something? He suppressed triumph. Angel paused, overlong for one sure enough to reach for a gun. I hid evidence in your sister's room, but it's gone. She continued before he could ask what exactly it was. And if you didn't take it, if I didn't take it, then somebody else did. He let down the anchor, waiting until it was properly seated before turning off the engine. Boats were returning to the harbor, and their wakes, combined with those caused by the wind, could send the yacht crashing into the opposite bank if he didn't. Her unwavering gaze moved him more than the realization that she'd been hiding tangible evidence. I haven't been in the blue room. He wouldn't violate her privacy. He gave his sister the same courtesy. Thank you. Don't thank me. Tell me whatever you know or what you think you might know, so I can help you and Brian. Frustration clawed at his insides, but he lifted his hands in a benign fashion. He hoped would override his tense retort. He already knew Angel didn't trust him, or anyone. Roham trusted himself, though, and for someone to slip aboard without him seeing or hearing anything seemed a far reach. And yet he was forced to admit, staring into Angel's upturned face, he hadn't picked up on her withholding a tangible object. Is there anything else you're holding back? Any detail? Any odd circumstance? Any names? Like Brian's father's? He added silently, eager to make the most of this situation. Roham, somebody is on the Amal. And what did they take? He refused to be diverted. He needed to get as much information as possible before she clammed up for whatever reason. A letter? A key? A memory stick? She couldn't have hidden much in her simple skirt and tank top, but collecting evidence meant she knew what was going on. She nodded. I downloaded files on a thumb drive before Fisher herded us out for that party. I think he caught wind of it. Why did you download files? To take to the police. She brought the gun flush against her stomach. You have to believe me. I wasn't part of this. We were auditing accounts when I caught the disconnect in shipping lines on a bill of landing. I knew something was wrong instantly. These bogus motherboards were headed into the DoD. Her panicked tone moved him. Angel may be capable, but she was unaccustomed to the seedy doings that were regular fare for diamond dogs. Why not tell me? The man in the elevator, the one who attacked me, was sent by Lucky. I couldn't be sure, but I thought if there was some connection, that the thumb drive would be a means to get Brian back. She lifted her chin higher, perhaps to stave off fresh tears. Her display of earlier still seemed to linger on his chest, weighing him with guilt and untold other things. Ken Fisher had already threatened you, though. Roham needed Angel to clarify. Why head back to the Stanhope? Why not go straight to the authorities? I needed all the information. She paused to clear her throat. Why? Angel debated it, it seemed, then said, The Nasiris gifted me with private stock, and Fisher implied that I'd gained the most in PC Globals, being named the prime contractor. How's that? Crescent Circuit intends to go public before the end of the year. Roham stuffed the comparison of Angel scurrying to cover herself like some thief. And you believed you'd be our prime suspect, without full disclosure. I didn't know anything about the spyware, Roham. Nothing. She darted another look toward the shadowed galley. I only supplied imports from Hong Kong. You said yourself that you knew I was forced to attend that party. Her words were hot and on target. I went to the Stanhope wanting to complete the download when I was attacked. Well, I'm glad you did what you did, Roham said. He concentrated on the case so that his voice brimmed with admiration instead of upset. Angel deserved a medal for swift thinking. She wasn't working for Dexter Driscoll, but for the safety of her child. What do you mean? Fisher's offices were gutted. Sela contacted me. Your thumb drive may have everything we need. Roham took the steps down from the helm. Now if it's gone, Angel peered over her shoulder, bringing the gun down against her thigh. If you didn't move it, someone else must have. Let's take a look, but stay behind me. He granted himself a touch, smoothing a hand down Angel's arm to ensure she took position. He still didn't believe anyone was on board, but he would do a check anyway. An ego-fueled mistake could get them killed. I'm sorry. Her soft apology brushed against his neck as he flicked on lights, steeping the guilt that hadn't left him since the first moment he'd lied to her. Even if they could get past this nightmare, Angel may never be able to trust him again. They were both too good at keeping secrets. I didn't mean to hurt you, she whispered. She couldn't know her need to do what she could, broadcasting her lack of faith in his ability. It went beyond this situation and straight to incapacity to allow others to do their part. He'd met women like that, independent to the point of isolation. He'd met men like that too, every morning when he brushed his teeth and peered in the mirror. He relied on his work team, well enough, but in his personal life, he had none. His boorish behavior after Angel ended their relationship rose again like a specter. He had no room to criticize her. Whatever's on that drive may be all I have to keep my baby safe, she choked. To exchange for him if... That's why. I thought anyway. Stay close. I'll do whatever you ask. She meant it. He knew. He reached back and pulled her up against him, then cleared the corner of the lounge, scanning the couch behind the storage that doubled as ottomans. There was no place to hide in the tiny galley. If someone had snuck onto the Amal, it was possible they'd been on the yacht the entire time. Whoever it was may well have overheard his exchange with Dex and Sela. Whoever it was may have been watching Angel in her room, waiting. That is, if someone was on board. Had that threatening phone call come from the hold? Had Roham led Angel right into danger? If Brian's father was the power behind Fisher's illicit trading and had connections to the death of his own parents, Roham may be a target, or at least known by whoever was responsible for tonight's events. Angel could be a peripheral mark. Terror ripped him. That brand of guilt he couldn't bear snaked through his veins, cold and condemning. He tightened his grip around the sigsar, his fingertips twitching with sensation. Angel wasn't praying loudly, but the cadence of her words was unmistakable. His jaw tensed. Skill would suffice for Roham. He'd make sure of it. The boat rocked at the passing of an unseen craft, speeding from the size of the wakes. Roham reached back again, steadying Angel, steadying himself. She was alive and well. Her baby was safe. The positives outweighed negative thinking. He cleared his bedroom, scanning the depths of every nook. He peered behind the bed and inside the chest of drawers that served as a bench beneath the windows, then turned around. Angel touched his cheek, and his senses skyrocketed on high alert. "What is it?" he ground out. "Nothing. Just, I'm glad I'm not alone." Warmth coursed through him, but he didn't reply. There weren't any words to explain the cocktail of feelings she stirred, even without touching him. He nodded forward, indicating that they would search her room next. Had someone hidden in one of the lockups? When Roham had ushered Angel inside the galley after that phone call, the topside of the boat was unguarded. "Did you see anything, Angel? Anything you're not telling me? It doesn't matter how insignificant it seems." That father and son he'd seen tying down the trawler could have had more on their plan of the day. So could the realtor, for that matter. No. When they reached the blue room, it was disheveled. The mattress was overthrown against the dresser, and the thin webbing that hid the bed frame torn. "Your search efforts?" he confirmed. "Yes." Another boat passed in the darkness, leaving the yacht to take the wake with a deep bob. A flip-flop tucked under the vanity on the port side of the cabin slid across the floor. Roham swallowed, holding his weapon upward. "You hid the thumb drive beneath the bed frame?" "I did." "Turn on that other light." Roham suspected the thumb drive wasn't stolen at all. "What is it?" "Our thief." He couldn't help grinning. "We're having weather and the boat's rocking. A thumb drive isn't very heavy. If you tucked it up under the webbing that popped off the frame, it's just as likely the thing slipped out and fell on the floor." He hunkered down, moving toward one of the grilled vents that had been installed throughout the boat when his parents had upgraded the Amal's interior. "But the vents are slanted the wrong way." "True, but doesn't mean the drive couldn't have worked its way between the grate and the wall and fallen in from the opposite direction." Digging his fingers inside the slats, he removed the grate and handed it to Angel. "That's it. There we are," he said, dipping his hand inside the opening. "Oh, thank goodness." Roham withheld comment. Instead, he pulled out a red bead earring, a wad of dust, and an old chess piece that sent recollections, good and bad, flashing through memory. The thumb drive wasn't there. Chapter 9. Angel hunkered behind Roham. She clutched his shoulder with one hand, flexing the fingers of the other around the HK as he sorted through the tangle he'd retrieved. Her being this close to him brought so much back. She shut her eyes, for a second, no more, and breathed in the lingering notes of spiced aftershave. The scent of him. His clubbed hair brushed her hand. The rise and fall of his breathing melted into hers. She'd liked him so much. She liked him still. It was the perfect foundation for so much more. Tears burned the back of her eyes, and she choked down the residual ball in her throat. "Try again," she said. She didn't want to think on what had brought them to this moment. Someone was still out to destroy her, despite the lulling effect of aftershave and lost chances. But holding Roham comforted her, deep down. His warmth and presence enlivened her insides. She liked not being alone. Roham turned, his olive eyes shifted beneath thick lashes. His lips fell short of brushing her cheek as he explored the vent once more. "Well?" She met his look, eagerness pumping through her. "There's nothing there." "There has to be," she answered in a huff. She wanted so hard to believe his explanation. Turning away, frustrated, she caught sight of the hallway. The lagging door creaked with the motion of the boat. "You say there are other vents?" "If the thumb drive hit the floor, it could be banking off other things, sliding in multiple directions." Roham shrugged a shoulder. "My parents were thorough in everything they did, so yes." Angel jumped up to confirm that the blue room door didn't fill the entire space cut for it. If the drive glided, it's possible it's not in this room. It isn't in this room, Roham said, standing. Angel took the steps into the hallway, backtracking toward Roham's cabin. A hooded vent marked the juncture of wall and floor outside. Here, she jammed her gun in the back band of her borrowed capris and crouched down, not bothering to wait for Roham to catch up. She pried up the grate with her nails, then set it aside to thrust a hand down the shaft. Her reaching fingers met with a familiar shape. Relief coursed through her, a relief Roham shared if his quick grin were any measure. "I've got it," she said. "No intruder?" "Thank the Lord, no." Tension stole over Roham's jaw at her words. No scowl or condemnation came, although she should expect as much. She'd hidden evidence. Not a capital offense, but not exactly moral, even if she couldn't be prosecuted. The CIA concerned itself with foreign entities, not functionaries, not United States citizens. Roham's questioning had been informal, and yet the gravity of what she'd done, what she planned to do, weighed her like a grape press as he stuck out his hand. "Thank you," he said when she finally let the device drop into his palm. He tucked the drive into his jean pocket. Angel couldn't read his expression, and she didn't want to. Roham could be feeling just as guilty about withholding information. He should have told her right away about Fisher's offices being gutted. He had his reasons for not speaking, and so did she, but sharing provided release. The explosion of emotion making a parade of her heart was a different matter. Roham must sense how she cared, and that was a vulnerability she didn't like. Angel forced a frown to break the mood. "I'll get all this put back together," she stammered, fumbling with the grate. When it fitted into place, she ran damp palms down her pant legs and stood. She rechecked the gun at her back. This last scare left her unwilling to be separated from self-defense. Roham may be the professional, but her skills were on par. She followed Roham back to the blue room, saying, "You don't need to do this. I made the mess. I'll clean it up." He was already wrestling with the mattress. He lifted a corner, angling it back toward the frame. Angel took the other side and pushed. The unwieldy rectangle clunked back into place. Roham picked up sheets and blankets, but Angel snatched them out of his grasp. "I said I'll clean up." "Do what you will, Angel, but we're in this mess together." He sunk his hand into his pocket, a darkness settling over him despite salvaged evidence. "If you're good here, I'll head off to my room." "Your room?" He clasped the ponytail at his nape, drawing his hand back down the length of it. "I'm going to do what we should have done first thing." "Shouldn't we head out?" "Jenny has Brian. He's safe for now, and I'd like to keep it that way." He jutted his chin as if seeking permission. "I'm forwarding the information to HQ. We can't afford anything to happen to it." "What about the leak?" "I'll forward info to Dex as well. He'll make sure the right parties receive it." Angel's phone vibrated across the mirrored tray on the desktop beside Roham, robbing her of the chance to second guess. She pounced toward the lifeline, then hesitated. It could be Brian's father again. What do I do? What if it's Lucky? Draw him out in conversation. Ask what you've supposedly done. Roham's steady gaze coached her, as if she were walking a tightrope with no net. "Get as much information as you can, and I'll be here. Right here," he said, reaching toward her. Angel gulped. Her lips trembled with electric twitches she couldn't control. Roham nodded and stroked her arm. Warmth and reality seeped into her skin. She wasn't alone. She swallowed, picking up the phone as it burred again, her pulse drawing down as she noted the number. It's Jenny. Tell her good job from me. I will. Angel didn't flinch when he reached for the laptop, brushing the softest of kisses on her left cheek before leaving her alone. She didn't mind that her email was still up on the screen either. She needed to trust, to fully focus on what mattered, not Roham, despite how much she may want to. Swiping the smartphone screen, there was no time to set up a password. Jenny's voice filled the void on the other end of the line. I'm so glad I reached you. Please, oh gosh. I hope you forgive me. For what? Angel's heart stopped. I got so scared with those people trying to get into the house, and after what you said, I panicked. I snatched Brian up and took him out the back to the only place I could think of to go. My parents. Angel breathed easier. Mr. and Mrs. Ciavati were the kind of people who could be trusted. They'd been nothing but helpful since Angel moved into the neighborhood, despite her being a single mother. Maybe because of it. No lectures, no dirty looks, and no condemnation. She relaxed for what seemed the first time in hours, her muscles slackening. Oh, Jenny, you did fine. Better than fine. Angel's heart soared with confidence. You'll make a great mother one day. With Jenny having the added help of her parents, there was far less to worry about. Plan on a big fat bonus. The girl deserved a reward. Angel let herself smile. She maneuvered her mind away from horror. She suppressed fears about how she would make mortgage payments if she had no job, or worse, if she was indicated for international trafficking with terrorists and lost the income from her stock portfolio. Brian's father didn't know the Ciavatis either. Angel's move was recent. Even if he could find out about Jenny's parents, they'd just inherited the vacation home, so he couldn't know where they were. She hoped he couldn't. That would have to do. And as long as Brian was okay, everything else would be fine. Hiccups and sobs echoed on the other end of the line. You haven't heard? What? Whatever it is, Jenny, it's going to be fine. Tell me. There's a hurricane coming in. It's just wind, Jenny. A storm. Angel raked back lagging strands of her damp hair. The noise level outside had increased. Wind and something else. Not a hurricane. For the first time, she noticed how many boats were coming back to harbor. Doesn't matter. Everything here is shutting down. Jenny's crying made Angel long to hug her too. I can't believe I brought Brian into this. He's asleep in his car seat. How did you manage that? He tired himself out, gurgling and bouncing to the radio. Yeah, he's asleep now. Thank goodness for that. Your taste in music isn't an issue tonight. Angel's objection to some of Jenny's musical choices didn't bear thinking about. Her baby was safe, and so was Jenny, by God's grace. But it's not a disaster, only a problem. Problems can be solved. Okay, Jenny whispered. Angel channeled her therapist's steady coaching, praying for a calm she hadn't had since kissing Brian goodbye that morning. Are you and your folks all right? Roham had connections and could maybe get emergency help to Jenny's family if they needed it. Her poor sitter was likely spun up from the evening's excitement, whipping the wind back into hurricane status. But it wasn't every day Jenny had to flee from housebreakers. They both needed to calm down, to stop anticipating the worst. Let me talk with your mom, Angel said. She owed the Ciavatis an explanation. They could break the situation to their daughter in a far better fashion than Angel over the phone. She's not here. Angel flinched. Your dad? My folks left. They must be on their way back home.
Jenny continued, though not as frantic. I wanted to call you before I went back, too. No, Angel snapped, then softened her tone. Stay put. You want me to stay here? Yes. She knew Jenny was frightened, but if the girl drove back to the neighborhood with Brian in tow, she could be picked up, and not by law enforcement. I guess driving out there could be dangerous. It is. But there's more. Angel rubbed her temples. She had to give the girl a serious reason to stay, even if everyone around her left. Those people who tried to get into the house, they're bad. Very bad. Jenny, you have to stay where you are. Fear leapt across the line, picked up by every hair on her head. The man I work for has been dealing in some illegal things. I just found out today. What about my parents? The FBI is watching my house. They'll be all right. The Ciavottis didn't have Brian, so there was no need to harm them. Whoever was doing this wasn't looking for them anyway. They'd likely be stuck in traffic if everyone was bugging out. I'll come to you and take you someplace safe. You and Brian. I'm scared. Me too, Angel admitted. But we can get through this. If Brian's sleeping, take him to the most center room in the house. Gather up whatever food you need. You've got to be hungry, I know. And fill up a jug of water. Then wait. Jenny asked more questions, but Roham burst into the room. Roham threw open his sister's top drawer. We have to go. Angel spun around. What? His heart ached, but there was no time to indulge feelings. Tell Jenny to stay put. We'll get to her and Brian soon enough. He plucked up the Bible and the crucifix Jalad bragged about keeping. Photos, too. He wanted to take everything, but there was no time. We've been compromised, he said by way of explanation. How do you know that? There's a helicopter scanning the Potomac, zeroing in on boats and backing off like they're searching for something. Us? I don't want to take the chance to find out. Roham grabbed another photo from the drawer. His parents on their wedding day, stuffing it inside the watertight duffel he'd grabbed from storage. You did say Brian's father threatened me, too. Dear Lord, help us. I'll take that as a yes. Roham collected her close, savoring the fragrance of his shampoo in her hair one more time. She was so pale, so fragile, despite the display that could see her cast in top action films. Her prayer made her even more compelling, not because Roham was going soft on God, but because Angel was more vulnerable because of her belief. He never wanted to see her let down again. I'm sorry to have to do this to you, he said, but we need to get off this boat. No yellow rafts, no nothing. The swells won't be easy, but we're anchored not too far from shore. I'll see you make it safely. She moved away. I can swim. Excellent. Tell Jenny to hold tight, he said, attempting to assess the nearness of the helicopter by sound. Already done. Give me your phone. Gun too. She obeyed without hesitation, her eyes huge beneath drawn brows. Roham secured the items in the duffel along with his sigsar, then sealed the bag shut. I've got a time and location where Tina wants to meet you. He tipped his head to indicate that Angel should lead the way out. Bringing up the rear would give him the advantage of pushing her overboard if it became necessary. Tina? Instant messaging on your email. Fisher's dead. His words filled the dark void of the galley, garroted and crammed into the trunk of his Mercedes. Angel stiffened. Roham steadied her as she took the deck stairs. I have a friend meeting us downriver. Thankfully, he picked up. Jay's not usually the reachable type. Thank God already, Roham. I have no idea what your problem is, but he's the only one who's going to get us out of this. Angel shot back, her angry face turning to meet his over her shoulder. No matter how handy this Jay may be. Angel may have talked tough, and for the most part, she was. Brian needed that. Fear still showered her as she crept over the Amal's side. Dread swooped in helicopter form, its methodic pattern sending a swell of white light across the dark water some 100 yards downriver. The wind whirred, and the helicopter shinnied. The sound grew deafening. Gripping the yacht's side rails, Angel breathed deep, accepting the cold, goosebumps forming as her feet touched the water. She could do this. She had to do this. Roham gathered some last-minute must-haves. His shadowy frame disappeared into the main cabin. She glanced up and sunk down. Her stomach clenched. Cold water lapped her breasts, but she slipped deeper into the water. At least it wasn't freezing. The storm had heated the air to a cloying contrast of temperatures, confusing her senses. A life raft would mean death, despite what her seizing muscles demanded. The idea was to swim away unseen. She didn't need Roham breaking everything down. Terror gnawed her inside and out, but she needed to believe what she'd told Roham. They weren't alone. She did believe it. She had no choice. She dipped her head back to wet her hair, swallowing the lump that seemed forever stuck in her throat. She felt no joy at the death of Ken Fisher. She felt nothing. This whole affair could have been pinned on him. Instead, she was dealing with an unknown, a man who could take her out in the middle of the dark Potomac. Who could do such a thing? The searchlight skimmed the water's surface. Angel gripped the lifelines Roham lowered. She dipped down as glaring light sliced nearer to the boat. What this new development meant, and what Tina had to do with it, stoked fresh fear. Angel didn't want to imagine what else Tina wanted to tell her. For all she knew, the blonde could have been forced to witness Fisher's killing. How she managed to see the event and report back seemed curious enough. Brian's father didn't strike as the kind to let a woman get away to talk, not unless he planned to use her, like he'd used Angel. So what could Tina have to say? And if she did have information, could it be trusted? "I'll make this up to you," Roham said, garnering her attention as he sunk down into the water beside her and pulled her close. Angel soaked in his warmth, drawing strength from his nearness, then scooted away. She was unwilling to cripple herself by becoming dependent, even if temptation came in the form of an able-bodied CIA agent dedicated to keeping her alive. "You don't have to make up anything," she said. "You're doing your job. I appreciate it." Her voice trembled. Maybe he would attribute it to the cold water. Anything would be better than him picking up on the new reality she had to face. She wasn't numb to him. A part, a hidden gnawing, deeply desired someone to protect her. A flesh and blood someone. But she knew if she was going to survive this, that person would have to be herself. Kicking off from the boat, she made toward the shoreline, digging in deep with a flat hand and not looking back. Chapter 10. Angel's legs burned, but she embraced the pain, drawing strength from it. The crushing ache reminded her that her heart still pumped. Roham powered up beside her, despite her head start, then kept pace. She didn't flatter herself to think she was really keeping up with him. Even with the duffel, Roham could outstrip her, his muscled frame giving him the advantage. He didn't take it, though. She should be glad. Her strokes slowed, her arms ignoring what she willed. Her body craved rest, relief, but the end of the day was nowhere in sight. With the shore still a way off and the water choppy, Angel lifted her face. She caught a glint of Roham's lean form as she gulped air. Treading water well beyond the swell of the Amal's forward lights, he waved her over. "If they check out the boat and move on," he shouted, "we can go back." "What about Jay?" He'll be happy enough to get on with his own plan of the day, whoever she is. That'll make two of us, Angel replied, feeling anything but a warm fuzzy as she neared Roham. A constant chill moved through her. She had no call to judge anyone, though, Roham included. It seemed absurd now being upset that he'd lied to her. Impossible, since she'd tasted the danger surrounding his kind of work. Roham may not elicit regular assassination attempts, but she knew what it was like to live under threat. She wanted her old life back. Nothing out of the ordinary. Nothing miraculous. Just Brian, me, and a family film on Netflix, and I'm good, she shivered, wondering if that would ever happen. That's all? Angel pumped her legs, dismissing what else he was asking. That's plenty. Not being able to make out his face made it easier. An undercover dad who could never come home wouldn't fill empty spaces. Still, the heightened excitement of the past few hours coupled with that foundation of friendship made it feel different. A new bond was forming, but she couldn't hurt Roham again. She knew it would already when it came time to say goodbye. Duck if the lights come this way. His fingers brushed her shoulder. She nodded. Will do. I'm sorry if I dragged you out here for nothing. The helicopter fanned lights over the Amal, then backed up, edging higher in the sky overhead. I know this isn't easy for you. Don't apologize. Not for anything. Angel squinted skyward to see what she could, and then turned back to Roham. Your instincts were exactly right. It was past time she made up for not trusting him, but her words disappeared in a blinding flash of light and sound. Breathe. Roham obeyed his own command, then grasped Angel's hand, pulling her under the water. The glow overhead gave him a sketchy view of her profile before he powered away from danger. He swam upward after they'd put more distance between themselves and the burning wreckage. The Amal was gone, exploded. The reality of hot flames and sputtering pops couldn't be ignored. The spectacle consumed him. His heart twisted in his chest. So much of himself was tied to that boat. It always would be. The overwhelming loss might make him go numb if not for Angel. He squeezed her hand. She was alive and real. Heat from the blast tugged at his senses, but Angel needed him, even if he couldn't be there for her when this was over. He caught her looking at him and smiled. She didn't, but she would soon. He cast another look at the glowing remains of his family's safe haven, crackling atop the water. White embers floated in the night sky, the residual glow telling him it was time to go. Take another breath and go back under, he said simply. They might look for us. The helicopter didn't move, and Angel didn't question him. Breaking away, she reached land before he did, crouching down to pull him out of the water with an outstretched arm. He gripped her wrist, bracing a foot against the unseen ledge of rock below. Thanks. She withdrew her hand as soon as he'd stepped onto the craggy bank. So where is Jay supposed to meet us? Light from the fire caught her sober features, fixing them in his mind. The past was all gone. All of it. He pointed through the darkened foliage. His fishing dinghy is hidden in that inlet. The trees he expected to hide their retreat would prevent their being found out. Unsealing the duffel to the whir of a hovering copter, he withdrew their shoes and the night vision goggles he'd gone back for. He handed a pair to Angel along with the HK. Let's go, he said after checking her device was firmly fixed and operational. The hike was short and silent. What appeared to be a shallow boat took shape inside the brackish inlet, backtracking the treed shoreline of the Potomac. Wind howled overhead. Roham repressed the impulse to haul Angel into his arms as she dipped beneath an overhanging limb and over a fallen log. its hollow core straddling a tangle of hidden roots above the packed earth. She was capable, and it was up to him to keep his personal instincts in check. Roham waved Jay in, then signaled Angel to meet the dinghy where it bobbed ashore. Outfitted with night vision and the understanding of clandestine operations, Jay brought no lantern. The trio remained silent when they converged at the meeting point, the slapping of water against the rock and the thunder of bending trees rising up over the hammer of imagined heartbeats. Angel sat down in the back of the boat without a sound. Roham stowed their bag, then helped Jay tow away some of the loose earth that would make for an easier re-entry into the tributary. Thanks for the ride. Roham spoke the words once both men were seated. The dinghy launched. I'm glad you picked up. Least I could do, man. You've got powerful unfriendlies on your tail. Where? Angel whipped around in the darkness. She surveyed the terrain with such fierceness, her neck strained, her hands gripping the sides of the dinghy. Even Jay shook his head. Jay Skies, it's a pleasure. But that fireball was hard to miss. There's no one on the ground as far as I know, ma'am. Jay thrust his chin Roham's direction. You lost the Amal, but came away with the good stuff. Roham met his friend's inspection in the green glow of night vision. A quick grin flashed in response before Roham gripped an oar, digging it into the murky depths. He'd lost the Amal, but Jay knew how he felt about Angel. He'd guessed long before tonight, even when Roham had done his best to pretend that he was over her. The details may elude the retired Army commando by design, but that's how it rolled between them. We still need to get my baby. Angel tugged on Roham's wet sleeve. He knows, right? Jay took an oar. What I need to? Yes, ma'am. I know. Thank God. Angel whispered. For both of you, she qualified, catching her lower lip between her teeth. Not for the first time, Roham was hit by the need to shelter the surprising redhead in his arms. We'd better get moving, Jay said. Roham checked the watch he wore on the inside of his wrist. The drive shouldn't take too long from here. We're driving? Jay's boat is back at the marina, but his RV is down the waterway, Roham explained. Parked on the wrong side of the river, they'd need to use the bridge further south and come back up. You need sleep. I can't. Rest then, Roham glowered in the dark. He's right, ma'am. You need to be there for those who rely on you, and that means taking care of yourself. And taking good advice when pride might say otherwise. Jay spoke without fear of losing anything. The rebuff was meant for Roham, though. This was the first time he'd taken Jay at his word about helping. Roham didn't care, so long as Angel listened. She may not want anything to do with him after this was over, but he couldn't live with himself if she didn't get her baby back. Angel swung away from Roham's inspection. If there were another oar, at least she'd have something to do. The means to occupy her body. Dread weighted her stomach like a lead ball, worse than exhaustion. She shut her eyes against the surreal expanse of water turned green thanks to the visor pinching her head. How to make him understand, maintain her dignity, independence. The need for both was more than a pretty desire to appear self-sufficient. It wasn't pride. Gritting her teeth, she opened her eyes as the dinghy hit an eddy. Spray soaked her anew. The light sweater was already plastered against her skin, so turning away would serve no purpose. The latter never did really. She dared a look at Roham as the waters calmed, assessing the toned length of him with new eyes. His loose wet hair brushed powerful shoulders. His face was a mask of duty, full lips drawn but not taut. His square jaw at a right angle with the bow. Whether she could really trust a man, with everything, all the time, she couldn't say. Her body still recollected his touch in 1,000 different ways. Memories from before and after her assault tripped over her nerves, icing on a day straight from hell. Not everything was bad, though. Roham had kissed her briefly in the blue room, and nothing bad happened. He held her close on the deck of the Amal. Angel winced at the visual of its ruin atop the Potomac's choppy water. Why did everything associated with Roham have to draw down vengeance? She may as well be the Amal. Hope-filled, but ruined despite affections. It had to stop. She had to regain herself, like she had when she took Brian to view the cherry blossoms. But refusing to admit her own basic needs was forcing Roham to play the protector. Vigilance was part of his makeup, but in a good way. He wasn't a chauvinist. He also put a high priority on duty. CIA training likely demanded a certain treatment of civilians. Taking his solicitousness personally, no matter how flattering, would be a mistake. He was likely suffering the same effect of thriller-fueled bonding she was. At least she had the HK tucked in the back of her waistband. "You're right," she said to him. "We both need rest." "Don't worry about me. I'm only being practical," she cleared her throat. "If we're going to be fresh for our meeting with Tina tomorrow, we'll both need sleep." "There won't be any we at that rendezvous." She wished she had an oar again. "You don't plan on coming? Once you and Brian are secured, you're going to a safe house." Roham dug his oar in the deep water, focusing back on the task as if he expected rebuttal. "Dexter is already on it. But Tina expects me. Somebody else might be expecting you too. That's the problem." His ragged admission plucked at her fears, but that was nothing compared to his saying, "Brian needs his mom alive, and so do I." She longed to believe his words, rely on his being there, but wanting and having were never the same. Lifting her chin to peer past him, his declaration more potent than touch, she spotted Jay's motorhome. A wall of heavy boughs, churned by the stiff winds high above, obscured her view. But it was there, a sleek, dark vehicle made visible by her goggles, and the razor slits of light glinting beneath drawn shades. Sudden motion broke the distant glow. It moved through one window, then the next. She clutched Roham's arm, nails digging into muscle. "There's somebody in there." "It's all right. No one to worry about," Roham assured Angel, taking the opportunity to clasp her hand. He was not happy. Jay should know better. A good guy by modern standards. Jay dated a lot. And whoever he was with, another new girlfriend or someone he met that morning, was effectively being pulled into a potentially risky scenario. Still, Roham made the call for help. Jay could have been in the middle of entertaining. This was his favorite fishing hideout, so it had to be someone significant. "Relax, folks." Jay pulled the dinghy toward the shore. "She's a friendly. Food's waiting. More substantial than Roham's standard omelet." "I thought you liked my omelets," Roham joked back. Showing anger would put Angel at odds. She'd retreat back into self-defense mode, leaving him in an impossible situation to try to protect her. Roham wouldn't care so much if the situation weren't so dire, and Angel wasn't so skittish. But she was, and he did care. Too much to behave with dry professionalism. Angel's feelings, her comfort, her safety, disordered as it may seem, topped his personal list of priorities. She trusted him with the thumb drive, but Roham wanted more. He ached for that fluid being that would render her relaxed in his presence. Anticipating his full support instead of skirting subjects and assessing him with suspicion. She wanted the same from him. She needed him to believe she was innocent of wrongdoing and sought only to protect her child. Angel wanted him to believe the best of her. The knowledge fueled desires he never named before. He'd never given himself the chance to feel that deeply, so it was no surprise. Together, the two men dragged the dinghy on shore when the caulking of the HK caught them both unawares. "Do you even know how to use that thing?" Jay asked. "I do. And I don't know who this person is that you say you trust in the motorhome. I don't even know you." Angel's words put a voice to Roham's worries. If only they could have been of one mind in other areas. He could have helped her long before today. "Come on, lady," Jay lunged, but Angel sidestepped, keeping the gun firmly in hand. Roham couldn't help but grin. "You can't be serious." "She is," Roham said, "especially with a gun." Crouched in a ready position, Angel didn't need to say a word. Her stance was pure military, her body angled. The gun supported by both hands, not stuck out in some pathetic action movie imitation. "Mind if I join you?" Roham asked. He slid his cigar out of the duffel. The woman in Jay's trailer could be anyone. Jay might not know her either. Not really. Friendship or not, Roham owed it to Angel to question everybody and everything. Her life, her babies, hung in the balance. But the impasse, whether Angel knew it or not, provided him the means to equip himself for any possibility, without undermining her or her belief that he trusted Jay. Chapter 11. "Okay then, let's go." Their host jerked his head toward the motorhome. He didn't bother looking Angel's way, and so be it. Appearing foolish was her least concern. And Roham wasn't razzing her. He just doubted her. That stung. His opinion mattered, despite the rush of bravado jangling her senses. The why behind her caring was easily identified. She cared, but far more deeply than she ever had. The magnitude of emotion competing for dominance inside her would overpower her if she allowed it, but she wouldn't. Today was about getting Brian. Understanding Roham would come later, she hoped. He behaved as if their breakup never happened. He deferred to her, respected her boundaries, and gently tended her every care. Yet still, he respected her need to be in control of her own situation. They never shared a gun battle before, but they'd exchanged views often enough. They didn't always agree either, but mutual support had always been understood. That's why she'd originally contemplated a till death do us part scenario, despite preferring to keep marriage at a respectful distance. A swift review of the past few hours put her in that same position with Roham. She was helpless against his accepting approach. Another man may have tried wooing her. Agents were likely trained to extract information by way of sweet talk. That brand of forced banter always sickened her, yet here she was feeling partnered with Roham as if sweet were a given. Roham knew what she'd been through, and what she'd suffered in becoming a mother. She'd never share such intimacies. She'd never reached that stage with any man, not even before they'd broken up. She lost her virginity by way of violent assault. But even so, sharing typically resulted in attempted takeover, with a man assuming that he should handle things while the woman took a lesser role in her own feature film. But not now. She gripped the HK, awash in thanksgiving, despite the inky darkness. She wasn't alone. She wasn't being replaced in her own life, as if she required a keeper to make decisions for her. Angel had her faith, but Roham's belief in her supplied a different brand of warmth. She choked down a hot ball of confusion and focused on Brian. Roham wrestled another bag up from the dinghy. Her night vision cast him in an eerie green glow as great plops of rain began to fall. "I'm sorry," she muttered to Jay, swiping a hand across her mouth, but she had to be sure. She didn't trust herself to address Roham. The urge to cling to him overwhelmed her. "It's possible someone else is in that trailer now. Whoever you left may not be alone. I may sound paranoid, but there have been too many surprises not to be cautious."
She's right, Jay. I understand, ma'am, the former commando said. But Roham, you're gonna feel like an idiot. That's nothing new, Roham said with emphasis. Let's go. Angel digested Roham's weighty words as he hefted bags over his shoulder and gestured her to fall in behind him. He must feel badly over his treatment of her. Roham was a good man, and she wasn't completely devoid of sound judgment. The realization that she'd been right in her original assessment of Roham Arshad sunk into her bones, feeding her soul. Jay led the way across a crunch of leafy debris. Wind whistled overhead as the three made their way from the shore to a tangle of quivering shrubs bordering the back of the motorhome. A dog howled in the distance. The sound tore through her, turning her chilled flesh to melted butter that froze all over again. She focused on the glint in the windows when a shotgun emerged. You see? She breathed, stabbing a finger forward. The long barrel poked out between the slats of the blinds. Stand down or I'll blast you, a young woman shouted. Jalad? Roham called out. Air rushed from Angel's lungs. Your sister? The same, Roham bit off. And I'm not feeling like an idiot, Jay. I'm beyond ticked. He holstered his weapon. I get it now why you didn't want to tell me. Identify yourself, the girl called out again, apparently not hearing Roham. It's me, Jalad, your brother. Roham barked over the wind, then rounded on Jay. Now what the heck is going on? The gun barrel retreated. Relief trickled over Angel's senses. Relief and certain anticipation. She checked her weapon, jamming it back inside her waistband. She's alone and unthreatened if she's got the shotgun, Roham. Let's go. It must be killing him to think his sister was Jay's entertainment for the evening. She's alone now, but wasn't when I called. Was she, Jay? Roham strode past his friend toward the trailer. I can explain. You won't, though, Jalad said, coming outside. The shotgun was flush against her left leg. She could be Roham's twin, only downsized and sporting bobbed wavy locks. Now get inside. It's crazy out here. You adding to it makes no sense, brother. I thought you were a professional. He is, Angel rounded Roham's shoulder, stripping off her goggles to thrust out a hand. Thank you for answering our call. Angel didn't know the circumstances of Jalad being here, just that she was grateful. Any time, Miss Le Blanc. The girl grinned wide, her teeth white and even. You are Angel, yes? Yes. Angel allowed herself to be corralled into the motorhome, taking the single metal step into a haven of heavenly scents and blessed dry. Thanks, too, for the clothes, but I'm sorry, I haven't taken very good care of them. What's a little water? The girl replied with a laugh. Jay and Roham groused behind the women, coming in behind them in a rustle of wet gear and recrimination. Big Brother upset put a smile on Angel's face. That such banter still existed made her realize that the evening's events would pass. But she was in Roham's debt. Jay's, too. Come in. Roham stripped off Angel's goggles, pushing her wet hair over her shoulder. The intimate gesture caught her off guard. She stepped aside, her insides reacting in a way best ignored. I'm sure everything is fine, but now isn't the time. You're right. Roham took her hand and squeezed it before stopping himself. You're chilled to the bone. I'm guessing my sister has something dry that you could borrow. His eyes narrowed briefly across the cramped space, then keyed on Angel in a way that told her he'd regained himself. Jay and I will set a course and get you up to date. Jalad, is that saffron rice I smell? Like Mom used to make. Would you get me some? Angel asked. Her bones ached, and taking the help that Jalad offered was step one in demonstrating she could care for herself. And can I beg some more clothes off you? She never had a sister, but Angel imagined it might be like this. Take whatever you like. I'm in the master suite at the back. Tension leapt across either side of Roham's clenched jaw, spurring Angel to say, I owe you big time, Jalad. Thanks. She made a vow, capturing Roham's olive eyes with her own, that she'd do whatever she could to mend relations between brother and sister. She didn't have siblings, but Roham's feral response reminded her too much of her father to let it pass. Expect a full meal, Angel. Omelets are fine, but my sister's cooking is the best. Jay can testify, no doubt. Roham slipped an arm around Angel's small frame to usher her down the hall. To gain strength was more like it. He didn't need to tangle with Jay. Angel leaned into him. I like your sister. Jalad's the best. He snugged Angel tighter. Not too much, but enough to convey thanks for her support. You can trust her completely. But you can't? Roham cleared his throat, daring a look down at Angel's upturned face. Looks like you and my sister share more than a dress size. Her grilling put him off. It should, anyway. And what would that be? A sparkle claimed her tired eyes. Integrity. He smiled despite himself. Jalad wouldn't entertain empty advances any more than you would. He forced the words out, understanding he convicted himself in speaking. Both women held strong convictions, and both seemed unwilling to share with him. Angel still clung to something, judging by the slight tremor in her lower lip. He could understand her hesitation. That's the only thing that held him back from stroking her hair. She'd been threatened so grossly that he'd burn for vengeance even after the culprit languished in some prison hole. But his sister turning to Jay for whatever, maybe it was romance, reopened the wound he'd hoped would heal by getting Angel through this chaos. Roham had isolated himself, that much was clear, but that he'd become so blind as to disregard the needs of those he loved hurt the most. You must be frozen. He should be focusing on Angel. Let's find you that change of clothes, he said, once they reached the bedroom. I can take care of myself. Your sister can too. I know. Good, she said. She took his hand from her waist, squeezing his fingers. I'm flattered that you told her about me. Keeping my thoughts from Jalad is impossible. Another reason to wish his sister wasn't here. Then guard yourself, Angel said. I know that feelings don't always coincide with what we know to be true. I still look like I want to kill someone? A fleeting humor plumped her cheeks. You're a good brother, but attempting to police a grown woman won't get you anywhere. We don't like it. She's the only family I have left. I understand, Angel said softly, but be gentle. Jay isn't the focus here. Your sister doesn't even know what happened to the Amal. She ran a hand down the side of his face, her expression as inscrutable as his reaction. Oh, Roham, I'm sorry. I really am. The compulsion to hold her rocked him like no wave ever could. The urge to pray did too, but why? He wanted Angel, but understood she had her own life, her own needs, chief being the elimination of intrigue. Roham's work and mindset didn't mesh. He didn't need any prayer to tell him that. And asking God for the strength to let her go would be a lie, because he didn't want it. Not really. By the time Angel returned to the kitchenette, the men sat up ahead, Jay behind the wheel with Roham riding shotgun. She didn't want to rush back out. Roham had brought her phone, so she'd been able to check back in with Jenny. Brian was safe and sleeping, and the motorhome jostled underway. Families needed space to resolve issues and receive bad news. Jalad would likely be crushed by the loss of their family boat. The details Roham may share about her didn't concern Angel. She was done hiding, but Jalad hid whatever upset or judgments she may have, tidying up the kitchen even as she set food before Angel. Eat what you like, if you like, and leave the rest. I'm not a fan of cleaning one's plate. Puts too much pressure on an otherwise good experience. Are you all right? Angel didn't know how much Jalad knew. I'm grateful. I lost a boat, but I have my brother. A brother who knew what to save. Angel smiled. That crucifix and Bible are beautiful. They are. Mother was always so particular about preserving them both. But your baby, he's what needs saving. I'm eager to meet him. Jalad took the seat opposite her. I should ask you how you're doing. Compassion radiated from round, dark eyes, setting Angel at ease once more. I'll get through this. The girl covered Angel's hand with her own. That's the spirit, and exactly what Roham needs to hear. I don't mean to lay anything heavy on you, but whether you know it or not, you've had an influence on him. Irritating him? That's what their relationship had been these past months. If not for me, you'd still have the Amal. Don't get me wrong, I loved that boat. Jalad sought silent permission before snatching a ripe cherry tomato out of Angel's bowl. But I love Roham more. He's devastated. Angel admired his restraint, but wasn't fooled. She'd seen his reaction when the home he cherished exploded. Pride of ownership and a deep sense of belonging radiated from the man when he'd brought Angel on board. The Amal was an anchor, a beautiful, plushy, appointed anchor that held him back, if you want the truth. It gave him the method and the means to hide away from everything, even me, Jalad explained. But Roham loves you. Correction, he loves the Jalad in his mind. The dark-haired girl smiled. As long as he was living there, on that boat where things used to be, he'd see me as a little girl who needed protection. He fixed Mom and Dad there too, as if they hadn't moved on to something better. I think I understand. Such a state would explain Roham's loss of faith. They wouldn't want the life for him that he's created. But he does such critical work. Angel protested. Roham was flattering, but far from lost. At what cost? Jalad threw a glance over her shoulder. Living? Being a CIA agent isn't a death sentence. Angel relented to heavenly sense, giving thanks and then diving into the curried dish that was all Roham had promised. That she was defending Roham's career choices was the true surprise. He's using his skills to benefit others. Me, for one. While she'd been nothing but difficult and distrusting. A rerun of the Stanhope garage and the bowling alley flashing through her mind. Don't kid yourself. Roham cares for you. I have no doubt. But it's losing our parents that drives him, as if he can bring them back by bringing down every spy ring from here to Al-Ahmadi. Al-Ahmadi? Our parents' old province. You've heard of it? In passing, yes. Angel hated her stilted tone, but the name sounded familiar. And not from any conversation she had with Roham, who she'd believed only hours ago worked for his aging father. Warmth drained from her face, but she took another forkful of food to mask emotion. So what is this between you and Jay? Changing the topic was for the best. Angel didn't need Jalad attempting to read her thoughts. And while she may not take issue with Roham possibly sharing the details of Brian's parentage with his sister, discussing events was something Angel wasn't prepared to do. She didn't need to invite panic either. The snaking sensation of paralysis hadn't caught her quite yet, but her skin prickled in a way that made her stomach turn, despite the good meal. Jay is helping me pursue a position with the FBI. You're kidding. Angel clapped a hand over her mouth, nausea rising at the lingering of Al-Ahmadi. And you think Roham shouldn't be in the CIA? I didn't say that. Besides, I have a life, one that doesn't include Jay or my brother. But that is a topic best left for another time, as both of them would likely lose their cookies to think of me as anything but a baby in need of protection. You are a baby, Jalad. Roham hovered overhead, an empty coffee mug in his grip. You should have told me you wanted to join the FBI instead of pretending I'm some mythical djinn with 7 heads. Ah, but you are, brother. Whether you hole up at the marina or that closet you call an apartment in Reston. Jalad stood, then tweaked Roham's cheek, before seating her chair and moving up to ride with Jay. You can clean up, she shot back, but Roham's focus was fixed on Angel, and the panic she couldn't hide. Somebody's going to have to, Jay said. The motorhome lurched suddenly, drawing immediate attention. Hold on. Chapter 12. Debris in the road, folks. Sorry. Jay's words were lost on Roham. He sat beside Angel, noticing the color drained from her cheeks. The skin on her arms turned to gooseflesh. What is it? She could be remembering something, triggered by Jalad's chattiness. Roham held no illusions that his sister would hold her tongue where Angel was concerned. Quite the opposite. She'd been dying to enlist someone's help to push him beyond the past, and her swift acceptance of Angel was a sure sign she'd found an ally. Al-Ahmadi. She stuck him with wide eyes. Tell me about it. My parents' province? It's torn by an ongoing power struggle. The people clamor for peace, but those who could give it to them do nothing but war. He longed to take Angel's shaking hand, but placed his within reach instead. Pushing her is something he refused to do, no matter how strong the urge to console her. But this was the break he'd hoped for, ever since tagging the accent of her rapist. Your parents? They were killed in an attempt to heal the region. Our family isn't without influence. That's why they were forced to leave in the first place. He didn't want to turn the drama of today toward himself, but connections were forming. If not to his own history, then to the Al-Ahmadi region. Yet they went back. To do what conscience demanded, give peace some chance. They were ambushed, and I won't say what else happened. You've been terrorized enough. He didn't bother containing the grit in his voice. You can fill in the details likely as good as I can. Her face fixed in horror. I'm so sorry. Don't feel too badly on my account. I've had years to come to terms. My parents died. It was awful. But they went in pursuit of what they believed. That should please him on some level. You don't share their views? The desire for peace? Yes. I want peace for Al-Ahmadi. I want peace for you and Brian. But I can't get with their approach. One doesn't reason with terrorists. Fresh pain licked his insides. Believing in miracles doesn't always work out like it does in Bible stories. That's not true. She touched his hand, but he shook his head. It is where I come from. An excess of faith left people vulnerable to whatever happened, with no recourse to set their own path. He could never say that to Angel. She believed in a God Almighty, and, if that gave her some happiness, he wouldn't take it away. But he wanted none of it himself. That's why I'm pushing for clues. Sela ran the name Lucky and came up dry. I don't have any more to offer. She lowered her eyes. Thanks for helping me. Us. The work you do is critical. I understand that better than most. That means a lot. I mean it, Roham. She squeezed his fingers, stabbing him with her sincere expression. Every word. The slow rise and fall of her chest calmed him. So you're familiar with Al-Ahmadi? Brian's father is. He and the Nasiris were discussing inroads for Crescent Circuit, both nationally and internationally, when that name cropped up. Anything else? She had to know something more. Mr. Nasiri, the patriarch, seemed defeated all of a sudden. I'm not sure why, but I thought... She stopped, a sad smile touching her mouth. That was my cue to step up and sell Crescent Circuit. And boy did I. Were there any other reactions? Expectations, maybe? Tender feelings or sadness could skew her perspective. The Nasiris could be at the core of this plot. Angel bit her lip, then said, No, they've always shown me the utmost respect. They've been above board and intent on creating a new legacy here in the West. Nothing political as far as I know. She drew back and hugged her shoulders. That's why this thing with Fisher trafficking spyware blindsided me completely. Your focus was elsewhere. Understandable. Brian's safety and making sure I didn't mess up was at the forefront of every day. Every hour, I'd imagine. Roham jutted his chin. I was rough on you, Angel. I shouldn't have been, and I hope you can forgive me. He wanted to search those blue eyes, but he didn't deserve the privilege. I was convinced, as things progressed, your pregnancy, that you must have been playing me. You're kidding. You were so changed, so not the woman I came to know, he said. I had a hard time accepting it. He had a hard time accepting he'd fallen in love with Angel, too. He peered up, the soft set of Angel's lips, the compassion radiating from her shuttered eyes filling him with relief. Pain shot through him, too, for he had nothing to offer her except more of the intrigue she needed distance from, if she was to have the peace she deserved. His work was critical. She understood that, at least. You're certain the Nasiris are clean? Providing women for potential investors wasn't unheard of, even unwilling ones. Men's tastes ran in many directions, often into the darkest of sewers, best left out of imagination. That they didn't want the arrangement? Positive. I got the impression they were almost as frightened as I was when Mr. Nasiri offered me that stock. It was an apology of sorts, I'm sure. They may not have known exactly what transpired that night, but when I came up pregnant and Brian was born, I got the sense they did. Angel frowned as Jane navigated more debris, clutching the table to keep her balance. All right. Roham looked toward Jay, wondering how much longer until they reached the resort town. Is there anything else you can tell me about this Lucky? He refused to call the rapist Brian's father. Such a monster should never be associated with a child. He was a Nats fan. Like Fisher? Like Ken, whose usefulness ran out. I think I will lie down, Angel said. Wake me when we get there. She stood, shaking back her hair when the motorhome jerked to a halt. Angel rounded toward the front, bracing herself on the table. Police lights flashed, the windshield alive with bursts of red and blue. Yes, officer, will do, Jay said. A uniformed woman passed by the window slats, jabbing her finger in the opposite direction. Other uniforms followed, directing traffic beyond. Frustration glued Angel's feet to the floor. Her stomach lurched along with the motorhome, swaying sideways. This wasn't happening. She refused to believe it, accept it. She waited until the massive turn was complete, then strode past Roham to the driver's compartment. You don't have to take this road, she said to Jay. There's a back way. He knows. Roham came up behind her. Get what rest you can, Jalad said. Jay and I are on it. Roham will be stretching out in the kitchen. Right, brother? Sleep came like a weighted blanket. Angel sunk into the pillows, her body refusing to be put off until the sound of male voices poked through the darkness. Vibration shuddered up the floorboards and across the back wall of the bedroom. Somebody was getting something out of the back of the motorhome. They must have reached Colonial Beach. Or another roadblock. Angel pushed up from the bed, the room a blank of shadows. You're taking her? I don't believe it. Objections followed in short bursts, impossible to ignore. But it wasn't Roham barking like a drill sergeant. She smeared sleep from her mouth and eyes. She grinned, absorbing every word as she flicked on the light, slipped on her shoe, and tunneled fingers through her damp, tangled bangs. You're off your game, man, Jay said. Angel can handle herself. She will. Angel shifted back on the bed, wedging up a wooden slat covering the glass. The motorhome rested beneath a United Savings Bank drive, another barricade winking in the distance. Fallen branches littered the parking lot, a few larger pieces lagging down from the cement canopy that protected the bay of money machines. What happens if she gets hurt? She won't. Roham loaded his Sig Sauer, then shoved it into the holster he strapped back around his waist. You don't know Angel like I do. Roham stayed silent on the fact that Angel kept surprising him, and it was all good. He peered up at the window, sharing with her. More than surface talk and diverting one-liners renewed him. He hated corn, but he liked this. Another thing he wouldn't be sharing with Jay. Not that he had to. His friend guessed Angel was different from the start. No way. Roham wouldn't ruin what he had going by dismissing her out of hand. Instinct proved wrong sometimes. She's going. Roham banished any scenario of taking her to the safe house against her will. I can't barge in on her sitter demanding Brian be given over. The girl would need assurances even if Angel called to set things up. She's not going to do that? No, Roham smiled to himself. Jay talked like his conscience. I'm sure Angel understands the advantage of surprise. You'd better make sure of that. I will. Roham choked down his own doubts. But if anyone else is at that house, Angel taking charge of the baby and sitter would be invaluable. Have you thought about that? Have you considered the girl could be dead? Held hostage? That's a possibility. It's also possible Angel could be an asset. She has been this far. I can't believe you. You'd never agree to Gilad doing something like this. Jay clapped a hand on Roham's shoulder. She's not trained. Her father's oversees security, Roham said to assure himself. Angel may not be a pro, but she could be. She's emotionally involved. You can't let her go. Jay scrunched up his face. I'm with you, obviously. I'll handle the baby. The sitter won't be a problem. Gilad can stay with Angel. Those two get along great. You obviously don't know my sister, Sykes. Gilad would back Angel's right to make her own choice, whether we like it or not. And that includes Gilad. Grim satisfaction lessened the blow of learning she'd gone behind his back. You're not doing anything with my sister that'll make me have to take you out. You don't respect Gilad's decisions? Yes, I do. Roham arched a brow. It's yours I'm not sure about. Nothing's going on. Jay removed his hand. You've got my word. Good. Roham picked out night goggles, a later model than his. Keep it that way. You're sure about this? Jay stepped back a pace, then chose a sleek AR-15. I have a bump stock to mod it if she's up to that. Ask her. Come along. I was counting on you. But don't tell Angel to stay behind. It's her baby's life we're talking about. Roham let his words sink in. He wanted Angel safe. If I had the chance when it was my parents, I'd have killed anyone who got in my way. I understand. You don't, Roham said, not wishing his kind of pain on anyone. I appreciate you trying, though. He rounded the motorhome to wake Angel, hoping they'd arrive in time. Hoping Jenny hadn't met the same fate as Ken Fisher. Roham refused to think about the child. He'd seen too much in his life, and evil was one part that never faded. But the increasing surety that the man who'd assaulted Angel, the one financing this whole affair, was connected with the Al-Ahmadi province, filled his mind. Angel breathed easier as they neared the beach house. If Roham took issue with any of her directives along the way, he didn't say. Professionalism marked their journey through the roadblocks that would otherwise force them to turn back. A squad car stopped Jay from coming. The motorhome had drawn attention parked at the bank. Guns needed permits, and looters were part of every emergency. Gilad, playing the exasperated girlfriend, created a distraction so she and Roham could slip away. The need for secrecy hadn't ended. One careless call-in could end Brian's chances. Roham insisted they not give Jenny a warning they were so close. If she was being held, the alert would eliminate any hope of a surprise that would give them an advantage. Cutting through backyards and alleys, avoiding police and civilians alike, Angel and Roham slipped through town and the surrounding wood. Her heart pumped along with her legs. She rejected the fear gurgling up, filling her mouth with acid. Brian was near. Jenny was safe. And Roham didn't think of her as a wilting civilian in need of his special assistance. They were equals. Equals in as much as was possible. Jalad's promise of prayer before heading out of the motorhome to rail at Jay bolstered her confidence. She'd said something to her brother that Angel couldn't quite make out. Whatever it was didn't matter. Angel knew she wasn't alone in spirit. Roham may not be praying, but his sister had faith. Strong faith. She had said her parents were in a better place and that attitude didn't come cheaply. Your will, Angel prayed, willing all the while that God wouldn't take Brian, Jenny, and that they'd all get through this ordeal this side of heaven. Over there. That's it. Angel clapped a hand to her chest, her lungs burning as they crested the dunes. The boardwalk curiosity shops beyond the private jetty glowed bright. The Siavati cottage, its coral pink exterior cast in a sickly green, took shape. A beach getaway, close to the main harbor. The Victorian-style property had taken its share of weather over the past century. Gingerbread trim partly eaten from past storms marked the gables above. The railed porch with a lattice buttress wrapped around the whole of the front, giving rise to a screened terrace that extended to the rear of the property. Flower boxes filled to spilling with all manner of foliage, going wild in the wind, underscored the first floor windows. But the old house stood in testimony of sound principles, of quality, care, and family pride, the right kind. Not the vice that kept a stranglehold on power by crushing others. This was going to end. Brian was safe. He had to be. Trees lashed the darkened skies as they neared the property, its many windows boarded up in anticipation of the storm. Mother's instinct prickled her flesh, making her pulse race with a different kind of expectation. Roham turned, nodding as they hit packed sand. Stay here. What? Stay here. That shed. He gestured toward a swim shack just up the beach. Will provide cover. If anyone is going to take the brunt of what could be waiting for us, it's going to be me. He checked his weapon, his tone matter of fact. That's my baby in there. Exactly. And he's going to need you. Roham softened his tone. Angel shook her head. We're doing this together. Together, yes, he said. Now come on. Let's get you inside. That's your part in this operation. I'm not going backwards, Roham. She primed her weapon. Whether you get that or not isn't my problem. I get it, Angel. He gripped her wrist, then stalked in the direction of the shack, taking Angel with him. Too stunned to speak, she kept pace with him, not about to be dragged when he suddenly let her go. Jay's not here. That thing at the bank wasn't supposed to happen, but it did. We'll be lucky if Jay and Jalad meet us at the rest stop, like you suggested. I'm going with you. No, he swung back, looking down at her. If there's no one to call backup, then Brian will be at the mercy of more than this storm. You have to know that. His words rocked her. Dread sucked her down despite prayers. Confidence may not have gotten her drugged, raped, and terrorized, but empty hope, a reliance on what she wished would be instead of what was, could get people killed. Jenny doesn't know you. It was no excuse, really. Angel didn't want to leave him. She won't even know I'm there until it's too late to object. I'll signal you in if all's clear. Roham touched her cheek with his knuckles. He leaned in, falling short of kissing her, to whisper, Now let me go so I can get your baby. Chapter 13. Wind thundered overhead. Angel held on, clutching Roham's arm. He wasn't some glory hound, putting her in her place. He cared about her, and her baby. Deep down. For real. It didn't matter that Brian's father was a monster. Roham thumbed her lips. His skin chafed and warm. His bulk staved off the chill rushing in off the river. Fat raindrops pelted them, seeping past the black coat she'd snagged from the motorhome. Angel shivered. Be careful. Pray for me. I never stopped. She leaned in, her mouth grazing his jaw, and I never will. His low groan filled her ears. Angel squeezed her eyes shut. She didn't want to see, didn't want to lose right now. Right now, where Roham's arms were welcome, his protection wanted. She found his mouth with hers, adrenaline searing her insides. She kissed him. He gripped her waist, pulling her flush against him. Her goggles bit into her skin, the rims pushing hard against bone, but she didn't care. Wait for my signal, he whispered, his breath warming her chilled skin. He drew back slowly. Angel clenched her fists to keep from clutching him back, the wind blasting her. I'll flick the flashlight twice, no more, he said. She nodded and he was gone. Slipping the HK from the waistband at her back, she rechecked the weapon, even though she knew it was ready to fire. She flexed fingers around the handle, her palm clammy, the sensation familiar. She didn't need an AK. She'd only point if she was prepped to kill. She licked her lips. The fresh memory of Roham's kiss lingered as she peered sideways out the swim shack. Her kiss, really. He'd only responded, respected her limitations. Roham skulked closer to the main house. The tall shrubs made him difficult to spot, even with night vision. But he wanted her inside, protected. Scooting deeper into the hut, she kicked over a pail, the rattle spurring a survey of the glowing green interior. The plank floor offered no mysteries. The wind held a certain cadence, the whistling oddly calming. Better than squealing tires, bullets, and air-to-land missiles. She made a fist and wiped grime off the tiny window to look out. Roham reappeared, jogging past the wavering picket fence. His silhouette edged up the side of the property toward the latticed portico. A covered breezeway separated the addition of the carport and workshop. Not the same coral pink judging from the shift in hues, but covered in a bramble of late-blooming roses, thrashing wildly with every gust. Your will. That's what she should pray. But nobody had to die. She'd taken the lesson. She was listening. She wasn't attempting everything on her own. She didn't want to. She'd barely finished the thought when dark figures appeared in the carport. The space suddenly flooded with glaring light. Jenny wasn't alone. Angel swallowed. She tried anyway. Straining on tiptoe, she struggled to see more, but the house was positioned so she couldn't see deeper. Roham told her to wait, but on the other side of the house, he couldn't have seen what she had. She left the window to glance outside, up and down the beach. Roham couldn't know what was going on in the carport. Angel didn't either. The gun weighed, like ballast, grounding her. Gory images flashed through her brain, making marble of her flesh. Maybe Roham had seen the action from his position. Maybe he was already in the house following the couple she'd seen come through the breezeway. Following his path to the back of the house would eat up precious time. Whistling or attempting some other signal might alert those who were in the carport. Shocks of summer grasses beat a frenzy up the beach. But it was the sound of a sputtering car engine that made her decision. Waiting was over. Angel crept toward the house. Brian could be in the garage right now, getting shoved into that car. There was no way she'd let him be taken again. She'd blow out the car's tires, whatever it took. If the car picked up any speed, Brian and Jenny could be hurt in a spin-out. She had to act. Ducking down beneath a slap of swinging branches, she ran, standing in the middle of the drive leading toward town. Headlights veered, spraying light against the sand and storming water to the far side of the house.
Her heart pounded against her ribs. She lifted the gun. Roham headed for the carport before the engine turned over. Shoving his assault rifle over his shoulder, he braced a hand on the first of two low-lying walls separating the backyard from the front of the house and leapt into the glowing green breezeway. He dodged a maze of chained patio furniture, a dog's leash threading around his foot. A hanging basket rocked violently, crashing against his head as he attempted to exit the front of the structure. A shower of dirt blocked the view, then Angel appeared. She was begging to be mowed down. His heart leapt, staunching his breath. Roham didn't doubt Angel's skill, but if Brian was in that car, a definite possibility, she would hesitate. She couldn't help it. And hesitations, even the slightest, would get her killed. Whoever was driving was hooded, but not their motivation. Kidnapping or killing, neither was an acceptable option. The car, still backing up, had yet to pin its headlights on Angel. Roham took position behind the half-brick wall, prepping his AK. The distant sand and slow speed would keep the car from spinning out of control, and there was no dike or cement breaker to crash against. He waited. He had to. Seconds were hours. Shouting at Angel could alert the driver to her presence. The lights moved, clearing him to act. 1, 2. Shots pierced the passenger side tires, front then back. The car wobbled back, then continued, motor revving. He took aim at the engine this time. 1, 2, 3. The rapid fire drew Angel's attention. "Stop," she yelled, then ran toward the car, holstering her weapon. "Angel, no. It's Tina. She's got her hands up. Don't shoot," she screamed. "Put your weapon down." Roham didn't. He sidestepped the low wall, keeping the AK positioned at the driver. Somebody could be hiding behind a seat, lingering in the brush. Tina was not trustworthy. The secretary wasn't even supposed to be here. She could be the reason Ken Fisher ended up dead in a trunk. Tomorrow's meetup, the means to finish a botched assassination. He reached the car. Angel pushed off her goggles and collected her baby from a dazed Jenny. Mother and child exchanged personal intimacies, clutching and cooing in an instinctive embrace. Their bond was unmistakable. Roham's heart squeezed, letting him know how alive he was, how vulnerable. He gestured to Tina to get out of the car, slowly. He slung the AK over his shoulder, grabbing the cigar from its holster. "Is the baby all right?" he asked Angel. "Perfect. Thank God. Thank you, Jenny." "I wasn't trying to hurt him. I wasn't," Tina sobbed. Angel had entered a different realm, her attention fixed on Brian. Roham turned eyes on Tina. The blonde wept inside her slicker. Mascara streamed down her cheeks. A gash marked her cheek. Her lip split. He took off his goggles. The glare of headlights made everything bright, but Tina's pain was clear enough. One brow bone swelled into a sick, bloody bruise. "You're hurt." Roham turned toward Jenny, her quick eyes taking in the surroundings. "Is there a first aid kit in the house?" She nodded. "I'll get it." "What happened?" Angel scowled over her baby's downy head at Tina. "How did you know to come here? Who hurt you?" "Oh, Tina." "We'll get to that later. We have to get out of here," Roham said. Tina wasn't a threat, but he checked her car. Back seat, trunk, plastic garbage bags filled the deep space. What are these? Tina looked like a victim, but again, looks deceived. Clothes. It's not safe. I'm not safe. Tina grabbed Angel's arm. "I wanted to make sure Brian was somewhere they couldn't find him. They want you dead." Angel hugged Brian close. "Who are they?" "I didn't stick around to find out. Ken was gone. It was horrible." Tina's lips curled back, the words tearing out of her. "They want Brian." "Why?" "I don't know." Tina shook as she touched the baby's cheek. Roham softened his tone.
Who offed Fisher? Jenny needed to hurry up with that kit. Some big hulking guy, dark hair, a beard. He had an accent, Tina said. Did he sound like me? Yes and no. I'm sorry, she said. He was shorter than you, but built. I can't believe I made it out of there. I'm so glad you did, Angel gasped. She looked to Roham. The man from the elevator must have killed Ken. Could be. We'll sort this out, but not here. He jutted his chin toward the secretary. Take what bags you need. We're going to a safe house. The sitter came running up behind them with a plastic rectangle in her grip. Where's your car? Roham asked. Out back. The keys are right here. Jenny patted her jean pocket. I'll get the car seat. Do that. Roham was impressed by the girl's response, considering the shock she'd endured. Angel took the med kit, smiling at Jenny's retreat. I'm so glad she's all right. Roham took a moment to hug mother and child. We'll get out of this. The press of flesh, animated by life and the will to live it, radiated into him. He gritted his teeth, his lips trembling. He kissed Angel on the forehead, then the baby. Regardless of how things turned out between him and Angel, he refused to let the moment pass without communicating the fullness heating his heart. Something he'd forgotten too long ago. He could love Angel forever. He peered down at her infant. The baby's eyes closed as he snuggled against his mother, obviously happy to be where he was, with no inkling of the danger surrounding them. Let's go, he said gruffly. Angel woke. Her heart crashed against her chest, sensation shooting through her limbs. She stared at a 5-paddled fan whirring overhead. Where was she? The fullness of Brian's little body registered, warm and real beside her on the bed. Tina, Jenny, Roham, all alive. God answered her prayers. She'd made it through last night with no casualties. Jay and Jalad met them all at the rest stop, too. Memories seeped into her. New ones. She wasn't alone. She'd lost nothing but the pretense that she needed to get through life without asking for help. Fear remained, her body pressed beneath an invisible force. But it didn't touch her. It wouldn't touch her. Not unless she allowed it. Going forward, she'd do everything in her power to eliminate intrigue, to forge that quiet life, whatever it took. She wouldn't hide out, but would fight with everything she had to make the life her baby deserved, the one she wanted. God had seen her through this trial and would again. She knew it. She stared at the fan. The urge to struggle broke in bits. Her lips twitched. She filled her lungs and let go, not fighting. Her muscles melted, tension ebbing out. She wriggled her fingers. Okay. She pushed up, swallowed dryness, and looked toward the light. Roham? Her forehead pulled to a painful pucker. He turned to search her face, compassion marking his. I didn't mean to startle you. Good morning. Are you rested? Sun streamed in behind him from the sheer drapes. I slept. She checked Brian's dark curled head. Did you? Yeah. That's great. But what's going on? Angel asked. Roham respected the privacy of the blue room when nobody was in it, so he had to have some reason for being here, in her room. He was already dressed like he was going to the office. Do we need to go? Is this place compromised? She didn't want to imagine another dead body. Roham moved toward the bed, picking up a fluffy stuffed elephant off the dresser. No, nothing like that. I'm sorry I disturbed you. They're not after someone else's baby. Trafficking wasn't limited to computer chips. Brian may not be the only target. No, he said, giving her the toy. What is it then? She trusted Roham, but not the pained expression. Tell me. You were crying. Oh. Angel tucked her chin but kept looking his way despite the sour taste in her mouth. What else? Roham palmed the back of his neck, taking forever to answer a simple question. You're okay now. It's really not important. It is to me. Did I say something? Something incriminating? Embarrassing? Angel wasn't about to be protected from her own words. She stroked the toy elephant, then set it beside Brian. You don't need to worry about hurting my feelings. You're wrong. I do need to worry. I do worry. He sat on the edge of the wingback chair beside the bed. Well, she said, eager to lift his mood. She couldn't keep positive with him glowering. Worry on your own time. Brian can't tell me what I ramble on about at night. If anything, I could take what you tell me to my therapist. Would that help? Who knows? I'd do about anything to get some relief. Another prayer answered. So what is it? He took the hand she offered, his eyes glittering. Angel? Spill it, Arshad.
Chapter 14. You said my name, he groaned. He barely digested the reality. Angel blinked, her cheeks pale. You were crying for me, and I wasn't there. Hot knots rolled beneath his skin, the need to do something tearing his insides. I'm sorry. The scene took shape in his mind. He didn't want to think of her crying for him during her assault, needing him. But the sound of her weeping still rang in his head. I'm sorry for everything. Me too. Her lips trembled. The revelation couldn't be easy for her despite what she'd said. I'd do anything to rewrite the past 2 years. Don't say that, please. God brings good out of evil for those who love him. She bit her lip. The past is gone. I'm alive. What doesn't kill you makes you stronger, right? Providence only gives you what you can handle, and I can handle things from here. You've managed better than anyone I know. Roham squeezed her fingers. He wished she didn't put so much pressure on herself. She shouldn't have to. But then she had good reason. He soaked in the innocence of mother and child. The decision she'd made to keep her baby still blew him away. She lived her faith, loved her enemy in the only way she could. Angel fought for her son and the right to love him despite what the world may say. Roham only had a rotation of dead goldfish and vengeance, but that wouldn't change the past. Looking back wouldn't help him move forward. It just kept him busy, too occupied to find the peace his parents had died for. My father bred me to be self-sufficient, able-bodied. Angel pulled her hand back to smooth the sheets. I'm glad it finally paid off. Still, everyone needs help sometimes. He did right now. Thanks for being there. She should know how strong she really was. Brian wouldn't be here now if you hadn't acted. He was already safe with Jenny and Tina. For that moment, yes. But you pressing to go to your baby is what saved him. He held her gaze. I don't want to think about it, but I can't get Lucky out of my head. The man is sick. Grim projections aren't the best for early mornings, and yet here we are, he said, watching her trail a finger near her sleeping child. I would have been killed on the Amal if not for you. That's not true. You said yourself I was a target. They blew up the Amal because of me. If we never... She stared past him toward the window. If we never dated, he guessed. I didn't ask to get raped, but I can't help feeling it's my fault you were dragged into this terror trip. Information gathering was your gig. You didn't drag me into anything. I'm on assignment. I could have been marked long before I saw you at bases loaded. You think? We don't have all the answers. Roham dipped his head, soliciting a look. There's a definite connection with Al-Ahmadi at play. You said so yourself. I was told those I loved, those closest to me, she corrected, would end up in another special delivery. His blood fired, but he kept his cool, straining anger from his voice. That's a terror tactic, Angel, not necessarily the truth. None of this was your fault. Neither of us knows what's motivating this at the root, he explained. Not yet. He wouldn't let Angel bear any phantom guilt on his account. Why drag our relationship into it? Guilt's a powerful motivator. So was love. A twisted person can dig deep if he knows your soft spots. She blew air past thinned lips, chinks in the old armor. Sighing at his own stupidity, he said, "Our relationship could have been an after-the-fact dig, something to make you hurt more." He didn't need to associate himself with being her weakness. You're a caring person, Angel, honest with your emotion. Please, she said with a smirk. Some might call that weakness, but it isn't. Roham knew that despite not living it. Look at your son, a beautiful boy, a strength without question. You don't have to say that. Her sudden blush knocked him for a loop. But he is. He's kept you going, right? A light smile swept up the corners of her mouth. Clothed in watercolor elephants, a safe house sleeper, the baby shifted, digging fists against her midsection. Thick dark hair contrasted his creamy skin. Roham reached out, daring to smooth the arch of that tiny back, but only after Angel nodded her okay. Light invaded his senses, a surge of rightness. Angel nodded, as if she knew. She did know. The realization set off countless other somethings Roham didn't dare identify. He had to end this thing. Maybe then he could think clearly. When all was done, he wanted Angel and Brian to be part of the home he'd be rebuilding. Whether it was on the water or land didn't matter. Angel could decide. And yet the kind of life he'd constructed for himself was nothing of what she needed. Tina, what happened? Angel's flash of eyes broke the moment. She's being protected, but at another location. Roham rolled his shoulders. It had been a long night. We had to be sure she didn't pose a threat. It seems Ken Fisher was extorting money from Lucky in exchange for what he knew about Brian. What he suspected, anyway. The clarification came too late. Angel sneered. Fisher couldn't have known I was raped, not unless he was told. Or he guessed, getting a feel for Lucky at bases loaded. His plan backfired either way. It sure did, but I get it now. Brian's father must think I told Ken. Angel sat straighter, tunneling fingers through her bangs. Although I don't know how this connects to Fisher's trafficking. And how did Tina know anything? She didn't, really. Not until last night. Alarms went off after a comment she made about a chatty courier made Fisher nervous. Murphy? Roham nodded. She'd first mentioned him months ago. Fisher seemed put off. Like he didn't want anyone harassing FE employees. That's a joke. Maybe that's why Tina was so compliant. She wanted to keep the boss's attention elsewhere. It seemed innocent enough. Anyway, he demanded she tell him if she ever saw the guy again, and, if so, where. So she told Fisher she'd seen him that afternoon. Poor Murphy. No kidding. Roham thought of Murphy's widow. Tina's being debriefed right now. She's not a bad person. I won't believe it. Angel stroked her baby's head. I don't think so either. Fisher beat her up pretty badly, threatening to tell police she'd set Murphy up if she called the police. He didn't expect to get caught himself. Roham glanced down at Brian, stretching his full length to seek Angel out. Tina headed for Colonial Beach when she couldn't reach you or Jenny. Jenny told her about the beach house. I'll get you a transcript of her testimony. I'd like that.
Angel collected the scrunchie on the nightstand and banded her hair. She didn't seem upset anymore, not at herself. At least he'd given her that. Tina mentioned something about files she hard copied for you. She said you'd know if anything was important or not. He stood. I'm sure more will come in time. She's had more than a scare. She's not being charged with anything. No, she's free to go, but opted to stay in protective custody. Smart, Angel said, her blue eyes shifting beneath her lashed lids. Smart would be getting you and Brian something to eat. We'll get where we need to go. Meanwhile, I'll get those headshots. Sela sent duplicates last night. Angel gave him an odd look he attributed to having to revisit a nightmare. Identifying perps was never easy. He slipped into the adjoining office and retrieved a sheaf of printouts. He didn't bother sitting back down. They'd have an ID in seconds now. Breathing deep, she opened the folder. This isn't going to be easy. That's all right. You're not alone. Thanks. Angel glanced up before turning back to the headshots. She passed one, lifted another, frowning at the image, then continued through the stack, shaking her head. She closed the folder. He's not in here. Roham took the folder and extracted those he suspected. Are you sure? He held out each suspect's photograph in succession. He'd asked Sela to send everyone with even a hint of terror connections. All those in Al Ahmadi and the surrounding provinces. He held up the one Tina had identified as the killer in the Stanhope garage. I won't forget that face, Roham. I wish I could. Then we'll get an artist here to sketch it. I'll cook something up. Roham returned the folder to the office and came back. There's paper and pencil inside the nightstand. Make a list and I'll send someone to your place to pick up anything you might need before I head out. I'll decide what's best for me and mine. What? I need to dress. We'll head out, she said, staring straight into his eyes when he moved to grasp her shoulders. You're already doing what you need to do, Angel. Taking care of Brian. I know how to take care of my son. She brushed his arms away. Sitting idle while I wait for others to act isn't the way. I need to find out exactly what Tina knows myself. You will know. Roham wouldn't hold anything back. She's been interrogated. You'll get transcripts. My secretary put her life on the line to save my baby, and there are questions I can ask her that you and your team can't, because you don't know Tina or FE like I do. Roham swiped a palm down the back of his head. I can't stop you, can I? Whoever killed Fisher wanted Brian. Not dead like me, but wanted him. I need to know who and why. This is a bad idea, Roham said 45 minutes later. Think what you'd like. I'm seeing this through. Angel hugged Brian close and slipped past Roham where he stood, blocking the doorway to the garage. She belted her baby into the carrier, fastened to the center of the sedan's tan leather seat. Lying in bed, waiting for someone else to dispel her demons was not the way she lived her life. She was done running and hiding out. She'd get the peaceful life she wanted, but not without facing all that God set before her. At least let someone else take care of the baby. He's safest with me. She appreciated Roham's concern, but would never accept anyone questioning her commitment to her child. Giving Brian's cheek a final stroke, she gave him his new toy elephant and pulled out of the sedan to meet Roham's stare. But that's the idea. Brian will go to the other safe house with Tina. Jenny will come if she needs help. The muscles in his jaw leapt, white teeth showing slightly between firmed lips. Please, no. I'm not arguing with you. Tina was trying to keep Brian out of harm's way, safe and away from whomever it is wants me dead. The reality rocked her anew. This Lucky who wanted her bleeding out, exploded, or whatever it took was going to find he had no more charms left. There's security at the other safe house, yes? Same as here? Roham nodded grimly. Great, then Brian will be fine. She had given him to God countless times. Safe and working on Tina's subconscious so she'll spill whatever else she might know. You think she's holding back? Not on purpose. Angel refused to believe it. Tina likes Brian. She has from the start, going out of her way to inquire and cosset whenever she could. She could have her own suspicions about who Brian's father is. Possibly. Angel guessed Tina had pieced more together than she was letting on. Her mention of files was a deference to Angel's judgment. The information was Angel's to hold, if she wanted. Tina was giving Angel the liberty to make the call. She could be wrong, but Angel prayed she wasn't in anticipating the thoroughness of her very personal assistant. Angel tucked a blanket across Brian's lap. To get to the bottom of this, we need Tina to tell the whole truth, right? It would help, yes, Roham said. Then let's get going. I know what I'm doing. This thing was ending. Where it ended with Roham, she couldn't say. She didn't like being coddled, despite the warmth glinting in his eyes. Trust me. Okay, he said. Where are we going then? Home. I like the sound of that. The hitch in his voice told her how much. The timing is off, though. She caught the reference, but actively ignored the fire of longing stoked by his words. She shut the back door of the sedan, then taking pity on Roham, gave him a quick kiss on the cheek before snagging the keys. Get in. Don't you need directions? That's your part in this mission, she said lightly. She had no idea where Roham was keeping Tina, but she needed to be behind the wheel. Yes, she'd work with others, but relying upon Roham needed to stop. Drawing on his strength, his provisions, even his knowledge would only weaken her in the long term. She may never be able to give him what he wanted, what a good man deserved. A normal relationship may be beyond her, despite the progress she'd made. And he had work, a force she wouldn't dare deprive him of. She waited until Roham slipped into shotgun position. Long legs buckled in front of the dash before he adjusted the seat back, then punched the garage door opener. Segments of horizontal light hit the windshield, blinding and brilliant. You're putting yourself in unnecessary danger, Roham said. He programmed the GPS anyway. Your house is likely staked out, the killer waiting. Let's flush him out then. I'll never be able to supply for Brian's future until this is done, and I think I may have something you need, Angel said. She hoped she was correct about the package she'd purposefully set aside 2 weeks ago. A picture of Brian's father. The sun still hung low on the horizon when Angel pulled into familiar territory. Older homes with mature shrubs marking the road on either side. A few young families peppered the thickly treed cul-de-sacs and throughways, but mostly retired couples, or those with grown children. Young adults like Jenny. Angel's home had been a retreat, a place unmarred by bad memories or anything but the loving company of her child, with the exception of Lucky's last package. Jenny's family lived down the block and around the corner in a large 2-story, with plantation pillars and a broad porch. Angel's place, a dark brick ranch, set back from the road. Retreating behind an expanse of dense lawn and white rail fencing, heavy with berry brambles, it would make the perfect place to introduce the puppy she'd already been shopping around to find. Every child needed a dog, a big one. Spying the house renewed her spirit. Independence. This was her life, her home. Brian's and hers and... She swung toward Roham. He smiled as if reading her thoughts. They could work something out. Something that would give them both what they needed. God was good. And the idea that Providence had supplied thus far only to steal away what happiness she'd hoped to find with this man seemed impossible. Roham already proved himself a top-quality compromiser. Compromising Angel, not his values. There was a picture of Lucky inside the house. There had to be. Of course, Tina couldn't confirm his being in the snapshots. Crescent Circuit had curried over to the office, but she diligently kept every record. Her curiosity piqued despite Angel's dismissiveness at filing the whole lot away without wanting to discuss it. "It's beautiful," Roham said, drawing her back to the present. "This can't be the first time you've seen my new place." She shut off the engine, reminding that Roham was CIA, not the handsome broker from Arshad and Sons. "I've seen pictures, but in person is different." He didn't need to tell her. 1,001 delights tripped through her having him here. "Let's go." Roham withdrew his HK from inside his suit jacket. Of course, he was armed. Angel hadn't taken a weapon. She'd slipped back to mom mode despite her having taken the highways and streets like a seasoned test driver. She hated thinking how reliant she'd become on a gun. Even more, she hated thinking Roham was right. She was at risk. When a sudden motion down her usually quiet street sent fear ripping up her spine. Chapter 15. "Those are my guys, Angel. Relax." "They know we're coming?" She scanned the house front and the road, up and down the street before turning toward him. "I called them." Roham smoothed a hand down her stiff arm where she'd braced it against the dash. "We have eyes open. We're covered." He didn't remind her of the danger, and she was glad. "Okay." Angel got out of the car. The rush of air, the rustle of leaves overhead prickled her skin. The sensation nothing of the calm she usually experienced. The last time she'd hit this sidewalk, she'd taken Brian for a pram ride. She would again. Leaving him with Tina tore at her heart, but her secretary's delight told her she'd made the right decision. Brian was safe, and Angel needed to ensure he stayed that way. Roham's nod, instinctive, as if he knew what she needed, lent the fuel to get her to the front walk. When he gestured her to get behind him, she didn't argue. They were a team. Roham still didn't like the idea of Angel being here, but he couldn't deny the satisfaction of her being by his side. Safeguarding her would never fit into the mold he'd imagined. She wanted no part of being tucked away, sidelined for her own benefit. Whoever managed to win her love would be doubly blessed. Surprised by contradiction, no doubt. He craned his neck, glancing down at the petite redhead who'd surprised him more in 24 hours than any Black Ops file ever could. His fingers twitched for action as they approached her home. He scanned the neighborhood, keying on hedges and parked cars. Diamond Dog crews may be nearby, but every eye was a plus. Sidewalk, pathway, porch, a wrought iron swing filled one end of the shaded alcove. Perfect for snuggling and hiding. Roham motioned Angel to one side, scrutinizing the metal swing. The quick inspection showed padded black and white striped cushions, with floral splashes hiding nothing but the springs beneath. He squinted, taking in the trailing sidewalks once more, brick facades and parked cars searching for a glint or motion, anything that would betray a potential shooter. He was startled at the sudden touch of Angel's hand on his back. A welcome sensation, but searing like a branding iron. The heavy scent of roses increased as they neared the front door. Roham prayed,
He prayed for safety, a resolution, healing, and something more, without effort, instinctively. Silent pleas filled him. Thanksgiving, too. Angel had said that God brought good things out of bad, and he'd hoped like never before that she believed it. He did. He had no choice. He swallowed to clear the catch in his throat so he could focus on the trial at hand. "You all right?" he asked. "I'm nervous." "Don't be." He was grateful she'd trusted him enough to be honest. "I'm glad nobody's watering their lawn. The old guy who lives there, that white and brick place, is usually out around this time, keeping an eye on everything. Last night's police action, discreet as it was, likely has everyone staying inside. Sneaking window peeks? That's okay. If anyone sees something, they'll call it in. Wave if you want. Brian's safe. Your neighbors will be glad to see you're all right," Roham said. They no doubt cared for the single mother and her beautiful boy. "You didn't come home last night. Not your usual M.O. Not at all. I didn't think so." Her reputation wasn't in question. It never should have been. Neighbors always notice a break in patterns. Roham flexed fingers around the zigzag he held discreetly against his leg. He firmed his lips, a surge of rightness powering through him on levels he didn't even know he had. Coming up around him, Angel threaded her arm through his. She leaned her head against his shoulder, warm and inexplicably inviting, considering the circumstances. "What's this? Prayers answered already? I don't want anyone to think you've taken me hostage." She struck her point home with a flash of brilliant blue eyes, framed by thick lashes against the morning sun. "Your gun is catching the light." Good thinking. Her nearness stirred his bones. He liked Angel flush against him. Liked it so much, he knew he needed to do something about it. Walking away, even after this was over, wasn't in him. Playing along, knowing his team was out there watching, but not caring, he nuzzled his head against the top of hers. Angel's shower-clean scent mixed with the cool morning air. But it was her sigh, slightly ragged and ripe with what he longed to express, that set him on edge. His senses hit high alert. He wanted Angel. Safe, happy, and his. Angel and Brian. His family. It could happen. She said she wanted a peaceful existence, and yet she was here. Not at the safe house. Too soon, Angel ushered him into the cool expanse of the living room. Neat and clean as expected. The colonial furnishings appeared untouched, except for a tumble of plush toys that had fallen between an upholstered armchair and the sleeve curve of a chestnut-colored coffee table. Angel rushed forward to straighten the items. "Angel, I know, we don't have time for this." She lifted a beanie toy shaped like a Maine lobster. "But I can't help it. I can't help loving you." Now wasn't the time or place, but things needed saying. He may not get another opportunity. "What?" "I need another chance. We need another chance." Roham wrapped an arm around Angel's slim waist, even as he kept his eyes open for any threat. He led her through the house, weapon raised, searching each room to ensure it was clear. Clearly, Angel wasn't protesting. His declaration hung between them, establishing a bond almost as strong as his proprietary hold. Her soft curves molded against him, a natural fit. The desire to ensure her happiness, up close and personal, smoked through him. Heightened by the pulse of adrenaline, but so be it. "I want to do this full time." He spoke the words he'd intended as a prayer. She stared back at him, her lips pursed, brows bunched up. "I don't." He laughed. the short bark spurring Angel to scowl all the harder. I'm not asking you to join the Diamond Dogs and go on Black Ops raids. My job consists mostly of paperwork, like I said. Sure, she said. She snugged his arm tighter as they checked the house together. The kitchen was clear. No upended place setting on the kitchenette, plants reaching lush leaves toward the back window, and the aerated fishbowl on the counter, untouched even by the fish, it seemed. Roham had never seen such a clean tank. I want to try again. Please say you'll give me a chance. He kissed the back of her head. I need to be there for you. For Brian. What about you? She swung her gaze his way, her long bangs tangled across her face. Do you need to be in our lives for you? Top priority. He scanned the room before honing in on her beautiful blue eyes. Call me selfish. I need you for me, Angel. You and Brian. That's the truth. Now will you give me a chance? Humor fled, and Angel stood speechless for what seemed forever. Roham prayed. He would swear she knew as a smile perked up her lips. I'll only give you another chance if you let me go. Nobody is here but us, and the picture, if there is one. Pray God there is. Roham kissed her on the lips, eyes still on alert as he released his hold. Angel fled the kitchen, but not before he caught sight of the deep pink staining her cheeks. Following, he gained on her, stepping around her to open the door to the office at the back of the house. Tossed files lay everywhere. This wasn't your guy's, Angel exclaimed. Angel shut her eyes against the ruin, but only for a moment. Rubbing the frown pulling her brows, she assessed the damage. Looked for what was missing. Despite the tossed files and spilled volumes littering the carpet, the destruction appeared systematic. Shelves, desk, file cabinet, nothing was left untouched. The plants on the windowsill were in place, although dirt sprinkled the cream-colored wood and littered the floor beneath. Roham stood behind her. He could always if she relented. Let go and let God. Give him another chance. Adrenaline mingled with hope, the desire to move past this nightmare of peaking emotion. Making decisions amid chaos led to chaos, and yet Angel couldn't deny the soothing effect of Roham being there. It was more than his being capable, able to defend at a moment's notice. Roham was a good man. He understood her, intimately. She'd shared more with him than anyone. She leaned back, the refuge of broad shoulders made more welcoming by the strong beat of Roham's heart, drew moisture from her eyes. Now wasn't the time. Never would be preferable. She loathed crying, and yet tears welled, blurring her vision before she rubbed them away. Removing Roham's hands, she leaned forward and picked up a sun-yellow folder, the same she used to organize personal tax files. They both had work to do. Don't, Roham spoke softly. There's evidence here that needs exploiting. You think they'd leave fingerprints? A laugh choked her. One careless mistake is all it takes, Angel. It doesn't appear careless. The rest of the house is untouched. Her laptop was gone. So were all the orange files that contained everything associated with Brian. Shot cards, savings book, the baby pictures she'd had printed to excess. Gutted folders, splayed open, littered the room. Even her medical files, therapy tools she kept in sky blue folders, were missing. We'll have to warn my therapist. Angel swallowed dread. She could be targeted for all we know. Jill Langford in Herndon. I'll see to it. Let's focus on the photographs, if they're still here. Her confidence waffled, but she held tight, refusing to let this latest invasion undo her. What I want to know is how Fisher's people seem to know when and where to strike. For all I know, this lucky freak has a camera in my house. She writhed inside, a nauseating wave of speculation rolling through her like a toxic tide. It's possible. Roham stayed her hand, placing a finger over his lips before whispering. The house is probably bugged. Anger roared to life. Leave us alone. You're not getting my baby, you sick. She stopped mid-thought. Screaming obscenities at someone who wanted you dead was no way to keep from being killed. It wouldn't keep Brian safe either. He wouldn't be living his life at a safe house. What do you want? She spoke in a normal voice. A legitimate question. Let's go. Roham mouthed the words. Brian needs you. He needs answers, and so do I. Angel waved Roham away. Go tell whoever is watching my house that they haven't done a very good job. Angel needed time alone. I'm sorry, she said before he could leave. She grasped his fingers, squeezing just enough to compensate for her rash words. This isn't your fault. The home invasion most likely occurred after Jenny had left, and with Brian gone, there would be no need to keep watch. It's not your fault either. Roham brushed her forehead with his lips. Her smile was automatic and heartfelt. Don't feel that way. Feelings are often misleading, I've learned. You deserve credit. Take some. She kissed him for that, a lingering touch that renewed her. I'll be outside. When you're ready, we'll leave. The house will be combed over. She nodded, waiting until he left the room to recheck the file cabinet. Tina's file was nowhere in sight. Lucky's picture, if there was one, was gone. There was one folder, though, a forest green one hanging limply between the metal rails spanning either edge of the drawer. She snatched at it, eager to see what they'd left behind. It was a glossy of Roham. He looked just as he did when they'd first met, wearing light whiskers, his smile bright. Angel picked it up, glancing over her shoulder to make sure Roham was nowhere in sight. What are you trying to tell me? She asked whoever was on the other end of the bug she was certain lurked somewhere. I don't understand. I was warned, but I didn't do anything. Didn't say anything. You must know that. He likely did and didn't care. Squaring her shoulders, she examined the photo. Roham sat at the bar at bases loaded. Tina filled a space by the relic table in the background. Distant background. Ken Fisher was there too, looking at her from beyond death. The expression on his face, bloated and overconfident, sent disgust spiking through her. What could it mean? She turned the photograph and caught her breath. Chapter 16. Roham understood Angel's need for privacy. Reconciling oneself to home invasion was hard enough, but when one's child was the prize, there was no easy way to come to terms. He needed to eliminate the threat. That was the only solution. After that, he could make it his personal mission to provide for the safety Angel seemed to think was beyond imagining. She'd have freedom, but he'd be there to ensure she enjoyed it. He moved to the front windows, pulling the curtains aside to check on the crew outside. Angel would only be upset if he called them in now. A second team could comb over her place discreetly, coming in through the back and under cover of darkness to forestall any outward sign of disturbance. Whoever was behind these personal attacks had inside info on Angel's comings and goings. If they wanted to return, the idea should be encouraged if only to get a track on who was behind this mess. His muscles tingled with unspent energy, but he needed calm. Angel needed it. He forced a smile and peered over his shoulder, catching sight of her. She stood frozen, her arms sticking out like brittle twigs. Her expression hung midway between shock and satisfaction. Her brows thrust down above a fixed grin. It was an odd combination, but again, nobody could predict individual reactions. Thankfully, there'd been no repeat episodes of the paralysis she'd suffered at the bowling alley. But want to or not, it was time to leave. He let the curtain fall when his cell vibrated against his chest. The house was bugged. It must be, so he let himself out the front entry, walking out from under the shade of the front porch to stand in the sunlight. He nodded, waved at the old man who'd finally come out to water his lawn, and answered the phone. Arshad. Hey, boss. Sela's matter-of-fact voice filled the void. You're not going to believe this, but we've received contact from a source. Who? That's above my pay grade. Roham took a beat to process. Continue. A foreign dignitary, working with the State Department, claims he has what we need to break this ring. He wants to meet. Did Dex know about this? No, it's news to him. Sela wouldn't fudge the facts. She wouldn't let Dex live with it if he did. But the connection has been officiated through the NSA. The Diamond Dogs had likely sniffed this guy out, brought him to heel by getting too close to whatever he had going. There was always something. The guy is legit, or at least he is now. Because it's expedient. Cozying up to unfriendlies to roll them from one side to the other was common enough. Roham hated the practice, even though he'd thought of doing as much with Angel. It left knowing who was on what side almost impossible to identify. The enemy was the enemy until they could offer you something valuable. When heads of state or rising stars with factions behind them spoke, the government had no choice except to listen. Trusting was another matter. But while battles were important, it was about winning the war. In this case, the war against terror and the infiltration of the DoD was paramount. His personal stake had no bearing. It shouldn't, anyway. The Diamond Dogs could likely exploit this new contact for a great many things in the region, and beyond. A person often knew far more than what they believed they did. One willing to name names couldn't be dismissed. There's more, boss. He wants to meet with you. Alone. What? I'm only the message bearer. Sela's sharp tone called out his, so he checked it. All I do know is the guy has connections to Al-Ahmadi. Your parents' region, right? Yes, he choked. Then that's likely why you're his agent of choice. Maybe he's nervous. Where is this meeting supposed to take place? Sela couldn't tell him what she didn't know, but Roham suspected Angel's rapist was the new contact. It made sense. If the man turning evidence had the kind of power to make the NSA and the State Department take notice, he may be the same who had the power to rape with impunity. The same who terrorized innocents, crushing people without a thought, except for what sick pleasure it could get him. But who? They'd covered everyone with terror connections. Roham dug nails into the back of his head, stalking the sidewalk, drawn to laugh at his earlier attempts at asking for heavenly help. Some help. Angel would insist on coming, knowing what was going on, but some things were beyond his capacity to give permission. Not that he would. Angel couldn't go with him, even if she were cleared and requested. She didn't need to see her attacker, not in person. Roham was already tempted to do what he shouldn't, not if he wanted the kind of lasting peace his parents had died to obtain. Killing this Lucky would come easy if he proved to be the man delivering information. He shuddered as realization broke in a prickling sweat. Revenge might not be a habit, but he'd wanted it for so long. He almost didn't trust himself. Lucky would walk free with the blessing of the government and every agency therein, no matter what he'd done if he cracked this ring. Roham's fingers twitched. The sun beamed bright overhead with a sick stream calling out his weakness while daring him to do the right thing. Let the man go? Not in his universe. Where's this big reveal supposed to happen, Sela? Clamming up on the juice of any story wasn't like her. Your place in Reston. He knows the address. Roham grimaced. I'll be there. Great. You've got a little over an hour and a half, Sela said. It's about time we got lucky. I'm with you there. Send an agent out to a Dr. Jill Langford, Angel's therapist in Herndon. She's a possible target. Angel shut her eyes. She sucked air into her lungs to push back darkness. Flashbacks of guttural noises and a laugh so perverse it could never be forgotten replaced rational thought. She read again, willing the words on the back of the photograph to change. I chose you because of him. Amjad Shaika, Sheikh of Al-Ahmadi. Sick didn't begin to describe the sensation stealing over her skin. Malice took shape. It touched her soul, staining it in such an intimate fashion that regaining herself seemed impossible. The significance of Al-Ahmadi sunk into her flesh. The man who raped her did so for reasons she hadn't considered. No simple lust. She was a vehicle of revenge, a tool of hatred, protracted torture. Roham's and hers. She shook despite herself, lips trembling, breathing forced. She was targeted because of Roham, because he cared for her. Her rape bore testament to the budding relationship she tried so hard to dismiss as a nothing when she'd been forced to end it. It wasn't a nothing, though. It was real. So real that those forces in Al-Ahmadi, determined to excoriate the Arshad clan, had to destroy it if only to bring Roham down. Angel dropped the photograph when Roham called from the other room. We've got to go. She startled. Dipping quickly, she retrieved the snapshot and tucked it carefully into her jacket pocket. If anything might have fingerprints, this was it. Is something wrong with Brian? Nothing. We've got a lead and I need to follow through. A new contact wants to meet at my place in Reston in an hour. I'm going with you. Forget it. You forget it. She took him in from head to foot. She'd been the means of his torment, his Achilles heel. She wouldn't be the cause of his death by abandoning him now to walk into what she feared was exactly what the Sheik had promised to all she cared about. You're not getting rid of me, she said. I'm glad you said that, Angel. I don't want to be rid of you. Not ever. He turned those lush olive eyes her way and she almost caved. This time, you need to stay with Brian. You're meeting a contact, she said, choking down bile. This is someone who wants to give you information, not a killer. She willed Roham not to see through her. There's no reason I shouldn't come. Angel, stop. Please. Angel licked her lips and said, I might be able to identify whoever it is who wants to meet with you. That's still critical, right? Why wouldn't he tell her who he was meeting? It must be this Sheik. I'm personally hoping he gets a humbling jail sentence. Death is too forgiving. Roham fell silent. His lips thinned. She didn't want to see Brian's father ever again, but if identifying the man led to his arrest, she'd do it. Well, you're not going. He gripped her shoulders, holding her firmly and looking at her as if it were for the last time. Pain transformed the planes of his face, molding his lips into a pleading line. Don't tell me what I'm going to do. She had no other words. Besides, I've never seen your place in Reston. At the Amherst, right? Her heart crashed against her ribs, dread prickling her skin from the inside out. You know where it is. I know what you said, but now's your chance to show me you weren't lying. Her attempt at humor tanked. This was no time to be funny. But she wasn't joking. Desperation twisted her insides. Angel wasn't about to lose what she'd just found in him, or let him waste it. If the man Roham was meeting was Amjad Shaika, Sheikh of Al-Ahmadi, Roham needed her there, to keep him from doing something they'd both regret. Killing the man who raped her, or trying, would solve nothing. She couldn't let Roham throw his life, his career, their future. The whole thing could be a setup. This sheik had his eye on destroying Roham in every possible way. The psychopath wanted Roham in a box, in small pieces. "I'll hide the entire time if you want." She'd talk him down if need be, but I need to do this. I need to know who and or what is behind this, Roham. You owe it to me. She would never tell him that his interest in her had sparked this entire thing for her. "I'm not going anywhere but with you. So make your choice or miss your meeting and blow a whole 2 years of sacrifice." "I can't lose you," he said simply. "You won't." A surge of power renewed her, pushing her forward. This was the right thing to do, and she knew it. "I'm not the only one who's suffered here, Roham. And if I can help Agent Murphy's family by putting an end to this, I'll do it. With or without you. Then it's going to be without me." Roham pulled into the parking garage at Amherst Towers, Reston. The sedan glided smoothly down sloped cement and across the deserted lot. Left, right, and dead ahead were pretty much vacant. The majority of cars that usually filled the shadowed spaces were parked in the city or beyond. People working, and that was fine by him. Angel had been oddly compliant after he'd swung her by Jenny's house to offer the sitter a quick assurance that Brian was okay. Seeing her baby had an effect on her when they finally reached the safe house. The two met once more in a private ritual of touches and coos. The lingering scene affected him like a balm, imprinting on his heart, never to be removed. Whatever made Angel acquiesce and do the smart thing, he didn't care. She wasn't here. The man who'd raped her was. Roham was sure of it. He was sure he'd have to let him go, too. Without any mention of what he'd done or what he planned to do moving forward on a personal level if the exchange proved legitimate. That's what immunity meant. He drew in slow, bolstering breaths as he parked and got out of the car. Letting anybody go free in this case was the last thing Roham wanted. Angel's mention of Murphy's sacrifice was unnecessary. The FBI agent left behind a wife and kids. Roham would never forget that either. But at least there'd be no more sacrifices. Not if he could help it. The sedan lock sounded behind him as he clicked the key fob, his own footfalls echoing in the deserted space. His contact could already be here, watching him. He would be if their roles were reversed. Anticipation lit his skin. How this went down would affect everything. Letting Brian's father loose may blow any chance with Angel. Victims had a right to justice, but what right was there in letting the guilty go free? Scanning the garage, he didn't see anyone, but he still couldn't relax. Another car pulled into the lot. Roham turned his head. A new model Lexus approached. The woman with a bleached updo inside caught his gaze beyond the windshield. Her red lipsticked mouth turned up at the corners before she headed toward the opposite end of the lot. Roham didn't know her, but she was familiar. He was being paranoid. Amherst residents would be coming and going. So would he once this exchange was done. He checked his weapon discreetly, then, stuffing it back into the holster at his side, slipped into the stairwell. Angel's elevator encounter was still fresh on his mind, and he wasn't in any rush to get upstairs. Being capped when the elevator reached his floor would solve nothing, and this new contact's insistence on meeting him alone must have a purpose. But he was meeting a contact, not a killer. Unless the killer ended up being him. That's why Angel wanted to come, to shield Roham from himself. Sweat soaked his dress shirt. taking the stairs 2 at a time. He hit the 3rd-floor landing. A repeat echo of creaking hinges wafted up the stairwell. He wasn't alone. Chapter 17. Roham glanced down the narrow shaft between flights of stairs. The woman from the Lexus failed to appear. Nobody came. He stayed a moment, ears pricked, brows furrowed. Dead space greeted him. No sounds echoed up. He swallowed the foul lump of duty sticking in his throat. Worrying about being followed would only waste time, so he stopped looking and continued up the stairs. Eyes were likely everywhere inside the Amherst. A meeting arranged with no backup on his end didn't mean the same on the other side. The information promised must be golden. Rushing up the remaining flight, he crept cautiously into the hallway. His apartment was only a few paces away, but remained hidden thanks to a sharp turn in the corridor. There was no corner mirror overhead, so he kept his hand primed, fingers curled to draw his weapon. He wanted to live through this encounter. Nerves awoke, every one. That small space at the base of his skull anticipated a shiv. His temples throbbed, expecting a bullet to rock through. Apprehension made him queasy, a teasing thrum plucking every sense. Once again, he was struck by the active desire not to die. It felt good wanting to live, wanting to make an actual life, despite the bitter taste in his mouth. But what would living be if he should make it through? He felt foolish, but sent a petition skyward just the same. He turned the corner. The adjoining hallway appeared as it always did. Subdued lighting glowed across beige walls and white crown molding. Nobody of consequence could hide behind the glossy palm set at the far end of the passage. He took his keys out of his pocket and approached the small living space provided by the agency. Once inside, he made a swift search of the premises, then relaxed somewhat. Being on familiar ground helped, although everything had changed with Angel in the equation. He doubted he could ever relax fully again. What he would tell her eluded him. There was nothing he could say. Seela hadn't been cleared to know the particulars of who he was meeting and what would transpire. Angel certainly wouldn't be. She knew who the contact could be. However, she hadn't said anything on the drive from her place. She didn't have to. Her offer to identify the man and the admonition against killing said everything. If Roham wanted any shot at a future with Angel, he'd have to let this guy go, as arranged, no matter what. Angel wouldn't abide a killing. She was not a woman of vengeance. She may be willing to eliminate an active threat, but only then. And how many lives could he save by letting this man walk? How many operations could be ended if the guy talked, giving what he had, no matter the reason? The Diamond Dogs weren't working a single case. Far from it. Roham should think of that. Angel would. He'd leave it to Providence to guide her if he found the strength to let the man go. He was scrambling, though. Pacing the apartment. He strained his head over one shoulder and then the other. His stomach knotted. He wasn't prepared, didn't know how to suppress all that was in him. The need to exact payment pumped through him, more potent than ever before. Personal and fresh, as if events had only just happened. Roham checked the message machine in the kitchen, taking comfort in the lingering image of Angel and Brian reunited at the safe house. He attended some last-minute details with Seela in private, then left without saying goodbye. Interrupting that intimate reunion of mother and child wasn't in him. Besides, the visual would keep him going. Taking a deep breath, he sat in the deep leather chair facing the tiny foyer. He crossed his legs at the knee, making a right angle in front of him. The sliding glass to his left revealed nothing but the potted plants behind the drapes. He checked one more time before facing forward. At least these plants weren't dead. Not yet. He'd taken them off the hands of his neighbor across the way. She'd insisted he keep them as something to remember her by. Not that Roham wanted to. They'd never shared anything but casual hellos. That and the news that she'd gotten an offer to sublet that she couldn't refuse. If only he could refuse what duty demanded and do what instinct bid him this one time. His fingers itched. A good 5 minutes were left until his appointment, and despite the critical nature of this case, he wasn't in any hurry for them to pass. Angel blinked away perspiration. What a workout. Spying on Roham just before he'd rounded the corner of the hallway was cutting things close. He could have seen her. If she hadn't sprinted up the remaining stairs after he'd left the stairwell, she'd have missed him altogether. Some blonde in a Lexus had given her grief for being in the garage. Jenny's old car didn't fit the landscape of bright and shiny at the upscale apartment complex. Too bad. It had managed to get her here after her babysitter had driven to the safe house as Angel had asked, parking out of the way so as not to be seen. Thankfully, Roham hadn't noticed when she'd pulled into the opposite entry of the Amherst garage. She'd taken a different route, driving over to avoid detection. Now, how to find which apartment was Roham's. She blew air past her tightly drawn lips. The idea to follow him had seemed easy when it had first come to mind, but now, not so much. She slipped her shoes back on, having taken them off in an attempt to stay silent. It worked. She'd seen Roham when he'd peered down the shaft, but she'd managed to remain unseen. Much like the mailbox wall she'd hoped to encounter, so she'd know which apartment was his. This was a stupid idea. Staying at the safe house was the smarter option. Roham could handle himself, obviously, but she couldn't. Not without knowing. Her future was her own. But how to find the right apartment? She couldn't exactly knock on doors. Or could she? She was here. Whoever Roham was meeting would be showing up any minute, so why not try every door? Rearing her shoulders, she chose the first apartment to the left. If nobody was home, she'd move down the line. If someone answered, she could ask for his apartment. If Roham answered, well, she lifted a fist, her wrist swinging when a hairy arm snaked around her throat. Sweaty fingers shoved her scream back behind clenched teeth. Roham answered his door to a thickly muscled, well-dressed man with dark glasses who sported enough gold to require a security entourage. The cut of his suit wasn't cheap either. The fragrance of oud wafting in the entry was likely a one-of-a-kind blend, despite the familiar notes assailing Roham's senses. Come in. The contact obliged without a word, striding forward even as he scanned the apartment. Very good, you have followed instructions. It wasn't a question, but an affirmation. Not only of position, but birth. The Al-Ahmadi dialect was subtle, but there. The same he'd heard on Angel's phone. The State Department assured you privacy, Roham answered smoothly, despite the war raging inside him. And you promised certain things as well, yes? The urge to crush and kill shook his bones. He could snap that fat neck. Make Shaika beg for death. Yes. He lifted the attaché he clutched in ringed fingers. Over here. Roham indicated the coffee table, his flesh on fire. Both men sat. You have not asked my name, the man said. Roham didn't have to. You're Amjad Shaika. Older than the last photo he'd seen, but the same person, he was certain. Not someone of interest in terrorist circles. It took everything Roham had not to spit in the man's face. Amjad Shaika, Sheikh of Al-Ahmadi. One must strive to be correct. Very important. Shaika lifted brows, taking his glasses off as if to intimidate. Such signs often did the opposite to those who knew how to read them. An insecure man, however, could be far more dangerous given enough power. But Shaika was a man of peace, Born in exile even as Roham had been, though his family had settled in a nearby province. Nothing had indicated that this former member of the midline faction of al-Ahmadi had any influence. Yet he'd become the intimate of power brokers, to such a degree that the contents of the attaché would give him immunity. Immunity that indicated he had committed criminal acts. What else had he done? "You will please forgive me, but I am overwhelmed," Roham said. This meeting, Shaika's attacking and terrorizing Angel, were all personal. Roham's family, the name anyway, still held influence in the old country. Shaika's presence here confirmed it, at least in speculation. "Are you certain this transaction will suit your family? Declaring yourself sheik is a death sentence already." "Not for me." Roham leaned forward. "How do you know that?" Shaika flashed over white teeth. "I know everything." A bold statement. "No, the truth, as you will soon see. That is why I chose you, Roham Arshad. You must see. You will see. I have the power and I will keep it." His black eyes gleamed as he leaned forward, cocking his head to counter Roham's challenge. He may not be mad, but the seeds were there. "I purposefully put myself in a position to be helpful to anyone who could benefit, but especially those who have a different view of geopolitics than you. And now you betray them? They betrayed themselves, but that is how your peace will come about. You're not bringing peace. War would erupt. Terrorist groups ran deeper than single cells, and Shaika would ignite them all by playing both sides. All fighting will stop. You will see." Shaika sat back in his chair, lifting his chin as if he were some preordained potentate. "Someone must be strong, and the peoples of al-Ahmadi will respect me." "Fear you, you mean? It is the same. Your parents refused to see the reason of my family's ascendance, and they paid the price for short-sightedness. You will too if you cause trouble," he said, sniggering. "But then you cannot." "Don't press me. It is not me. You have your duty and your fallen angel to protect." Shaika's words bore into Roham like a precision instrument aimed at the most intimate core of his suffering. "But do not think that baby is anyone's but mine. He always will be mine, and I will have him, alive or dead." Why? The man cared for nothing. "To give you reason to think before you interfere in matters that do not concern you." "Tell her for me, will you?" Shaika leaned forward, clicking open the briefcase. He quirked his lips as if contemplating what to say next. "She's a little stubborn, as you well know." "So you drugged her?" "My attentions were a necessity, I admit, but some duties are more pleasurable. For both parties." Roham lunged. Lifting Shaika out of his seat, he spun him around, grabbing his shirt front in a cross-collar hold. Sputters and kicks took the place of bragging. A bulging red face, too. Roham didn't have to see it. He had no doubt as he pulled his fisted hands crosswise, his own lips curling back, his breaths coming in heated growls. He could kill Shaika. Scaring him was already a reality. There was no way Roham could let this killer go. "Are you enjoying this, Sheik?" "Peace." The word was a gurgle. "For al-Ahmadi, I know." "Think." He clawed at Roham's hands, his own coated in sweat. "We want the same thing," he managed to eke out, but no more. Roham redoubled his grip, yanking either fist in the opposite direction. Shaika kicked out, upending the coffee table. The case fell. Roham caught the reflection of death flashing across the sliding glass door. What was he? What had he become? His parents died for peace. They'd given their lives so that he might have his, even as Angel had sacrificed everything to protect the innocent child who relied upon her for everything. Could Roham do any less? Anger and disgust filled his mouth, urging him on to the kill. His fingers twitched. But much like the drugs that had seized Angel's muscles, forcing her to lie still while this animal ravaged her. The understanding that she needed him stayed him from pulling tighter. The threat against her and Brian was real and personal. More personal since the boy's father had turned on terrorists. Killing Shaika may not end it. Knowing everything Shaika knew might. He let go, cursing. Roham palmed his face, drawing down. A small clicking sound caught his attention. Panting, Shaika opened the toppled attaché. He grasped a small gun in his shaking hand. You see, weakness means death. He cocked the hammer back, a gun exploding. But Shaika hadn't fired. He sputtered, his neck pierced, then lay unmoving in a wash of blood soaking into the carpet. Roham spun to see Angel, legs braced wide, her eyes glazed. The blonde he'd spied in the Lexus took the gun from her hand, stuffing it in the waistband of her slacks with a frown. Flory Farnsworth, State Department. Dexter sent you? 2 weeks back, the Sheik came on the radar, but we didn't know it was personal, Farnsworth said, shaking her head. When the woman across from you moved out, we knew something was up. And you decided to keep me out of the loop. His words were for Angel. This was a big operation, Arshad. Thanks for keeping an eye out. Angel shook her head, communicating enough for him to keep his distance until they were alone. Don't thank me. Your girlfriend here got herself into trouble when she followed you. She was picked off by Shaika's goon, but she returned the favor, Farnsworth said, lifting his gun after she beat him off and he fled the scene. Otherwise our contact wouldn't be dead. I'm glad he's dead, Angel said, her lips a thin line. Stay with her. Farnsworth jutted her chin. I'm calling this in. We can't afford any more vigilantism, and there's evidence aplenty across the hall that needs exploiting before word gets out this guy is toast. Roham took Angel in his arms. He stroked her hair, her forehead. I should be angry right now. Don't say anything, and please, let me go. What? You almost died because of me. I heard what that animal said. Weakness means death, and he's right. She breathed against his chest. Angel. That's the father of my baby lying dead on the floor, Roham. He targeted me to get to you. She didn't bother looking up, but stared at the corpse, her body rigid. I can't live like that. I can't have you weighed down, and I can't be reminded that every time I hug my son, I'm loving someone whose family hates you that much. She pulled away, shaking her head and frowning so deep he didn't dare touch her. It's not going to happen. It wouldn't happen. People can heal, Angel. Move on. You didn't see the evidence in that apartment. I did. Then I'll be the judge. Let's go. Roham wasn't about to let Angel cut him off, determining what he could or couldn't forgive. She would never accept as much from him. Please, Roham, don't. She turned pleading eyes his way, their blue depths swimming in tears and what looked to be pity. If you love me, let this thing drop. I pray to God you don't ever know what's in that apartment.
Chapter 18. That's it, Bri. Nom nom nom. Angel made more munchy sounds to keep her tears away. She was home. Brian was safe and afternoon light streamed through the kitchen windows, glinting off the table and lighting her baby's face. A dirty but joy-filled face, complete with pudgy cheeks and a darting tongue. Brian loved the gooey sweet potato remnants, coating chubby fingers and the formerly white tray that fitted into his high chair. All that nasty testimony stuff is done. Now Mommy can focus on you, little man. Angel wanted to. She stood, grabbing the washcloth that had grown cold and warmed it at the sink. Too bad wanting and getting weren't always best buddies. Sure, she could re-soak a washcloth with warm water. Brian would yield every time. But Angel's job situation wasn't what it had been. She couldn't focus. Like it or not, her attention would be split. Fisher Enterprises had shut down. Investigators combing through every nit in hard files, computers, cloud storage, and personal files of former employees, much like what was happening at Crescent Circuit. Her parents were flying in, though. Not how Angel had planned a reunion, but she needed family. And until she secured a new position, she'd do whatever was necessary to safeguard Brian and their home. Shika may be dead, but his followers still lived, sworn to carry through with his twisted pursuit of power. Allowing her parents to help would be the next natural step toward letting herself be human, not a victim. The two terms weren't synonymous. Some things, however, were too problematic to let slide. Avoidance worked, at least in waking hours when she did have control over her thoughts and choices. She'd seen Roham at the courthouse, but chose not to speak with him privately, despite overtures. Emotional wounds on both sides needed to heal if either of them were to move past the potential long-term impact of past events. All of them. She needed him to be focused, too. Not distracted. Not torn. Absolutely not haunted. He'd reviewed the evidence brought to light at the sublet apartment at the Amherst. She didn't have to ask. 1,000 emotions tripped through her at the thought. Squeezing her heart as if she'd never know normal again. She'd cried for him, begged Roham to come to her. Regret and shame clogged her throat. She'd been foolish to beg him not to view the tape. Roham didn't stint when it came to duty. Not ever. He'd insisted upon a continued surveillance on her house until Shika's accomplice was jailed. The goon had zero immunity and would be held to account for every crime to which he could be linked, including the attack on Angel in the elevator. Thanks to Dex and Sela, Angel knew the man would be tied to plenty if Roham's work ethic had any part in the process. Wiping Brian's mouth clean of sweet potato residue, she murmured, "We're pretty blessed, you and I. Things would turn around in time." She'd get over the nagging sense that cutting Roham loose, while it solved some problems, left her empty inside. He was a good man, a really good man. His presence lingered despite absence, especially when Brian's fish got cute, rushing up to the top of his bowl like he was now. But putting distance between Roham and Brian, a living reminder of what had happened to her and why, had to be for the best. A loss of focus on his job could get Roham killed. And resentments, no matter how disdained, could kill a marriage. "We'll make it work, you'll see," she chirped to Brian, although she didn't feel very chirpy. She lifted him from the high chair, deciding to make the most of the warm breezes that would soon turn chilled when summer finally ended. Balancing him on one hip, she wiped down the high chair, a token gesture. Enjoying this time with her baby was more important than any 5-star clean rating. Let her mother adjust to that. Angel smiled at the agent in the sedan down the street. Brian kicked out bare legs. He knew what was coming. She'd placed his baby-safe swing beside the canopied adult version at the end of the porch. Maybe someday she'd share her swing with someone. In the meantime, getting rid of the weeds poking up around the rose hedges always satisfied her soul. With Brian secure, she dipped to retrieve the green pickle bucket she used to tote the hand trowel and garden gloves. She slipped on the ladder, taking the steps down to the hedge to kneel and get to work when a car pulled up on the wrong side of the road directly in front of her mailbox. Her pulse leapt. The Hummer showed none of the damage it had received that night. Neither did Roham. But mental wounds, despite not showing, did the most damage. He exited the vehicle, sharp as ever in his nut-colored suit. His hair neatly gelled and clubbed. Sunglasses already tucked in his pocket. "What's going on?" she asked, hoping the diamond dog net had closed around Shaika's accomplice. Roham didn't say a word but leaned back into the car. When he emerged, he gripped a plush gray elephant with cushy white tusks and a braided tail. Waving the toy, he caught Brian's attention. Squeals took an uptick. There'd be no turning down the kindness. "Thank you," she sighed, wishing she didn't sound like she swallowed a desert. "You forgot it at the safe house." Angel hadn't forgotten. She'd left it there on purpose, not wanting to torment herself despite Brian's loving the toy. "We need to talk," he said. "Roham, please." Angel stood, stripping off her gloves and tossing them beside the discarded trowel. "We've said everything. You've seen everything. I'm not here to talk about us. I'm here to talk about you and Brian. You're in danger still. And like it or not, I can't rest knowing you're alone here. Your people are across the street, but I'm not," he said simply. "My parents will be coming." She flicked back her bangs. "I won't be alone. That's not what I meant." "I understand." Looking at him made her blush for reasons she wanted to forget. The evidence discovered didn't only outline every atrocity committed against Roham's parents, but that video record of her assault was there to back up any faulty memories. Roham wouldn't hold it against her. He couldn't. But he would hold it against himself. "Can we sit?" "Brian looks like he's about to pop." She took a beat, then said, "Sure," under the weight of his stare. "Hey there, little man. Long time no see." As soon as they reached the porch, he ruffled Brian's hair and passed off the elephant that was duly squeezed and sucked. Roham stepped back, waited until Angel seated herself on the swing, then sat beside her. She let him take the space closest to Brian. She couldn't help liking the bittersweet interplay between the two. Brian's eyes lit up, not fixed solely on his new toy. She bit her lip, jumping slightly when Roham turned her way. He tipped his head, his gaze shooting across the street. "How long has that house over there been for sale?" "I don't know." A lick of fear caught her midsection. "What's this about?" "Sorry, I didn't come to upset you." His brows tugged together, but he smiled. "I'm sure everything's been checked out. I wanted to share with you. I'm spun up, Angel. I can't relax. I can't concentrate. It'll pass." "I doubt it." "Roham." She couldn't finish. She had no idea what to say. "I'll leave you alone if that's what it's going to take to give you peace, but I won't have any. And regardless of whether we're apart, I'll always be there to protect you." "You can't promise that." She melted at the prospect despite her words. "It's in my blood, Angel. I can't help it. And yes, I combed through everything in evidence and did what was necessary to ensure certain items need never be seen." "What?" She gaped, searching his face. "You destroyed evidence?" "I'd never do that. But things disappear all the time," he said. "They get lost. And a certain someone at the State Department would have killed me if they didn't. I owed him one." "I see." She'd passed on the best man ever. But those olive eyes told her Roham wasn't passing on anything. "Brian will be a man one day, and I understand what it means to be driven by vengeance. I don't wish that on anyone, least of all your boy." "That's kind of you to say." "If I were Brian's father," he stopped to take her hand. "If I were his father, I'd make sure he grew up to love peace and prayer. Loving his mother would come naturally." "Would it?" "Oh yes. I have personal experience on that score, and loving makes a man strong." Roham ran his thumb across her knuckles. "No matter what comes, it's love that keeps a man alive. Without it, he may be upright, but that's all." Tears welled hot and plentiful. Angel couldn't stop them. Roham didn't try. His eyes were misting too, although he held it together with an exaggerated cough. The roses are beautiful, Angel. But that yellow stuff over there, what about it? Roham sniffed and said, "It bothers my nose." "You're beautiful. Beautiful and wonderful and masculine in only the best way." Blinking, Roham barely registered her words. His attention riveted on a third car coming up the street. Nothing out of the ordinary. When it stopped one house down, however, he drew his weapon, then thought better. Angel might think she was his weakness, but sacrifice saved lives. He stood and pivoted in front of Angel's baby, crouching down to shield the child. Brian smiled. A shot rang out. Roham fell forward, the sensation of being hit by an 18-wheeler slamming his shoulder. Fire seared his flesh. Angel's scream cauterized his ears. His chin caught on Brian's feet where they stuck out. The baby kicked. The sensation a nothing. His wailing meant he was alive and healthy. "Roham?" Angel touched his cheek as he slid down against the swing rail. "Agent down." Volleyed shots rang out. A car peeled out, but Roham focused on Angel, on her voice. "Roham? Roham. It's okay. Brian's okay. I know, you beautiful, adorable man." Her ragged speech told him she cared. Told him he'd succeeded in getting what he needed. His very own family, no matter how short-lived. She scurried behind him, rolling him back against her lap and grabbing for the elephant Brian was still sucking. He shook his head. "Use my coat. Whatever you want." She pressed the tail of Roham's dress jacket against the exit wound, nestling his clipped shoulder against her lap. She stroked his hair, the touch of her hand and the open heart she offered so welcome. "I should get shot more often." "Shut up, you." "I will not." She leaned forward, her smile confusing because he was upside down, but there was nothing unclear about her lips on his. Angel rounded her mother up from where she sipped the last of her lemonade at the back of Bases Loaded. The club's new ban on smoking helped the atmosphere like nothing else. Being the middle of the day didn't hurt either. With her father being a Nats fan and so often out of the country, a visit to the restaurant was a must. Besides, her parents hadn't tired of her retelling the story of bold chance that led Angel to act where others, men and women, would have rolled over, letting evil men get away with evil deeds. Her mother's words. She was really trying, though, and Angel was glad. Angel wasn't about to stall progress by showing reticence. Shaika's goon had apparently fled the country, and Bases Loaded was a landmark in her life. The springboard that had helped her to free her from the past. All of it. She hadn't had a single episode of paralysis. All the nightmares were gone too. With Roham and their upcoming marriage to dream about, she hadn't much time left for anything else. The simple service would take place at Roham's church as soon as his shoulder healed and their marriage prep classes were complete. Angel couldn't wait. So, where to now? Her father turned round from where he was pointing out baseball grades to Brian when the two women approached. "Someplace where my grandson and I can digest those bricks we ate. Right, boy?" Brian laughed as if cued, and despite having only had a taste of hamburger, he was a happy baby. He liked the water, too. Her parents discovered how much when Angel reached the marina in the behemoth rental car her parents had leased. But most likely, Roham's new puppy, the Diamond Head Mastiff, penned in on the dock, was the top draw. She parked. Brian kicked in his car seat. He wriggled all the way down the familiar pier to Roham's slip, struggling against his grandmother's hold the entire way. So Roham's sister is in the FBI? Her father asked. That's what we're here to celebrate, Angel answered. She got the news this morning, and Roham has gotten a promotion, one that will keep him plenty busy. At home? For the most part, or so Dex said. Don't worry, though. No cakes or canopies until sunset. Bricks couldn't be digested that quickly. A new boat, bright and shiny, not better than the Amal so much as upgraded with village rugs included, bobbed in the light swells. Angel couldn't deny Roham a replacement. Having the boat was like having a part of his family always with them. That's the way it seemed, anyway, and Angel wanted to please him. At least the boarding stairs were the same, bearing the handprints of the entire Arshad clan. Roham insisted that hers and Brian's be added. They were family. He grinned now as if reading her thoughts. Your timing is perfect as always. Roham put down a black-tipped paintbrush. I just finished. Salam? Her mother said, squinting at Roham's handiwork of flowing black script. The sling on his arm was already old news. It means peace, Mrs. Le Blanc. Call me Mom. What with you and our Angel getting married, Mrs. is too formal. What do you think? She asked her husband. Maybe Grandma would be better, or Gram. Granny doesn't quite fit. Whatever you say, dear. It's about time we had peace too. I'll second that, Dad. Roham grabbed Angel and kissed her deeply despite his sling. His spicy scent, his love. Roham's everything encompassed her, shielding Angel in a private haven until her father cleared his throat. Really? Angel couldn't help blushing as her mother blinked, obviously taken aback. Her father didn't bother hiding his grin. Roham chuckled. What do you think, my angel? I think, she said, wrapping her arms around his thick, corded neck, I'll kiss you this time. And she did. This has been Fallen Angel, clean and wholesome single mother, second chance romantic suspense. Diamond Dogs Book 1. Written by Anne Malley. Narrated by Nikki Franklin. Copyright 2021 by Anne Malley. Production copyright by Anne Malley.